Chapter 1: Looking for a job while looking for a rich woman. As he is about to graduate from university, Su Yang has been very busy recently. From Monday to Friday, I sent out resumes and ran around for interviews. From Saturday to Sunday, he would go to the blind date corner in the park with a marriage advertisement sign he had prepared in advance to promote himself. Su Yang, male, 22 years old, 181 centimeters tall, 75 kilograms in weight. I can do 500 push-ups at a time and 600 sit-ups at a time. I would like to find a lady to be my wife, age 18 or above, no upper limit. Zhangcheng locals are preferred. If the woman is outstanding, I can marry into her family. We can also undertake temporary boyfriend services, with daily wages not less than 500 yuan. If you stay overnight, the price is negotiable. In addition, doing homework for junior high school and high school, tutoring for junior high school and high school math, physics and chemistry, price is negotiable. Su Yang came from a remote mountain village, and he earned all the money for his 4 years of college by himself. Homework, tutoring, temporary boyfriend, dormitory purchasing service. In order to make money, he might do anything as long as it is not illegal. During his 4 years in college, in addition to earning money to support his own studies, he also had to send money to his parents. After all, it is not easy to make money in the mountains, and my mother's health is not very good and she often needs to take medicine. Now that he is about to graduate, he must find a suitable job as soon as possible. Even if I find a rich woman, it is not impossible to take a roundabout way to save the country. With his waist strength that allows him to hula hoop while pulling the horizontal bar, he can definitely meet all the requirements of the rich woman. Today is Saturday. Su Yang took his marriage advertisement board and rushed to the blind date corner in the park early in the morning. There are many old men and women taking a walk in the morning. The earlier you come, the more opportunities you have. Young man, what do you do for a living? How much is your monthly salary? As soon as he chose a place to stand, an old lady came up and looked carefully at the marriage advertisement board hanging on Su Yang's chest. Well, auntie, I'm a software developer. I graduated this year and I'm looking for a job now. I think my monthly salary is about 6,000 to 10,000. Although he wanted to save the country through a roundabout way, his character was still very strong. No job means no job, he won't lie about that. However, if he finds a job, given his abilities, this salary is probably still possible. Oh, you don't have a job yet, which means you don't get any salary. Where do you get 6,000 to 10,000? I'm looking for it, I'll find it soon. Su Yang was about to explain, but the old lady had already waved her hand and left. He was not given a chance to explain. This young man is still thinking about marrying into a woman's family. I think you want to find a rich woman? Hey, young people nowadays. Master, I'm so young and handsome, there shouldn't be anything wrong with finding a rich woman, right? Young man, do you have a car, a house, and savings? What do your parents do? Young man, do you earn 20,000 a month? My daughter is 28 years old this year and wants to find a successful career. You are a fresh graduate. No, I can't let my daughter support you. Su Yang stood there patiently, and from time to time someone would come over to chat with him. However, after learning about his situation, they all shook their heads and left. As a poor child from a mountain village, with parents without money and power, and he still has no job, naturally no one would look up to him. Even after 4 years in college, there wasn't a single girl who was really willing to date him for too long. In the final analysis, it was mainly because his family background was too poor. Giving a girl a gift? Sorry, no money. Treating a girl to a big dinner? Sorry, I don't have the money either. You say. How can a girl talk to him? However, Su Yang was not discouraged. He has seen this kind of situation many times and will not be affected by it at all. Time goes by little. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning and there were almost no people in the blind date corner. Su Yang sat under the shade of a tree and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Looks like today is wasted. Not even one person left his contact information. Forget it, let us retreat, come back tomorrow morning. Young man, are you here to seek marriage? Yes, hello, auntie. Just as Su Yang stood up, dusted off his butt and was about to leave, an old lady came up to him. Pointing to the marriage advertisement board next to him, she asked with a smile. What do you want from the woman? The old lady nodded secretly as she looked at the content on the billboard. I don't really have any requirements. I'm graduating this year and haven't found a job yet. As long as they like me, that's fine. As for conditions, I hope the girl's family is better off. As for appearance and age, it's not too late to talk about it after we meet. Young man, I saw on your sign that you can be a temporary boyfriend, right? Yes, auntie, I can be your temporary boyfriend, no less than 500 yuan a day. Is business coming to your door? After hearing what the old lady said, Su Yang couldn't help but look up and look at her carefully. The old lady looked to be in her 60s and had a kind face. It can't be. This old lady wants me to be her temporary boyfriend? If she is willing to pay, as long as it is no less than 500 yuan a day, what's wrong with being her temporary boyfriend? Hearing this, the old lady nodded. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, what the young man wrote on the sign was actually true. It's not meant to attract attention. Young man, if I ask you to marry someone temporarily, is that okay? A temporary marriage? Su Yan was stunned after hearing what the old lady said. Oh my god. He had never thought that there was such a business before. Yes, young man, if you are interested, let's find a place to talk. Okay, auntie, no problem. Su Yang would naturally not refuse business that came to his doorstep. Moreover, he had never been involved in this kind of business before, so he really wanted to learn more about it. Okay, come on, young man, there's a bench up front, how about we sit there and chat? Okay, auntie. Su Yang nodded and quickly folded up and put away his marriage advertisement board. Although this was not the first business he had dealt with since he came to the blind date corner in the park, this temporary marriage business was definitely the first time he had encountered one. Auntie, are you looking for a temporary marriage partner for your daughter? Or do you plan to find one yourself? Su Yang followed the old lady and looked at her carefully again. This old lady. What a good temper. He walks steadily and is in very good health. And her skin is quite white. Judging from her appearance, she must have been a great beauty when she was young. Chapter 2, Marry my sister and I will give you 500,000. I have an older sister who is seriously ill. The doctor has issued a critical illness notice, saying she has at most 1 month to live. Oh. After hearing what the old lady said, Su Yan understood instantly. It seems that the old lady is not looking for a temporary marriage partner, but is looking for one for her old sister. Young man, I wonder if you would like to have a simple wedding ceremony with my old sister? Of course you can, but it will cost you extra. The business of being a temporary boyfriend is no less than 500 yuan a day. For this temporary husband business, the price should be higher, right? Moreover, the other party is already terminally ill and will not be far from death. This situation. The price should be higher. A day, it can't be less than 1,000 yuan, right? As long as you agree, money is a small problem. How about this? After you hold the wedding ceremony, I will give you 500,000 yuan in one lump sum. What? 500,000? Yes, I'll give you 500,000 yuan in one lump sum, and I'll give it to you after the wedding ceremony. The old lady nodded, her serious look didn't seem like she was joking at all. Well, I'm just having a wedding ceremony with your older sister, right? Nothing else, right? If it is so easy to make 500,000, it would be like pie in the sky. It's just a wedding ceremony, it only takes half a day. It can't really be that simple? Since you want to hold a wedding ceremony, you have to get a marriage certificate with her first. But getting the certificate is relatively simple. You just need to bring your ID card and household registration booklet. We still need to get a certificate. After hearing what the old lady said, Su Yang was stunned. Things are really not that simple. This means that if you want to earn the 500,000, you have to marry her older sister first. However, her older sister only has 1 month to live at most, which means that the validity period of this marriage certificate is only 1 month at most. In just 1 month. 500,000. This is 500,000. Yes, since you want to hold a wedding ceremony, you must get a certificate. However, my older sister will only live for a month at most, which will not have much impact on your future marriage. What do you think, young man? After hearing what the old lady said, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 500,000 is indeed a lot. After all, there is only 1 month left, so the marriage certificate is of no use. If he marries someone else in the future, it will just be an extra death certificate for his spouse. Of course, this will have some impact on remarriage in the future. But didn't the other person offer 500,000? Auntie, you want me to marry your older sister, is it to bring good luck? The young man knows a lot. That's right. I'm asking you to marry her as a last resort. I just want to have a good time. I hope it will have some effect. Then, if the wedding is successful, what if your sister's illness is cured? Since it is for good luck, maybe it will work. What if? Even if getting married for good luck is useless, maybe the doctor's diagnosis is inaccurate? They said he would live no more than a month, but what if he lived for many more years? If it really happens, don't worry, my sister will definitely divorce you, and then I will give you another 2 million. As long as she can live for 3 months, I will give it to you. 2 million? When Su Yang heard this, his eyes widened. He has never seen 2 million in his life. Yes, 2 million. The old lady nodded, looking very serious. And there was an indescribable expectation in his eyes. Okay, Auntie, I agree to this. This is the largest business Su Yang has received so far. A business worth millions doesn't allow him to hesitate any longer. As long as I have money, my mom can go to a big hospital for a good checkup. As long as I have money, it shouldn't be difficult to find a wife in my hometown, right? What if the person you are going to marry really lives for another 3 months? Soon. Su Yang reached a consensus with the old lady. Monday came in the blink of an eye. Su Yang took his household registration booklet and ID card and hurried to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. The old lady said that her older sister was in the intensive care unit of this hospital. As long as he brings the documents, someone will come to help them get a marriage certificate. After getting the marriage certificate, you can change into the groom's suit and enter the intensive care unit. At that time, someone will be specially invited to help them host a simple wedding. After the wedding is completed, the old lady will transfer 500,000 yuan to him on the spot. Su Yang is a very punctual person, especially when there is 500,000 to be earned. It was not even 8 o'clock when he arrived at the waiting area of the intensive care unit. Then he called the old lady. Hello, Auntie, I'm Su Yang, I'm here. Young man, please wait a moment. I will be there with you in a moment. Thank you for your hard work. The old lady spoke as kindly and politely as always. But there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Okay, Auntie. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang sat quietly on the bench in the hospital, but his heart was already filled with excitement. I will get 500,000 soon. If everything goes well, there shouldn't be any problem. As for what kind of person he was going to marry, he didn't care at all. He was a dying man anyway, he just came here to bring good luck and do things for money. Time passed by. Su Yang waited for about 20 minutes. The elevator door not far away opened, and the old lady came in with a few people. There should be 6 to 7 people, men, women, young and old. Hello, Auntie. Su Yang saw the old lady coming over at a glance, so he stood up and walked over. The people following behind her also looked over. Okay, young man, you are very punctual. Did you bring your ID card and household registration book? Yes, I brought it. As he spoke, Su Yang took out his ID card and household registration booklet from his backpack. Xiao Zhang, please help me with this. Okay, Mr. Li. A young man behind the old lady agreed and took out the laptop he was carrying. Then he took the ID card and household registration book from Su Yang. I also took a half-length photo of him against a white wall. After some operation. Director Li, I'll go to the bureau now and get the marriage certificate for them later. Well, go ahead. After the young man worked for a while, he hurried away with the materials. Chapter 3. The bride is the same age as her mother. Young man, this is the groom's suit prepared for you. Go find a place to change. The old lady took a bag from someone and handed it to Su Yang. Oh, okay, Auntie, I'll go change it right away. Since we are going to have a wedding ceremony, we have to dress formally no matter how simple it is. His old sportswear was indeed somewhat out of place. If you wear these to a wedding, it would be a bit unprofessional. Su Yang took the clothes and quickly found a place to change. Oh my god, this suit must be expensive. The material. After changing his clothes, he dipped some water and smoothed his hair. Since I'm going to have a wedding, my hairstyle can't be messy. Good. It is true that clothes make the man. After Su Yang put on this suit, his whole temperament improved immediately. Auntie, I'm done. Not long after, Su Yang returned to the old lady. Not bad, the young man is very energetic and handsome, and he is a good match for my old sister, not bad. The old lady looked at Su Yang and nodded secretly. I really didn't expect that this guy would be so handsome after dressing up a little. Let's wait a little while my sister gets dressed up and puts on her bridal makeup. I guess your marriage certificate will be delivered by then. Okay, Auntie. Young man, you can also call me Sisterly from now on. This isn't good, okay then. Okay, Sisterly. This old lady looks to be at least 60 years old, at least 20 years older than my mother. In theory, there is no problem even calling her grandma. But since you asked me to call you sister, then just do it. Well, you are marrying my older sister Xiao Xia, so logically speaking, you should call me sister. But it's up to you. It doesn't matter. The old lady nodded calmly, explained, and said nothing more. It's just someone you paid to bring good luck, so you don't have to worry about it. Time passed by. Half an hour passed quickly. The young man who helped with the marriage certificate is back. Su Yang, this is your ID card and household registration book, as well as your marriage certificate. Su Yang took his ID and was stunned. Marriage certificate. This little red notebook suddenly seemed so bright. Oh my god. I married a woman I had never met before? Yang Xia. When I opened the little red book, the woman's name came into view. This wedding photo. The woman in the photo is so beautiful. He looks to be in his 30s. Su Yang looked at his date of birth. Turn out to be. Yang Xia is already 42 years old, the same age as his mother. But Yang Xia in this photo is so beautiful. He looked a little dazed. Why? What a pity. Thinking that this aunt only had a month to live, Su Yang suddenly felt a little regretful. How could such a beautiful aunt die? Now, she is Su Yang's legally recognized wife. What a strange feeling. He didn't feel anything before, but when holding the marriage certificate and looking at her photo, Su Yang suddenly felt his heart become complicated. I even vaguely felt that there was suddenly some inexplicable connection between the two of them. Mr. Lee, the bride is ready, but she is still in a coma. Okay, no more waiting, let's get ready to start the ceremony. Su Yang was daydreaming while holding the marriage certificate when a young girl hurried out of the intensive care unit and reported the situation to the old lady. Su Yang, let's go in. Okay, Sisterly. Su Yang's mood inexplicably became heavy. But he didn't think any more about it, and soon followed the old lady and her group into the intensive care unit. This is a single LCU ward, and the room is quite large. After entering the room, Su Yang saw a woman in a wedding dress lying on the bed. But she is very different from the photo. Her eyes were closed, her face was pale, and she looked extremely weak. The numbers on the monitor kept jumping, as if saying to Su Yang, "Your wife still has vital signs." Yang Xia. Su Yang looked at the woman on the hospital bed and suddenly had an indescribable feeling. This woman. Is she my wife now? At least legally, we two are already real husband and wife. Mr. Sun, let's start the wedding ceremony. My sister has never been married in her life, it's a bit shabby to hold such a simple wedding for her in the ward. Su Yang, thank you for your hard work. Fine. Su Yang shook his head slightly and quickly adjusted his mind. Okay, Mr. Lee, the wedding will start now. The person who was speaking, Mr. Sun, should be a wedding host. After listening to the old lady's arrangements, he immediately took action. Groom, come here, sit right next to the bride. The others just need to stand on the sides. Groom, do you take this woman to be your wife? To love her, to care for her, to respect her, and to be faithful to her forever, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, or for any other reason? The master of ceremonies faced the groom and said the most common clichés at a wedding. I do. Su Yang actually knew very well that he was only here for the purpose of getting married and it was just a business deal. After the wedding was over, he took the money and left. Maybe he will never come again. But since it's a wedding, we still have to act professionally. Bride, do you take this man to be your husband? In sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer. Oh. I heard you said yes. Yang Xia lying on the hospital bed was still in a coma and certainly couldn't speak. But the host was knowledgeable and had naturally made preparations long ago. The entire wedding was hosted simply and smoothly. At the host's request, Su Yang took Yang Xia's hand. The little hands are so soft and weak, and cold. It seems that one can clearly feel that her vitality is very weak. Chapter 4, I actually married the old aunt. It didn't take long before the simple wedding process was over. During the entire wedding, Su Yang just pulled the bride's hand. Unlike in an ordinary wedding, the groom did not need to kiss the bride. After all, this is the intensive care unit, so after the wedding, everyone left. Su Yang, tell me your bank card number. Okay, sisterly. In order to facilitate money transfer, Su Yang carried his bank card with him. When he heard the old lady asking him for his bank card number, he quickly took it out of his bag. Not long after, there was an extra 500,000 yuan in Su Yang's bank card. Su Yang, legally speaking, you and my sister are already a legal couple. If you have time, you can also come and see her. She has been in a coma for the past 2 days. I wonder how long she can hold on. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't come, it's up to you. Su Yang heard this and nodded slightly. Now the money from this business is coming in smoothly. Only, he just got a wife in a daze. And her life would soon be over. Although 500,000 is not a small amount, Su Yang feels heavy in his heart. For some reason, this aunt who was the same age as his mother, her weak and pitiful appearance made him unable to be happy at all. After Su Yang got the money, he left the hospital quickly. As for how long his marriage partner Yang Xia can live, he doesn't know either. But according to what the doctor said, I think it will be within a month. If she died, he would get a death certificate. As for her affairs after death, it had nothing to do with him and he didn't need to care at all. This was what the old lady had agreed with him before. If by any chance Yang Xia can survive more than 3 months, the old lady will pay an additional 2 million to Su Yang. Deep down, Su Yang still very much hopes that a miracle will happen. If her illness is cured, he can earn an extra 2 million, what a wonderful thing. Anyway, there is such a big age gap between them. If Yang Xia really recovers from her illness, she will probably divorce him soon. After all, this was just a wedding for good fortune, and there was no real affection between the two. After returning to school, Su Yang gave 50,000 yuan to his parents. The reason was that he found a good job and received an advance of half a year's salary. Anyway, my parents are from small mountain villages and have no idea about what is going on in big cities. So Su Yang easily fooled them into believing it. Anyway, with this money, my parents can go to a big hospital in the county and get their illness checked out. Although he has this money now, Su Yang has also become a married man. As for finding a marriage partner on the weekend, it is indeed not a good idea to do it anymore. It's really not right to look for a partner right after getting married. So Su Yang focused all his energy on finding a job. Submit resume, interview. I'm very busy every day. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Su Yang, how is your job search going? How many offers have you received? Oh, don't mention it. I've worked so hard for so long, but I haven't received any. Many companies are laying off employees now, and it's so difficult to find a job. Su Yang majored in computer science, and he is more interested in software development positions. But as a newly graduated student, I don't have much work experience, so finding a job is very difficult. Su Yang, are you willing to do network maintenance? This is a clothing group company. They have a special network department and are recruiting people now. But he doesn't do software development, but the salary is okay, and I just confirmed it with him yesterday afternoon. Zhang Ming is Su Yang's roommate, and the two have a very close relationship. Oh, that's fine too. Can you recommend one? Su Yang pondered for a moment and quickly nodded. It is so difficult to find a job nowadays, it is always good to have a job first, even if you want to change it later. Okay, I'll contact the department boss right away. With your level, there will be absolutely no problem. Zhang Ming is very decisive and will contact people as soon as he says he will. He took out his cell phone and contacted the department head. Not long after. Su Yang, I have contacted the head of the department. He asked you to take some time to go to the company and meet with him. I don't think it will be a big problem. Okay, I'll go there in the morning? Okay, I'll talk to the boss and see if he has time this morning. Having said that, Zhang Ming contacted the head of the department again and received a positive response. In that case, Su Yang didn't hesitate at all. Opportunities are fleeting, so you must try your best to seize any interview opportunity. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Su Yang rushed to the clothing group company that Jiang Ming mentioned. I arrived at the network department and met the head of that department. The two had a very good chat, and the department boss also expressed recognition of Su Yang's abilities. Later I confirmed matters like salary with the HR department, and finally I got the job smoothly. When I came out of the company, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. After working hard for so many days, Su Yang finally got the job done and he felt relieved. I don't know what happened to that cheap wife. While walking on the road, Su Yang thought of his legal wife Yang Xia again. That weak look makes one feel heavy in the heart just thinking about it. Or, go see her. Although this was just a business deal, she was his legally recognized wife after all, so it was indeed right for him to go and see her. Su Yang checked the route on his mobile phone and found that this place was very close to the hospital where Yang Xia was. It's only 3 stops by bus. Just go. Su Yang didn't know whether he could visit at this time, but he decided to go over and take a look first. He got on the bus and quickly arrived at the hospital. When we arrived at the intensive care unit, we found out that the visiting hours were from 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon. No wonder there was no one in the waiting area. Never mind, just give it a try. The worst that can happen is that you get kicked out. Anyway, there is no one watching at the gate, and there are occasionally medical staff coming and going, so there is still a chance if you follow them through the gate. Dr. Sister, I am a family member of Ward 6, I want to visit. Su Yang was waiting at the door. Just as he was thinking, he looked up and saw a pretty little nurse walking towards him. Visiting hours are at 3 p.m. What? You are a relative of Ward 6? Yes, Dr. Sister. Oh, then I know you. Your name is Su Yang, right? Yes. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. Is he that famous? Even the nurse whom he had never met before knew him. Chapter 5. Could this stimulate her? Okay, then come with me. The young nurse looked Su Yang up and down with a smile, and couldn't help but envy him secretly. This handsome boy. He is wearing a nice suit and looks so handsome. It's just that such a handsome boy actually married an old aunt for the sake of good fortune. What a shame. Thank you, nurse. You are so beautiful. But. Thank you. After hearing Su Yang's praise, the young nurse couldn't help but smile shyly. By the way, Su Yang, your wife is still in a coma. Dr. Wang said that you, the family members, must take time to talk to her more and help her strengthen her will to live. Especially you, as her new husband, it's best to communicate with her more. Once her will to survive strengthens, maybe a miracle will happen. Real? Well, that's what Dr. Wang said anyway. He's the best doctor in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine in our hospital. Oh, so that's how it is. After listening to what the nurse said, Su Yang quickly understood. So, Yang Xia, this cheap wife, has a weak will to survive? That's why she never woke up? Yes, if he continues to be unconscious like this, it will probably take at most 2 weeks. The young nurse nodded and said only half of her words before stopping. As they were talking, they quickly entered Yang Xia's ICU ward. The ward was deserted, with no one in it. The only things that moved were probably the numbers and graphs on the monitor. Su Yang, talk to your wife more. Your wife's situation is a little special. You can come and talk to her often. Okay, nurse, I understand. That. Has no one communicated with her before? Oh, there were some these past 2 days, but they were useless. Look at you. I have something to do now. If you need anything, just call me outside anytime. Okay, nurse, thank you so much. You're welcome. Having said that, the young nurse walked out of Yang Xia's intensive care unit with a shy smile. After not seeing her for a few days, this cheap wife seemed to be even less energetic. Why? Su Yang stood at the head of the bed, looking at Yang Xia carefully, and his heart couldn't help but become heavy again. Although it was just a deal between the two of them, he still couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's because I see someone about to die. Everyone might feel this way. What should I say to her? Su Yang sighed slightly, reached out and pulled a chair over and sat down next to the head of the bed. Yang Xia, can you hear me? My name is Su Yang, and I just graduated from college this year. Actually, I'm a handsome guy. Really, I'm really handsome. It's just that my family is not very well off. Otherwise, I would have had a girlfriend a long time ago. Seeing the aunt's weak appearance, Su-young knew that she couldn't hear at all. So I don't care that much about what I say. Hey auntie, I know you can't hear me either, so just think of it as me talking to myself. During my 4 years in college, I seldom talked to anyone about my affairs. It doesn't seem right to call you auntie. After all, we have already obtained a marriage certificate. Strictly speaking, we are already husband and wife. I should call you my wife. Suddenly, just as Su-young finished saying this, he felt Yang Xia's little hand seem to move. Huh? Is it my eyes that are blurry? Su-young looked at Yang Xia's little hand and was stunned. Wife? Did you move your hand just now? How about you move it again? Su-young stared at her little hand and called her wife again. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. I guess my eyes are blurry. Su-young couldn't help but shook his head secretly, and reached out to gently hold Yang Xia's little hand. The little hands were soft and weak, still cold, and seemed even weaker. Forget it, I'll just call you my wife. Anyway, we've already got our marriage certificate, and we held a simple wedding ceremony here a few days ago. Wife. I only know that your name is Yang Xia and you are the same age as my mother, and the rest. I know nothing. I don't know what you do, where your home is, or who's in your family. But now I know that you are my Su-young's wife. Su-young suddenly felt that Yang Xia's little hand seemed to move slightly again. Wife, dear. Could it be that calling her wife irritated her? So he deliberately shouted a few more times. Could shouting like this stimulate her? Could it be that? Can she really hear? Honey, look, this is our marriage certificate. I know the wedding photo on it is photoshopped. But you are so beautiful. She was wearing bright red clothes and had a rosy face, which made my eyes pop out. Really, my wife, I have never seen a woman as beautiful as you. How about you wake up soon, get well soon, and we can live a good life together, okay? Really, I cook delicious food. What's more, my body is in great shape and can definitely satisfy you. I know that women in their 40s are not simple anyway. Don't worry, I work out a lot and have 8-pack abs. Su-young clearly felt that Yang Xia's little hand was moving again. Moreover, this time the movement was very obvious. Squeak! The door of the ward opened and the young nurse walked in. How's it going, Su-young? Is there any reaction from your wife? Yeah, I felt her hand move. Real? The young nurse was stunned and quickly looked at the monitor above the bed. I'll go. I'll find the doctor on duty. When the nurse looked at the monitor, her eyes widened. So he turned around and hurriedly left the ward. Su-young was stunned when he saw the young nurse come in and leave in a hurry. Wasn't it just her hand moving? Was it worth making such a fuss? Or her will to survive was stimulated and became stronger? What to do? Continue chatting with her. Wife, although you look sick now, I can see that you are still a stunning beauty. If you recover, it will become more beautiful. Squeak! As Su-young was speaking, the door of the ward was pushed open again. The young nurse from before came in hurriedly with the doctor on duty. Chapter 6, My wife is my wife even when I close my mouth. Young man, what is your relationship with the patient? The doctor on duty looked at the data from the monitor and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't know that Su-young and the patient were married. Well, we are husband and wife. Oh, I see. Your name is Su-young, right? Right. Su-young nodded awkwardly and couldn't help scratching his head. It seems that he is really famous. I guess the whole hospital already knows his name, Su-young. Okay, young man, continue to talk to her. If you have time in the future, come over and talk to the patient more often. This will be very beneficial to her recovery. Real? Of course, you see the heartbeat has obviously increased. I never thought that finding a younger husband would have such an effect. In the second half of the sentence, the doctor on duty spoke in a very low voice, even as if he was talking to himself. Okay, come back to me if you have anything else. You can talk more with the patient. Yes, good doctor. Su-young didn't expect that his random chat with Yang Xia would actually have an effect. All right. Since it works, let us talk more. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and this time, he was saving his own wife. Besides, If Yang Xia can really hold on for 3 months, he can still get 2 million. Even if it's just for the 2 million, he has to chat with her more. After the doctors and nurses left the ward, Su Yang continued chatting with Yang Xia. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, it was 12:30. Su Yang called Yang Xia wife and it was very smooth. She calls me wife whether she opens her mouth or closes her mouth. It's very natural to call her that. If someone didn't know, they would definitely think that they had been married for a long time. Wife, you must take good care of yourself. I'll go back to school and come to see you in the afternoon, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Okay, honey, I'm going back first. See you in the afternoon. Su Yang said this, gently pinched Yang Xia's little hand, then stood up. Su Yang saw it clearly. Her hand moved again. Seem. As if trying to grab something. Wife. Do you want me to hold your hand? Seeing this, Su Yang quickly sat down again and reached out to hold her hand. Honey, are you hungry? I'm a little hungry. When you wake up, tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you, okay? If you recover from your illness. Your husband can also cook for you. I'm not lying to you. My cooking is delicious. I can cook for you 3 meals a day. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's small hand, and his words became more and more natural and fluent. Okay, honey, I'm going to eat first. I'll try to come earlier this afternoon. Su Yang stayed for a few more minutes, then let go of Yang Xia's hand and left the ward. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang found a roadside shop, ate something, and then took the bus to school. Perhaps because he chatted too much with Yang Xia, his mind was now full of her appearance. A wife who was the same age as my mother. Mainly because she was unconscious, Su Yang dared to talk to her like that. Anyway, it's just like nature talking to itself. It was really interesting to be with a woman who was the same age as my mother, calling her husband and wife so passionately. If she really wakes up. Su Yang knew that he would be embarrassed to shout like that. Especially when it comes to some flirtatious words, he would definitely not dare to say them. An hour later. Su Yang rushed back to school and returned to the dormitory. Su Yang, how's it going? Have you finished your work? As soon as I entered the dormitory, Zhang Ming came up to me. Sniff. Why do you smell like hospital medicine? Done, thank you so much, bro. Su Yang nodded, reached out and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder to express his sincere gratitude. Tisk, it's just a small matter. I went to visit a friend in the hospital. Oh, I thought so. As for what kind of friends he is looking at, he naturally won't say much. And the fact that he was already married was kept secret. Su Yang, you look so handsome in this suit today. Isn't it? I bought this specifically for the purpose of finding a job. Hold it. This suit of yours must be worth more than 10,000 yuan, right? Su Yang didn't know what suit brands were because he had never owned any particularly decent clothes in all these years. So when the old lady gave him the clothes, he didn't know how much the clothes were worth. Anyway, I think it fits me well and the material is pretty good. How is that possible? Do you think I look like someone who can afford such expensive clothes? This is fake. Oh, no wonder, I was scared. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Zhang Ming was fooled, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Su Yang went out, took a shower, and prepared to rest for a while. Since he had promised Yang Xia that he would go see her in the afternoon, he naturally could not go back on his word. Ding ling ling. I had just been lying in bed for 2 minutes when my cell phone rang. When I picked it up, it turned out to be the old lady calling from before. Su Yang didn't want his roommates to hear the conversation, so he quickly got out of bed, put on his slippers and walked out of the dormitory quickly. Hello? Hello, sisterly, what can I do for you? Su Yang, did you go to the hospital to see my older sister at noon? Yes, I went to see her. The doctor said that talking to her more would be good for her recovery. Yes. Thank you so much, Su Yang. If you are free, please go and chat with my sister more. I can pay for part of the expenses. Well. No need for money, thank you. I will try to find more time to visit her. Anyway, I will be leaving school soon, so I have some time recently. Money is indeed very important to Su Yang. But he is not a greedy person. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. Both parties have made it very clear before. And if Yang Xia can live more than 3 months, the old lady will give him 2 million. In fact, this was also the reason why he went to visit Yang Xia and chat with her. Okay. Thank you, Su Yang, I will definitely not let you work in vain. My little sister has never been married. I hope you can spend more time with her during her last days. Please, okay? I beg you. Sister Lee. Don't worry, I will. No matter what, although this is a business, Yang Xia is Su Yang's real wife. No matter what, Su Yang will definitely spend more time with her. Otherwise, he would really feel uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 7. Su Yang, are you here to see your wife again? After chatting with the old lady, Su Yang no longer had any plans to rest. So I thought about going to the hospital early to see Yang Xia. After all, I have already promised her, so let's go there early. After packing up a little, I went out. At 3:30 in the afternoon, he came to Ward 6 in the intensive care unit again. Because Yang Xia's situation is special, he can come in at any time. Su Yang, are you here to see your wife again? As soon as I entered the ward, I saw the young nurse again. Su Yang smiled and nodded, a little embarrassedly. He is a young man in his early 20s, and he married a wife who was the same age as my mother. It's newsworthy indeed. Maybe the whole hospital already knows about their marriage for good luck. Okay, then you guys chat first. I won't disturb you too. Just call me if you have anything. Okay, thank you, nurse. Having said that, the young nurse left the ward with a smile. Wife, I come to see you again. Su Yang sat on the chair at the head of the bed and reached out to hold Yang Xia's little hand. It seemed that her little hands were not so cold anymore, and seemed to have a little more warmth. Honey, do you miss me? Do you know, wife? Actually, your husband came to bring you good luck. An old lady named Lee found me, and then we got married. Real wife. Until now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. You see, I'm about to graduate from university, and now I have a wife and have found a job. Am I extremely lucky? Su Yang spoke gently while caressing Yang Xia's small hand. As he touched her, he moved up to touch her arm. The soft and weak arms are cool to the touch. A hand was stroking Yang Xia's arm, and Su Yang suddenly felt her little hand move again. It was obvious that she gently held Su Yang's hand. Honey, your hands are moving again. That's great, let's keep going, okay? As Su Yang spoke, he stroked her arm, then moved upwards and soon touched her shoulder. Soft and tender shoulders, very thin. If I go a little higher, I can touch her face. Her face is pale and she is quite thin. Su Yang felt heavy in his heart and uncomfortable after seeing this. Although he knew that this was a transaction, the two of them had become husband and wife after all. He didn't know why, but he felt that the two of them seemed to be tied together by an invisible chain. Honey, can I touch your face? You are so beautiful. If we weren't in the hospital, I would definitely kiss you. I didn't even kiss you when we got married on Monday. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's little hand and said gently. A moment later, Su Yang plucked up his courage and reached out to touch Yang Xia's little face. Well, it is also cool, soft, and thin. Wife, you are so beautiful, please wake up soon, and get better soon, so that I can cook for you every day. Wife, I heard from that old lady Lee that you have never been married. I never thought that I could marry such a beautiful sister like you. I am so happy. Su Yang touched Yang Xia's little face and for a moment he didn't want to let go. Although it is very thin, it feels soft and comfortable. Su Yang's other hand was holding Yang Xia's little hand. Suddenly he felt movement again. And she held his hand gently. It seemed that the temperature on my hands had risen a little. Oh my God. Chatting with her actually works. And the effect is quite obvious. They had not been chatting for long in the afternoon, but her little hand was able to hold Su Yang's hand. Although it was only a few seconds of shaking hands, it was definitely an active handshake. Honey, you're so great, can we keep trying? Feeling Yang Xia's weak reaction, Su Yang couldn't help but feel happy. If it's really like what the doctor said. If her will to survive becomes stronger, maybe she can really get better. In this way, maybe he can really get the 2 million. As for when this aunt really recovers, their marriage will probably come to an end. Of course, Su Yang would definitely not have any attachment to it. After all, it's just a transaction. Besides, although he can accept relationships between an older woman and a younger man, it still depends on fate, doesn't it? However, the age difference between the two is indeed quite large, so it is actually a bit inaccurate to say that it is a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say it's an age gap relationship. Squeak! Su Yang was gently stroking Yang Xia's face when suddenly the door of the ward opened. He was so scared that he quickly let go of the hand that was caressing Yang Xia's face. This action. It seems a bit ambiguous, so it's better not to let outsiders see it. Su Yang turned his head and saw that it was the young nurse who brought the old lady over. Su Yang, thank you so much. Sister Li, you're welcome. I'll go. I'll find the doctor on duty. As soon as Su Yang greeted the old lady, the young nurse couldn't help but let out a slight scream, then hurried out of the ward. I didn't expect you to be so dedicated. Well, of course she should. The doctor said that talking more would be good for her recovery. And we still have the 2 million. Su Yang smiled faintly. As for having a romantic relationship with this cheap wife, that's definitely not the case. At most, it is an invisible responsibility. After all, the two have become husband and wife. If you want to give a reason, perhaps the 2 million will be more credible. Well, don't worry, Su Yang, this little money is nothing to me. Actually, having a good time is one thing, but I also hope that there can be a man to accompany my little sister in her last moments. I hope she doesn't feel so lonely in her heart. Why? Su Yang, keep holding her hand, don't let go, it's okay. While the old lady was speaking, Su Yang quietly let go of Yang Xia's little hand. Seeing this, the old lady raised her hand gently. She encouraged Su Yang to be braver. This older sister had never been married in her life. As far as she could remember, she didn't even have a real boyfriend. It seems nice to have a handsome little boy by my side in these last days. Chapter 8. The more he talked, the more disgusting his reaction became. It's okay, Su Yang, just be bolder, if possible you can kiss her too. You should know. You two are now husband and wife, and you are a real couple recognized by the law. After the old lady finished speaking, she actually hoped that Su Yang could be braver. Perhaps. Su Yang's bravery will allow her older sister to experience some warmth from a man at the end of her life. Even if I pass away, I can at least make up for some of the regrets. Moreover, Su Yang is a very handsome little boy, so maybe his sister will feel more at ease. Well, I understand, Sister Li. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded awkwardly. For a person who is terminally ill, what good can he do no matter how brave he is? It should be okay to kiss her on the cheek. Besides this, what else can we do further? It seems, there's not much I can do. Unless her illness is cured, I can sacrifice myself and help her relieve decades of loneliness. But is this really possible? The doctor has already issued a notice of critical illness. The possibility of recovery is very small. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Su Yang. I won't disturb you two anymore. The old lady saw that Su Yang answered very seriously, and a look of relief appeared in her eyes. After saying that, she got up and went back. It only took 10 minutes from the time I came in to the time I left. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Xia were the only ones left in the ward. Wife, this old lady Li shouldn't be your biological sister, right? After all, her last name is Li and yours is Yang. She went back. Now there are only two of us left in the room. Su Yang reached out and held Yang Xia's small hand again, and the gentle voice began again. Since the chat was effective, he naturally had to act more professionally. It doesn't matter whether there are any emotions or not, I'm just an actor now. Just treat Yang Xia as the person you love the most. Let every word you say be filled with love. Perhaps only in this way can Yang Xia recover faster. Wife, can I call you baby? Although you are the same age as my mother, I still want to call you baby. Because you are my Su Yang's wife. Su Yang said this and couldn't help scratching his scalp. To be honest, when I said these words, my scalp felt numb and my hair seemed to stand on end. It really feels a bit weird to gently call someone who is the same age as my mother baby. Ha! Su Yang clearly felt that Yang Xia's little hand was holding his hand again. The temperature in my hand seemed to increase a little. Obviously, Yang Xia's vitality seemed to be increasing little by little. Baby, I feel like you're about to wake up. Good baby, try harder. Su Yang leaned close to Yang Xia's ear and deliberately shouted some cheesy words, hoping that she could hear it more clearly. "My dear, you are so beautiful." As he spoke, Su Yang's hand touched her little face again. The temperature on my face also increased. Seem. Her face turned slightly red. Is this what she's excited about? She has never had a boyfriend in decades, but she couldn't help but get excited by such cheesy words? I have never experienced the tenderness of a man. Is this my first time experiencing it? Oh my god. In fact, for Su Yang, this was the most disgusting thing he had ever said to a woman since he was a child. His scalp was always numb, it felt so strange. "Wife, you say, it would be nice if you woke up. I really want to hold you in my arms and kiss you." Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xiao's face, then her lips and her slender white neck. He clearly felt that Yang Xiao's body temperature was rising. Her face also became noticeably redder. Boom boom boom, squeak. When Su Yang heard the knock on the door, he quickly let go of the hand that was stroking her neck. It is better to do this kind of action in private. If others see it, everyone will be embarrassed. Another nurse came in. "Hello, handsome boy, you are Su Yang, right?" "Well, hello, nurse, I'm Su Yang." "Oh, you see." Su Yang smiled and nodded to the nurse, then pointed to the hand held by Yang Xia. "The patient is holding your hand? Her heartbeat is obviously accelerating. Let me take her temperature." This nurse is obviously more professional. After she looked at the monitor, she immediately went to get the thermometer. After a while, she returned to the ward and started measuring Yang Xia's temperature. Yes. The vital signs are really getting stronger. By the way, nurse sister, can you give my wife some more nutrition now? Will she recover faster with more nutrition? Well, theoretically speaking, yes, I'll ask the doctor on duty later. If you can wake her up and feed her, that would be even better. Yeah, I'll try my best. Until now, Yang Xia's little hand has been holding Su Yang's hand. Although the force was weak, he was indeed holding on. The nurse did a quick check and then left the ward. Su Yang continued to get closer to Yang Xia and said cheesy love words. He also knew that what he said was indeed very corny, but Yang Xia had a clear reaction to the corny words. It seems that the more disgusting it is, the bigger the reaction. And the more gently I touch her face, lips, neck, and other places, the greater her reaction seems to become. Of course, Su Yang did not go any further, especially below the neck. He was indeed a little embarrassed to do it. Yang Xia's reaction is indeed getting bigger and bigger, but I don't know whether she is excited or depressed. She is a 42-year-old woman. Being called wife and touched by a 22-year-old boy, it's really weird when you think about it. Some women may enjoy it, while others may get extremely angry. As for Yang Xia, she has never had a boyfriend in all these years. Does that mean she doesn't like men? So now such a big reaction. Su Yang couldn't figure out whether she was excited or angry. Wife, the doctor said that talking to you more will be good for your recovery. Actually, I don't know how to talk. If something I said makes you unhappy, please don't be like me, okay? But what I said, they are all sincere. I've never really had a boyfriend in my life. I never thought, I am now a married person. Really, my dear, I really hope you can wake up, and I really want to hug you and kiss you. Su Yang has become very proficient in saying these words. As for whether he is sincere or not, just listen to him sincerely. Chapter 9: Flirting in the Ward. Time passed little by little, and soon it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I plan to go back to school first. Can I come and accompany you tomorrow morning? Baby. You should also try your best so that when your husband sees you tomorrow, you will have already woken up, okay? Su Yang gently kneaded Yang Xia's little face and spoke softly. It was getting late, he should go back. It's still an hour's drive from the hospital to the school. Wait until tomorrow, have breakfast and then come over to accompany her. As the days passed, Su Yang would come to the hospital whenever he had time. Every time he came, he would gently hold Yang Xia's little hand and speak softly, either affectionately or flirtatiously. Yang Xia's vital signs were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anyway, as long as Su Yang holds her little hand and speaks gentle words, Yang Xia's little face will turn red. If you say it in a more corny and flirtatious way, then her reaction would be even greater, and she would hold Su Yang's hand even tighter. In the blink of an eye. The day of leaving school has arrived, and the students are preparing to start packing their things. At noon that day, Su Yang had just returned to the dormitory from the hospital. Su Yang, where are you going to rent a house? How about we share a house? Zhang Ming and Su Yang now work in the same place, so it is more appropriate for them to share a house. Sure, I think so too. Why don't we find a house as soon as possible? It is graduation season now, and it is not easy to rent a house. The price is expected to be higher than usual. Or, why don't we look for one near the company? It's more convenient to go to work if it's close to the company. Oh my god. Our company is located in a commercial center. The rent there is too expensive, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming shook his head like a rattle. That place is basically full of office buildings, and any accommodation nearby is not cheap anyway. The two of them had just started working and didn't have much money to rent an expensive house. Oh, that's right. I'll look for it. Su Yang turned on his cell phone and started looking for a house near the hospital and company. Judging from Yang Xia's condition during this period, her vital signs have stabilized and she is still quite strong. But for some unknown reason, she never woke up. The doctor also felt a little puzzled. According to the old Chinese doctor, she was reluctant to wake up, perhaps because she had something on her mind. When Su Yang learned about this situation, he had the idea of chatting with her for a long time. Oh shit. I've already looked around the area near my company. The closest and cheapest one is Yangxia community, and it's an old, rundown community. Oh? Yangxia community? Su Yang couldn't help but feel moved when he heard this. Yes, it's the same as the Yang in sun and the Xia in summer. If you don't believe me, check it out. Okay, let me see. Su Yang opened the house rental app and quickly found houses in Yangxia community. There are whole house rentals and shared rentals. I think this place is okay. How about we share a master bedroom? Ask the agent to get 2 single beds for us. Su Yang soon discovered that this place was not far from the hospital. If you want to see Yang Xia, it is quite convenient. That's fine. This place is pretty close to the company. Zhang Ming had no objection to this. Now that I have secured a job and it is time to leave school, I really need to find a place to live as soon as possible. Okay, how about we go look at the house now? No problem. The two hit it off immediately. I quickly left the school and took the bus to Yangxia community. I contacted the agency on the way and agreed to go see the house. The two of them went through a very smooth process of house hunting. After looking at 2 places in the community, they decided on a master bedroom. I quickly went to the agency and rented the room. In the afternoon, the agency will replace the double bed with 2 single beds. Tomorrow, the 2 of them can move in. Zhang Ming, I have to go to the hospital to see a friend. Why don't you go back to school first? Su Yang, I see you've been going out a lot lately. You always smell like a hospital. Did you find a job as a nurse in the hospital? Oh my god. You have a very rich imagination. We are going to work in the company the day after tomorrow. What kind of a caregiver am I? How about I go to the hospital with you? What kind of friend is this to you? Is he worthy of your visit every day? Oh. He's a relative from my hometown. You know, it's a relative thing. I have to help him. Su Yang naturally would not tell Zhang Ming the truth. He couldn't say that he was married to an old aunt who was dying. So I just made up a lie. Oh, so that's how it is. Okay then, I'll go back to school and we'll move early tomorrow morning. Okay, Zhang Ming. Su Yang nodded and quickly separated from Zhang Ming. After leaving Yangxia community, Su Yang took the bus at the gate and went straight to the hospital. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. If he wasn't renting a house, he would definitely come earlier. Wife, I went to rent a house today. The name of the community is very interesting, it's called Yangxia community. There is a character from my name, and there is a character from your name. Honey, do you think this means that we are destined to be together? As he spoke, Su Yang's hand touched Yang Xia's little face. Soon. Her little face turned slightly red again. The temperature also rose significantly. Baby, can I call you Xia Xia? Or should I call you Xiao Xia baby? Su Yang leaned against the head of the bed and whispered flirtatious words. Yang Xia's little hand moved and quickly held his hand again. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Yang was about to touch her neck, the door of the ward was knocked again. Then a young nurse came in with a woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s, very beautiful, and gentle and well-behaved. Su Yang, a friend of your wife is here to see her, you guys can chat, call me if you need anything. Well, thank you, nurse. Su Yang nodded, turned his head and looked at the strange woman again. He gently stroked Yang Xia's little hand and did not let go even though this person came in. You are married? The woman looked at Su Yang, sizing him up and down. Then he looked at Yang Xia in a daze, with an indescribable apology in his eyes. Yes, hello, sister, are you Yang Xia's friend? Yes, she and I are very good friends. The woman nodded, her voice a little low, and there seemed to be a hint of unfathomable meaning in her words. Chapter 10. Although this woman is beautiful, she is also very strange. Oh. Su Yang looked at the woman in front of him and felt that her expression was a little strange. But I can't tell exactly what's weird about it. Your name is Su Yang? Yes, I do. He seemed to sense that the woman did not believe that they were married, so he reached for his backpack and pulled out the marriage certificate. Look. So you guys are really married, okay, then I feel relieved. The woman looked at the marriage certificate in her hand and nodded slightly. There seemed to be a hint of relaxation in his eyes. Although the woman's voice was very soft, Su Yang still heard it clearly. What does it have to do with you whether we get married or not? What else are you worried about? Sister, what is your name? My name is Li Pingping. Oh, Li Pingping. Su Yang nodded. It was useless to know the name, as he didn't know what kind of friendship this woman had with Yang Xia. Wife, there is a girl named Li Pingping who is here to see you. Su Yang held Yang Xia's little hand, moved closer to the head of the bed, and said gently. Suddenly, Yang Xia grabbed Su Yang's hand with much greater force than before. It seemed like she had a very strong reaction to the name. What's wrong, honey? Do you want to talk to this Li Pingping? Su Yang said gently, turning his head to look at Li Pingping beside him. So strange. Why did he feel that there seemed to be something going on between Li Pingping and Yang Xia? Is there a favor? A grudge? Or? Su Yang couldn't understand it at all for a moment. Yang Xia, congratulations on your marriage. Your husband is really handsome. Li Pingping hesitated for a moment, then gently came to the head of the bed, bent down and spoke softly to Yang Xia. Really, Yang Xia, please forgive me for my past mistakes. Now that you are married, I hope you can get better soon. I came here today because I heard that you got married, so I came to see you. Real. Your husband is very young and handsome, congratulations. I won't bother you two anymore, bye. After Li Pingping finished speaking, she stood up. Su Yang saw it at a glance, and Yang Xia's eyelids moved. It seemed as if he was trying hard to open his eyes. Moreover, her little hand seemed to have gained more strength as she held Su Yang's hand. Tap tap tap. Li Pingping walked to the door of the ward, looked back at Yang Xia, nodded at Su Yang, then opened the door and left. Wife. The girl named Li Pingping just left, baby. She was your good friend before, right? Su Yang knew from Li Pingping's words just now that this young lady must have offended Yang Xia before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked her to forgive me. Baby, don't worry. When you wake up, let's go play with her together, okay? Seeing Yang Xia's eyelids moving constantly, he knew that she really wanted to wake up, even anxious to wake up, so he gently tried to comfort her. He reached out and touched her little face, caressing it gently. Honey, I think that girl is pretty, but she's not as pretty as you, darling. But judging by her temper, she should be okay. Did she do something to offend you in the past? But, from what I see, this person doesn't seem like a bad person. Although Su Yang felt strange, he still couldn't guess what had happened between the two of them in the past. But I always feel that there must be something going on between the two of them. Until now, these things may not have been solved yet. Xia baby, I feel like you're about to wake up. Your husband is so happy. Su Yang touched Yang Xia's face and gently stroked her neck. Not long after, Yang Xia's eyelids stopped twitching. It seems that Su Yang's comfort worked. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Baby, I have to go back to school first. I have to move tomorrow morning, so I may be a little late. Don't miss me too much. Su Yang gently scratched Yang Xia's nose, then let go of her little hand. Squeak! Just when Su Yang wanted to leave, the young nurse walked into the ward again. "Sister nurse, my wife's eyelids moved just now." They moved for a while, but she didn't open her eyes. "Real?" "Yeah, and her grip on my hand got much stronger. I always felt like she could wake up at any moment." "Okay. Great, I'll talk to the attending physician in a moment." "Thank you so much, nurse. Goodbye." Su Yang put on his backpack, waved to the nurse, and left the ward. This handsome boy, it would be great if he was my boyfriend. He is very patient and has a good temper. The young nurse looked at Su Yang's back, and her eyes couldn't help but sparkle with little stars. Left the hospital, took the bus, and rushed back to school. Graduated. He suddenly felt that the university where he had spent 4 years seemed to be far away from him. Now my mind is filled with the work that is about to begin, and even more so, Yang Xia, whose vitality is growing stronger and stronger. He didn't know why. After spending some time with her, he seemed to have gotten used to this older sister who suddenly appeared in his life. She was bedridden and couldn't even wake up. But she seemed to be already in Su Yang's life. More than half a month has passed since the wedding day. Yang Xia's condition is getting better and better now. As expected. It is entirely possible to survive beyond 3 months. Maybe her body can recover. Ding ling ling. As Su Yang walked into the campus, his cell phone rang. It turned out to be the old lady who called before. "Hello? Hello, Sister Li. Su Yang, you are going to graduate, right?" "Oh, yes, Sister Li, we have graduated and I will leave school and move tomorrow." "So, where do you live? Do you want me to help you find a place to stay?" "No, my classmates and I rented a room together near the hospital, which is big enough for us." "Thank you." In matters other than business, Su Yang didn't want to take advantage of anyone. So, I calmly refused the old lady's help. He could also tell that the old lady really wanted to help him. Chapter 11. The more ambiguous the conversation, the faster you wake up. "Oh, Su Yang, I have the key to my sister's house. She also has a car, why don't you live with her? You're already married anyway." The old lady hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask. "No need, Sister Li, as long as Yang Xia is still alive I will definitely visit her often. By the way, she has been in good condition recently. When I saw her today, her eyelids moved for a while, as if she could wake up at any time." Su Yang once again declined the old lady's help. The reason why he is taking the trouble to chat with Yang Xia is nothing more than the lingering sense of responsibility in his heart. After all, the two are already married, and she is Su Yang's wife. So he felt that it was his duty to chat with her. As for the other money, belongings, and the old lady's help, that had nothing to do with him. "Well, I know all this. The doctor has already told me. Thank you so much, Su Yang. You are such a good boy, I wish my sister had met you earlier." The old lady expressed her gratitude again, and there seemed to be something else hidden in her words. Early the next morning. After Su Yang and Zhang Ming had breakfast, they started packing their things. And also called a small van. By the time the move was completed, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. "Su Yang, shall we go out for a drink? Now that I have graduated from college, found a job, and settled down, I think it is worth celebrating." "Oh my god. It's already 11 o'clock. Wiping his sweat off his forehead, Su Yang looked at the time and found that it was already noon. "Zhang Ming, I have to go to the hospital and I don't have time to eat. I'm so sorry." "Oh, it's okay. Then go ahead. I see there are quite a few small shops at the entrance of this community, so I can go and enjoy them by myself." "Ah, okay, then go and enjoy it." Su Yang said this and hurried to the bathroom and the master bedroom and tidied it up a bit. Not long after, he left home with Zhang Ming. Without even having time to eat lunch, Su Yang took the bus to the hospital. He couldn't explain why, he just wanted to see Yang Xia as soon as possible and chat with her more. Maybe it's because they are husband and wife, or maybe it's just for the 2 million. Yang Xia community is very close to the hospital, and he arrived at the hospital in a short time. "Honey, I'm so sorry. I moved this morning and came here right after I finished packing. I didn't even have time to eat lunch." After entering the ward, Su Yang sat down near the head of the bed and gently held Yang Xia's little hand. "Ha? Why is this little hand a little warm? This face. It seems to be a little rosier than before." In doubt and surprise, Su Yang's hand habitually touched Yang Xia's face. Wow. It's obviously a lot hotter. Wife, is your body recovering? Su Yan looked at the door and found that the doctor and nurse were not there. The doctor has already discovered this situation, right? Such an obvious change should be easily noticeable, at least when measuring the temperature. Squeak! Just as I was thinking about it, the door of the ward opened and a young nurse walked over with a smile. Sister nurse, she. Su Yang, what did you find? The young nurse looked at Su Yang with a smile in her eyes. I noticed that her hands and face were a little warm. Could she have a fever? Puff. The young nurse couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. No, your wife doesn't have a fever. We have been measuring her temperature and it is normal. I have good news for you. Your wife woke up for a while in the morning. We fed her some food, and she ate quite a bit. Well. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head and look at Yang Xia. This elder sister. It's really getting better. I woke up. I ate a lot. So, it seems that there will be no problem if I can survive for 3 months. Sister nurse, is she going to recover soon? Well, I guess so. As long as she can wake up like she did today and eat more, she probably won't have to stay in the LCU for long. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but get excited when he heard that. I really didn't expect this. A miracle actually happened. Her body functions were very weak and she was in a deep coma when she was sent to the hospital. Before, I had to take nutritional injections and glucose to maintain my health. According to Dr. Wang, an old Chinese doctor, she just didn't want to live anymore. Therefore, as long as her will to survive can be stimulated, she will be able to recover. The doctor had told him some of this before, so he probably understood it. Only. He really couldn't understand why such a mature and beautiful elder sister didn't want to live anymore? She must have suffered some kind of blow before? And this blow should be very, very heavy. You two continue chatting. I won't disturb you two. The young nurse stayed for a while and left the ward after the examination. Wife. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's little hand and suddenly felt a little nervous. Oh my god. Will this big sister wake up at any time? My wife keeps calling me wife all the time. When she wakes up, will she scold me for molesting her? She probably doesn't know that she's married yet, right? If you suddenly hear a little boy calling her his wife, will you be scared? Honey, can you hear me? If you can, just hold my hand, okay? Su Yang came forward, his voice as patient and gentle as usual. But Yang Xia did not respond. Good baby. Xia baby. Then, Su Yang's words became more ambiguous. His hand then touched Yang Xia's face. Well. Her face seemed to get even hotter, and there seemed to be a blush on it. Suddenly, Yang Xia's hand moved violently. However, it only moved for a moment and then stopped moving. Baby, the doctor just told me that you woke up this morning and ate a lot. Your husband is so happy. Let's keep working hard, okay? When you get better, your husband will definitely make delicious food for you every day. Xia honey, do you know? You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Really, your husband really didn't lie to you. As he was speaking, Su Yang suddenly felt his hand being held by Yang Xia. Chapter 12, Dating as Exercise, Having a Child as an Experiment. Wife, did you hear me? Su Yang was startled and his hands began to tremble. Can she really hear what I say? I go to. Isn't this embarrassing? This is an aunt who is the same age as my mother. Calling her a little darling, I feel a little embarrassed. Sis, can you hear me? In order to avoid embarrassment, Su Yang changed the address to sister. Anyway, there will be no problem in calling her sister. Sister. Su Yang gently squeezed her little hand and called her sister carefully. But after staying for a while, Yang Xia did not have any other reaction. It seemed that her holding my hand was just a simple reflex. Slowly, Su Yang relaxed. Wife, you scared me, I really thought you were awake. Really, I really hope you wake up, but I don't know how to face you when you wake up. Why? In fact, I also know that once you truly wake up, you will definitely divorce me. After all, I am just a tool to bring good luck. As Su Yang spoke, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He didn't know why he sighed, maybe Yang Xia had already gotten used to it in his life. At least during this period of time, he wanted to chat with her more and more. Time goes by little. Before I knew it, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm going out to eat something, and then I'll come over to accompany you later. You have to be a good boy too, okay? Wake up more often and eat more, okay? Okay, baby, my husband is going to eat, see you later. After saying that, Su Yang stood up and let go of Yang Xia's little hand. Afternoon. Su Yang chatted with her for another half of the afternoon, and it was not until almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he was ready to leave. Wife, I'm going to work tomorrow. I work for a clothing company that's quite close to here. After get off work at noon and in the evening, I probably have some time to come and accompany you. Okay baby, I'm going home. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang went straight back to his newly rented house. Oh my god, Su Yang, you've been out for most of the day. What kind of patient are you seeing? You're not really going to be a caregiver, are you? As soon as he returned home, Zhang Ming smelled the smell of the hospital emanating from Su Yang. No, I just went to chat with the patient. The doctor said that chatting more is good for the patient's recovery. Oh. Doesn't the patient have any other family members? It must be so tiring for you to go to the hospital every day like this. Yeah, no family members. Upon hearing this, Su Yang just responded vaguely. After all, this matter is really not suitable to be told to Zhang Ming. So, you really had a hard time. It's okay. We are all relatives, it's only natural. Let's go, Zhang Ming. I'll buy you a drink. Su Yan looked at the time and thought that they could have something delicious to eat and have a drink together now. I have more than 400,000 yuan in my pocket now, so I don't need to be too frugal right now. Real? It's a must. Ha, let us go. As they talked, they left the house together. Soon, the two of them entered a small restaurant on the small street outside the community. Ordered 2 dishes and 2 bottles of beer. Tomorrow is the first day of work, so it's not suitable to drink too much, just a small drink will be enough. Why? Come on, brother, let one go first. After filling the cup, Zhang Ming picked up the cup and couldn't help but sigh softly. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. It's all because of Li Feifei, eh? What happened to Li Feifei? Aren't you two getting along well? And you stayed in Jiangqing for her. She said yesterday that if we get married in the future, I have to buy a house in Jiangqing. I just graduated now, where can I get the money to buy a house? And he also said that he would prepare a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. As Zhang Ming spoke, he poured himself another glass and drank it. A 100 square meter house in Jiangqing costs more than 2 million yuan. I don't have that much money even if I sell it. And also said, just give me 2 years. If you can prepare these, we can get married. If you can't prepare, then there's no hope for us. After hearing what Zhang Ming said, Su Yang couldn't help feeling helpless. Earn 2.5 million in 2 years? It costs 1.25 million a year, which means more than 100,000 a month. Moreover, this is after tax. How can a fresh graduate earn so much money? With your mouth? If they really stick to this condition, then the relationship between the two people will be over now. Why? I regret falling in love. If I don't have a partner, I won't have these concerns or these worries. Just like you now, being single is so good, why would I want to fall in love? Su Yang heard this and twitched his lips silently. Brother, I am not single anymore, I am married, okay? And my wife is still lying in the hospital bed at this moment. Although I don't have to pay for the various expenses, I also have concerns, okay? Zhang Ming, you have to think like this. Think about it, if you and Li Feifei get together, it means lovers finally get married. If that doesn't work, well, you were just using other people's wives to gain some experience in love. Besides, you've slept with each other many times, right? How great is this? She is someone else's wife anyway, so you won't suffer any loss. As the old saying goes, dating is an exercise, having a child is an experiment. Su Yang said, and couldn't help but smile. Oh shit. What you said does make some sense. But, I already treat her as my wife now. If we can't make it, wouldn't that mean she would become someone else's wife? It's very painful to think about it. Well, That's right, what Jiang Ming said makes a lot of sense. But there is still 2.5 million away from becoming my real wife. What can I do? With your physique, you can't make much money standing on the street. By the way, Su Yang, your body, why don't you go pick up a rich woman? When you make a lot of money, just support me a little bit. Chapter 13. Just after joining the company, something went wrong. TSK. There's no such good thing. I also want this rich woman, even if it's a second marriage. These days everyone wants to find a rich woman, it's too much. Su Yang smiled and twitched the corners of his mouth, then shook his head slightly. Yang Xia's image instantly appeared in my mind again. This big sister. Will she be a rich woman? Su Yang knew basically nothing about her. He knew that the old lady was her sister, but he had no idea how close the relationship was. Looking at the old lady, she seems to be very elegant and shouldn't be a simple person. And when she got married to Yang Xia that day, someone called the old lady Ms. Li. It seems that this old lady is probably a rich woman. But I don't know whether Yang Xia is a rich woman. Why? Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and raised his glass to clink with Su Yang's. These days, finding a rich woman is just a dream, it is too rare in reality. The next day, both of them got up early. After washing and packing, we went out for a quick breakfast and then took the bus to the company together. Signing contracts, packing up workstation computers, etc. After working for half the morning, I finally finished everything. Su Yang, please go to the design department on the 5th floor. A computer can't be turned on. Director Wang from their department just called and told me so. Su Yang had just sat down and took a sip of water when the head of the department came over. Okay, boss. I'll go right away. The director of the network department is surnamed Li, he is in his 30s and has a good temper. Colleagues in the department call him boss, so Su Yang also called him that. Well, this is a work order. Just have them sign it when you're done. Okay, boss. Su Yang took the work order and understood at a glance that it was just a simple work record sheet. The boss assigned him work right away, which was probably a test for him. After getting the work order, Su Yang went directly to the 5th floor. Oh my god. There are so many beautiful women. This is the design department of the group, and most of the people coming and going are beautiful girls of all kinds. There are indeed a lot of girls in clothing companies. Su Yang glanced around and soon found the director's office. Since it's the director of the design department who called, it's definitely the right person to call. Mr. Li, have you approved the application form I sent you? We are very anxious now. Oh, I see, Mr. Li. Can you please hurry up? This is affecting our work. Su Yang stood at the door, listening to the sound of a phone call coming from inside. He didn't knock on the director's office door until he finished the call. Come in. Squeak. Following a clear female voice, Su Yang reached out and pushed open the door. It turned out to be a beautiful older sister who looked to be in her early 30s. Hello, Director Wang. I'm from the network department. I heard that one of your computers can't be turned on, is that correct? Yeah, that's right, come with me, are you new here, young man? Director Wang's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yang coming in. This new guy in the network department is very handsome. It's just that the clothes are too simple. Yes, Director Wang, I just joined today, my name is Su Yang. Well, how old is the boy? I just graduated this year. I'm 22 now. Oh, so young, come to Su Yang, add my WeChat. If there is any problem with the computer in our department in the future, I will contact you directly. Okay, Director Wang. Su Yang didn't think much about it, and the two of them quickly added each other on WeChat. Afterwards, Director Wang took Su Yang to the colleague whose computer couldn't turn on, made some arrangements, and left. After checking it out, he quickly identified the problem: the monitor cable was loose. After plugging it back in, the computer worked fine. After asking this colleague to sign the work order, Su Yang left. After handing in the work order to his boss, Su Yang returned to his workstation. Su Yang, is it resolved so quickly? Yeah, the monitor cable is loose, it's a small matter. Su Yang, have you noticed that there are so many beautiful women in our company? Well. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Indeed, I just went to the design department and saw a lot of beauties. Even their director is a beautiful lady. Really? Oh my god, I just like big sisters. Come on, such a beautiful elder sister must have been married a long time ago, how could she keep her for you? Besides, don't you still have Li Fei Fei? Why? Millions of dollars, brother. You can't ask me to sell my kidney, right? Even if I sell my kidney, I can't make that much money. After hearing what Su Yang said, Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. By the way, I just went out to smoke and heard a piece of gossip in the stairwell. Oh? What news? Su Yang turned on his computer and prepared to download some software development tools so that he could continue learning about research and development when he was not busy. I heard that the group's CEO is ill. It seems that his illness is quite serious. He hasn't been seen for 2 to 3 months. No way? I just started working and received such unfortunate news. I don't know whether the boss's absence will affect the company's operations, and how long I can do this job. It's true. A few people who were smoking together said it. They all looked like old employees. They didn't seem to be lying. Well, nothing will happen to the company, right? Oh my god, we just started working. Who knows? Anyway, it sounds like some people are panicking. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help feeling depressed when he heard this. I just started working and I encountered something like this. This luck is really unbelievable. It's okay, just go with the flow. At worst, I can just change jobs. Zhang Ming was quite open-minded and didn't seem to care too much. Su Yang nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he can't change anything about this kind of thing, so he can only let it go. Time passed little by little, and soon it was time to get off work. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat, Zhang Ming said, reaching out and patting Su Yang on the shoulder. The second floor of the group's office building is the company's cafeteria, and the food there is relatively cheap. Zhang Ming, I'm going to the hospital during lunch break, so I won't go to the cafeteria. I can just buy some buns on the way. Su Yang shook his head. He probably would have to queue up to go to the cafeteria, and he really didn't have that much time. He had already promised to visit Yang Xia at noon, so he didn't want to break his promise. Oh, that's fine. As they talked, they quickly walked towards the elevator. Chapter 14. This elder sister is actually shy. After leaving the company, Su Yang took the number 3 bus at the door. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the ICU ward area of the hospital. He is now considered a celebrity here. Doctors and nurses alike will smile and nod when they see him. When I entered Ward 6, I saw Yang Xia at first sight. There was a young nurse next to her, who was busy checking and recording something. Su Yang is here, why are you so late today? Sister nurse, I started working today. I rushed here right after work. In fact, Su Yang didn't even buy the buns, he just rushed over here. Just be hungry, you can go out for something to eat when you have time in the afternoon. After all, the morning time was too short, so I just told Yang Xia that we had to go back in a while. Oh, it's really not easy to work and accompany patients at the same time. It's okay. It's what I should do. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. He reached out and held Yang Xia's small hand. Wow! This little hand is getting warmer and warmer. Sister nurse, did my wife wake up to eat again today? Yes, Su Yang, she woke up twice this morning and ate more than yesterday. The eyes are also noticeably brighter. Very good. After hearing what the nurse said, Su Yang couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Did she speak? That is not the case, but she hears very clearly, and she opens her mouth on her own initiative when I feed her. In a few days, maybe I can get out of bed. This. Oh my god. Su Yang couldn't help but feel dazed. Is this elder sister getting better soon? How's it going, Su Yang? Are you happy? Your wife is so beautiful. The young nurse said this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This older sister is indeed beautiful, but she is indeed too far older than Su Yang. It feels like a love affair between people of different ages. It's really interesting to think about it. I don't know if they will get divorced soon after this elder sister wakes up. Yes, she is, indeed quite pretty. Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xia's small hand, which was warm and felt more and more comfortable. Suddenly, her little hand was holding Su Yang's hand again. You two can chat. I'll be out first. Just call me if you need anything. The young nurse quickly finished the task at hand and left the ward. Wife, can you hear me now? I went to work today, the working environment is pretty good. By the way, honey, the company I went to is called Zwellify Clothing Group, it's quite big. Perhaps Yang Xia understood what Su Yang said. As soon as he finished speaking, her little hands suddenly trembled. Baby, are you going to wake up? Seeing this, Su Yang reached out and touched her face. The face is really getting more rosy and more comfortable to touch. Then he stroked her lips and neck. Huh? Why does Yang Xia's face feel more and more flushed? Seems like he's shy. Wife, how about, why don't you wake up for a while? The doctor said that you've woken up several times and eaten a lot, but I haven't encountered it once, which is a bit of a pity. Su Yang gently stroked her neck, then moved down a little to her collarbone. If we go further down, it must be very normal between husband and wife, and no one would say anything. Call. Su Yang suddenly felt that Yang Xia's breathing became rapid. Her face became redder and redder. Well. Oh my god. Is Yang Xia really going to wake up? This reaction is obviously the normal reaction of a woman around a man. Blushing face, shortness of breath. Wasn't she pretending to be asleep? When Su Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but shudder. He quickly put his hand down. However, her little hands were still clenched, as if she had gotten used to it. The two held hands together, as if they had accepted each other. Sister, I feel like you seem to have woken up. Are you a little embarrassed to face me now? Actually, it's okay, I really hope you can wake up and face life well. There are so many beautiful things in life, and there must be people worth cherishing. If my sister wakes up and recovers, you can let me go at any time, as long as you are well. Su Yang held Yang Xia's little hand and spoke gently. The name became sister again. He truly felt that this elder sister might have really woken up. I just don't want to open my eyes now, maybe because I don't want to face him. Sister, if you don't want me to leave, what I said before is still valid. Real. I cook delicious food, I can cook for you every day. Sister, maybe you think there's a big age gap between us, but actually, I really like sisters who are older than me. I can accept that. It's up to you, sister. Su Yang scratched his head, feeling conflicted as he thought that they might have to separate soon. The two of them are a real couple, and if they continue to live like this, Su Yang seems to be able to accept it. It's okay if she is older, he thinks it's okay and acceptable. I just don't know what this elder sister is thinking. She has never had a boyfriend before, and now here comes a young hunk. I don't know if she can accept it. Sister, I want to kiss your cheek, is that okay? If you don't say anything, then you agree. As Su Yang was speaking, he suddenly felt his hand being clenched. It's obvious. Yang Xia seemed to have heard what he said and understood it. Now it seems a little nervous. Boo! After Su Yang finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all and kissed Yang Xia's face directly. Left once, right once. Call. Yang Xia's breathing suddenly became rapid again. His eyelashes also fluttered. Even a faint sound was made. Sister, we are husband and wife now. We have been together for so long, and this is the first time I kiss you. Hey! I will kiss you every day from now on. By the way, I still want to call you my wife, okay? Looking at Yang Xia's shy look, Su Yang knew that this elder sister should really be recovering. Chapter 15. There are thousands of girls in the world, if this one doesn't work, let us change it. Su Yang could feel that this older sister didn't seem to dislike him. Or maybe it's because of chatting with her for so many days that she has slowly become accustomed to my presence. Time passed quickly and Su Yang had to go back. After all, the time at noon was too short and he couldn't chat for much time. Honey, I have to go back home. I have to go to work at 1 p.m. After all, I just started working and I don't want to be late. Can I come and accompany you after I get off work this afternoon? Boo! As Su Yang spoke, he stood up, bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. Yang Xia made another soft sound, and her face instantly turned red again. Okay, honey, see you tonight. Having said that, Su Yang let go of Yang Xia's little hand and left reluctantly. I don't know why, but it seems that she means more and more in his heart. When I arrived at the company, it was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, I wasn't late. Su Yang, when I was eating in the cafeteria at noon, I chatted up a young lady. Wow, she was so pretty. As soon as I sat down, Zhang Ming came up quietly. That's awesome. You flirted with a girl on your first day at work? Don't you even consider my level? By the way, Su Yang, with your qualifications, it's too easy to pick up a girl in our company. Zhang Ming patted Su Yang's shoulder with a smile, his eyes revealing indescribable excitement. Oh my god, brother, aren't you sad about Li Feifei's matter? Oh. Millions. What's the point of me feeling bad? The best way to solve the problem is to divert attention. Simply put, that is to change a girl. Admire. Su Yang looked at Zhang Ming and was stunned. This brother is so right. There are thousands of girls in the world, if this one doesn't work, let us change it. Zhang Ming, go to the conference room and connect the projector to the computer for testing. The leader will need it for the meeting. Okay, boss. The two were chatting in low voices when the head of the department came over and assigned tasks to Zhang Ming. Su Yang, go to the design department and look for Director Wang. She said she has something to ask you. Well. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. Boss, she didn't tell me what she wanted to talk to me about? Whose computer is broken again? Good, let's go check it out. As the boss spoke, he couldn't help but smile and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. But he didn't say what exactly happened. But looking at his smile, I feel that maybe it's a good thing. Okay, boss. I'll be right there. Since the boss has arranged the task, Su Yang naturally cannot be negligent. He quickly left his workstation and rushed to the design department on the 5th floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door of Director Wang's office was open. Su Yang came to the door and knocked twice gently. Director Wang, you called me? Well, come to Su Yang and sit down. When Director Wang looked up, he saw Su Yang at the door and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He waved at him and motioned him to sit in the chair opposite. Thank you, Director Wang. Su Yang nodded and sat opposite her. This elder sister. She is really beautiful, both her face and figure are absolutely top-notch. Why are you being so polite? We are familiar with each other now, right? Director Wang stared at Su Yang's face with an indescribable feeling. Well, now that I've said that, I'm familiar with it. Director Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yang, I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Wang, or just call me sister. Well. Since the elder sister has said so, Su Yang naturally cannot be too timid. Okay, Sister Wang. That's right, Su Yang, the reason I asked you to come here is actually because I want you to take some time off to be our temporary model. But don't worry, there will be money every time, and the cost is reasonable. Anyway, it would cost us a lot of money to find male models outside. I feel that you have a good look, figure and temperament, and you can definitely be our male model. Anyway, it doesn't affect your current job, and the income is good. How about it, brother Su Yang, what do you think? And the cost? When Su Yang heard that there was money, his eyes lit up. Isn't this another way to make money? Not bad. Of course, and the fee is quite high. Don't worry, sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Director Wang looked at Su Yang, and an indescribable light flashed in his eyes. I don't know if it means appreciation or something else. That's great, thank you, Sister Wang. You're welcome. I'll definitely think of you whenever I have the chance in the future, okay? Okay, Sister Wang. More friends mean more paths. Su Yang didn't think much of Director Wang's help. After all, he does look pretty good, so it's normal for him to be chosen as a model. When he was a temporary boyfriend to girls in the past, they were attracted by his looks. Okay, brother Su Yang, these are the things that I want to talk to you about. Since you agreed, just wait for my good news. I'll go to the meeting in a bit. Once the boss approves the funds, we can start the operation. Sister will contact you when the time comes. Yes, okay, Sister Wang. By the way, Sister Wang, I heard that our company's top leader is sick. Is that true? Before Su Yang left, he suddenly thought of this question, so he asked it casually. Oh, about this. I'll tell you when I have time, okay? It's okay, don't worry too much, it won't have much impact on you right now. Oh, okay, Sister Wang, I'll wait for your call. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and soon said goodbye to Director Wang. Walking all the way to the elevator, beautiful women looked at him from time to time, making Su Yang feel a little itchy all over. There are so many beauties. There seems to be some pressure in the woman's sharp gaze. Not long after, Su Yang returned to his workstation. After a while, Zhang Ming also came back. Nailed it? Tisk, it's just testing the projector, it's a piece of cake. By the way, Su Yang, I saw a senior leader. I saw people around her called her Dongli. She was an old lady in her 60s. This should be the boss of the group, right? Well. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. He instantly thought of the old lady who gave him 500,000 yuan as a wedding gift. It seemed that people around her also called her Director Li. She is also an old lady in her 60s. This shouldn't be a person, right? Su Yang thought about it, and soon stopped thinking about it. Zhangcheng is so big, how could such a coincidence happen? Chapter 16. You two are really interesting. But I feel something is weird, as if this old lady doesn't quite look like a top leader in our company. I heard this morning that the company's top leader is seriously ill. This old lady might be a friend or relative of the senior leader. Zhang Ming thought about it and shook his head. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Oh no. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with us for the time being. After all, our company is a group company and it won't go bankrupt so easily. After listening to Director Wang's words just now, he felt a little more confident. Since she said there won't be any problem for the time being, then it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, she is a middle or senior leader of the company, and she must know more about these things than others. Yeah, that's true, let's just let it be. As the two were talking, they noticed that the head of the department was walking towards the elevator with his laptop. The boss is probably going to a meeting. He should know about the big boss's affairs, but we just arrived at the company, so it's not easy to ask too much. Well, then don't ask, just wait and see. The two of them looked at the materials given by the boss and chatted occasionally. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The head of the department came back with a calm expression, showing no sign of joy or sadness. The two chatted for a few minutes, but didn't get any valuable information. Soon. It's time to get off work. Su Yang, are you still going to the hospital? Yeah. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then packed up his things. Okay, I'll go contact the girl I chatted up today and see if we can go watch a movie together tonight. Awesome, ha 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 ha. Su Yang smiled and gave Zhang Ming a thumbs up, then packed up his things and left. I have to go out and get something to eat. I didn't eat lunch and I'm still very hungry now. After leaving the company, Su Yang found a fast food restaurant and ate voraciously. After eating, I took the bus and rushed to the hospital. The road was smooth and Su Yang quickly arrived at the LCU ward and entered Yang Xia's ward. Su Yang, you're here? As soon as I entered the door, I saw the young nurse was about to leave. Hello, nurse. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then looked at the hospital bed. Has my wife eaten in the afternoon? Yeah, she ate. She ate quite a bit. She's been asleep for a while now. You two can chat about it. Okay, nurse. As Su Yang spoke, he came to the head of Yang Xia's bed, pulled a chair and sat down. He reached out and held Yang Xia's small hand. It's warm and comfortable. Crack. The door of the ward was closed. Wife, I just got off work and came to see you after eating something. Do you miss your husband? There were only 2 people left in the ward. Su Yang bravely reached out and touched Yang Xia's face. After a moment, Yang Xia held Su Yang's hand and her face turned pink. His body seemed to tremble slightly. Baby, are you getting better soon? This ICU ward is quite expensive. Honey, please get better soon. We can go to a regular ward later. Although Su Yang doesn't have to worry about Yang Xia's hospitalization expenses, he also knows that LCU is indeed not cheap. If you go to a regular ward, it will be much cheaper. As he spoke, Su Yang gently stroked her neck and collarbone. Then it stopped. Although he wanted to continue exploring, he thought about it and decided to hold back. As Yang Xia recovered, her complexion became better and better, and her thin face became more rosy. It looks more and more delicious. Although she is the same age as Su Yang's mother, she looks much younger than her mother. Not only is it beautiful, but it is also very flavorful. Su Yang's touch made Yang Xia hum involuntarily again. And it's louder than before. My breathing also became rapid. Baby. Boo. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel dazed. It seemed that Yang Xia really woke up, but now she deliberately didn't want to open her eyes. So he stood up, bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. "Honey, when you're better, let's go home, okay? Come on, honey. I want to hug you now." Su Yang kissed her face and gently put his arms around her shoulders. Such thin and soft shoulders. As Su Yang hugged her, Yang Xia couldn't help but let out another soft hum. My breathing became more rapid. "Wife, if you recover, will you still want your husband?" Su Yang spoke softly, hugging Yang Xia's arms even tighter. Call. Yang Xia's breathing became more rapid. "But I just don't want to open my eyes." "Xiao Xia, wife." "Boo." Su Yang hugged Yang Xia for a short while, then gently put her down. Time passed little by little. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's little hand, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. "Honey, it's 10 o'clock in the evening now. I have to go home. Can I come to see you tomorrow?" Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yang kissed Yang Xia goodbye. Days like this passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Every time he came, Su Yang heard the nurse say that Yang Xia woke up and ate a lot, but when the two of them were together, she just wouldn't open her eyes. Today is Saturday. Early in the morning, Su Yang got up, had some breakfast, and then hurried to the hospital. When he walked into ICU ward number 6, he found that there was no one on the bed. Huh? Su Yang was shocked when he saw this. Oh my god. Did Yang Xia get out of bed to go to the bathroom? This. Su Yang's mood suddenly became excited. However, it also became complicated. Once Yang Xia truly recovers, he may face the situation of divorce. "Su Yang, your wife is in the general ward, room 203. Go over and take a look." Just as he was excitedly daydreaming, the young nurse walked in. Is she able to talk and walk now?" Puff. The young nurse couldn't help laughing when she heard this. In fact, she was able to get out of bed and walk 2 days ago, and of course she can talk, and early this morning, we arranged for her to be admitted to a regular ward. Go check it out. Hee, you two are really funny. The young nurse said this and started to busy herself with her own work with a smile. Chapter 17. I can't afford to suffer a loss, and I can't afford to be cheated. I'm really good. Oh. After listening to the nurse's words, Su Yang nodded slightly. His mood suddenly changed and he didn't know how to describe it. In fact, he had always hoped that Yang Xia would wake up, and had always hoped that she could live for at least 3 months, or even truly recover. As for whether or not to divorce, he didn't really care. Because from the very beginning, Mrs. Li said that her sister would definitely divorce him. After all, he is just a tool for bringing good luck, and there is no real emotion involved. Only. Su Yang has been chatting with her for so long that he has become accustomed to having such a beautiful aunt in his life. Especially stroking her little hands, saying flirtatious words, or touching her face. Before you know it, this aunt seemed to have entered his heart. He couldn't explain what kind of emotion this was. Or maybe he felt that this kind of free benefits would no longer exist in the future. Su Yang was thinking about all sorts of things and soon walked out of the LCU ward. Not long after, then we arrived at the general ward area. 203. We arrived on the second floor and quickly found ward 203. Call. Su Yang stood at the door and took a deep breath. I'm about to see Yang Xia wake up. She wouldn't not recognize me, right? Will she be embarrassed when she sees me? Can I still call her my wife? Can I still hold her little hand and kiss her? For a moment, Su Yang couldn't help but feel conflicted. However, he still raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the knock on the door sounded, there was suddenly a rustling sound in the house, and then there was no sound. Come in. An old lady's voice was heard. It seemed to be that old lady Li. Su Yang stretched out his hand and pushed open the door. This is a single room, and it's quite large. The person lying on the hospital bed was Yang Xia, her face flushed and she seemed to have an indescribable expression. Sitting next to the bed was old lady Li. Hello, Miss Li. Oh, Su Yang is here. When Mrs. Li saw Su Yang, she couldn't help but smile and nodded. There was an indescribable satisfaction in his eyes. Well, I just found out when I arrived at the ICU that she has been transferred to the general ward. That's great. Su Yang said as he came to the bedside. Now that the old lady is here, he feels embarrassed to hold Yang Xia's little hand. Su Yang, my sister is recovering very well. She can go home after staying for a few more days. Really? Does that mean she's almost getting better? That's great, that's great. Yeah, yes, Su Yang, thank you so much. Old Mrs. Li nodded and reached into her bag to take out a folder. Su Yang, take a look at this. Su Yang didn't say anything, just reached out and took it. Divorce agreement. Opening the folder, Su Yang saw the big words on the first page at a glance. Well. Sure enough, this day finally came. But no matter what, Yang Xia's illness was finally cured. Su Yang, after signing the divorce agreement, I will immediately give you 2 million. Of course, you can also reconsider it. After all, you two are now a legal couple. Besides, my older sister does need someone, but you need to discuss this with her. The old lady looked at Su Yang, her eyes seemed to be examining something. There was a hint of expectation in his scrutinizing eyes. I don't know what she is thinking. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia lying on the hospital bed, and suddenly an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. The time I spent with her. Although he had never heard her say a word, she left a deep mark in his heart that could never be erased. Sisterly, then, can you let me think about it? Well, of course. Su Yang, as far as I know, your family situation is very bad, and this 2 million should allow you to live an easier life. If you think it's too little, I can give you 3 million. After all, you have done a really good job during this period, and my sister has recovered very well because of your company. After all, we have already obtained our marriage certificate, so she and I are husband and wife. Although I don't know who she was before. But she is indeed my wife now. If we want a divorce, I still want to discuss it with her. If she had said let me go, I would have signed in a heartbeat. Sisterly, you can keep this divorce agreement for now. Su Yang listened to the old lady's words, then shook his head slightly. These 2 million, or even 3 million, are really tempting to him. With such a large sum of money, life can indeed become much easier. At least my parents back home won't have to work so hard anymore. But, compared with Yang Xia in front of him, he seemed to be more reluctant to give up this money. He couldn't tell why. I just felt a little weird in my heart, and always felt that I needed to listen to Yang Xia's opinion. After all, the two people are already legal husband and wife, so it is normal for them to listen to each other's opinions. If Yang Xia also agreed to divorce, he would definitely not think too much about it. After all, he was just doing the job for money. Okay, no problem, then you can talk to my sister. After all, this is a matter between you two. If you are willing to live like this, then I, an old woman, will definitely be happier. As she spoke, Mrs. Li couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, Su Yang, you two can chat, I'll be back soon. Feel free to call me if you have anything. Okay, sisterly. Well, that's good. Soon. The old lady stood up, smiled and left the ward. That, wife. Su Yang pulled a chair and sat at the head of Yang Xia's bed. He reached out and grabbed her little hand. Yang Xia closed his eyes and didn't seem to intend to wake up. But her little hand gently held Su Yang's hand. Judging from her current state, you don't have to think about it to know that she has woken up a long time ago, but just has her eyes closed. Wife, I believe you are awake and should have heard what I just said. For me anyway. I would really like to try it with you. Su Yang gently stroked her little hand, his voice as gentle as ever. I'm young and strong, so I won't feel tired taking care of you, right? I cook delicious food. I can definitely make you plump and white. Although there is a big age gap between us, I like sister-brother relationships the most. Wife. I have a handsome face and a strong body. If you open your eyes and look at me, I believe you will be willing to try it with me. Puff. As Su Yang was speaking, Yang Xia suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. But he just laughed a little and quickly suppressed it. Well. Seeing this, Su Yang no longer had any doubts. This elder sister is really awake. Chapter 18. Can you call me husband? Quite interesting. It seems that this elder sister is just too embarrassed to open her eyes and face him. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. All right. Then I will continue to treat you as if you haven't woken up yet, and we can continue chatting. Xia baby. Judging from her previous reaction, Yang Xia had a good impression of Su Yang. So naturally, his courage grew. Looking at the toothbrush, toothpaste, facial cleanser, etc. on the bedside table, you can tell that she is already able to get up and wash herself. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Su Yang touched Yang Xia's face again, and his lips moved closer. Sniff. Her face is sweet and tender. Boo. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her again. Wife, when will you take me home? I am yours anyway. Boo. As he said that, Su Yang gently kissed her cheek again. Until now, he has not kissed Yang Xia's little mouth. In a moment, her face turned redder and her body trembled slightly. The little hand's grip on Su Yang became stronger and stronger. Call. His breathing became noticeably rapid again. It's like a girl in her first love being kissed by a boy she likes. I was so excited that my whole body was shaking. Xia darling, I know you don't hate me. I've decided that I don't plan to sign the divorce agreement. Although 300 million is a lot of money for me. However, I feel that no matter how much money I have, it is far less than what my wife has. I actually don't care about your age at all. Since God has arranged for us to be together, let us just let nature take its course. When my wife is discharged from the hospital, take me home. Boo. Su Yang's face was pressed against Yang Xia's face, and his voice was extremely gentle. The warm breaths intertwined together, and the atmosphere suddenly became more ambiguous. While Yang Xia was not paying attention, Su Yang kissed her little mouth. Being suddenly ambushed, Yang Xia couldn't help but tremble all over. With such a good opportunity, Su Yang didn't want her to dodge. He put his arms around her neck. Yang Xia knew very well that she was forcibly kissed by a boy who was 20 years younger than her. She didn't feel anything when she was kissed on the cheek, but when she was kissed on the lips, her mind suddenly became flustered. For a moment, I even forgot to cooperate. But Su Yang is very gentle. He held her neck gently and kissed her slowly, without rushing at all. Call. With the sound of rapid breathing, Yang Xia gradually felt as if he was melting, and he seemed to have no strength left in his body. Not only was she a little embarrassed, but her mind was also in a trance. This little boy. Although she was used to his gentle words and soft caresses. But she has never seen what the boy looks like. The medical staff all said that the young man was very handsome, and my sister also said that he was very good, but these were just hearsay. Without even glancing at her, he kissed her on the lips. Wife. Yang Xia didn't cooperate well, as if she had never been kissed before. He doesn't even know how to open his little mouth. It was just shortness of breath due to excitement. Perhaps because she was used to listening to Su Yang's gentle words in silence, Yang Xia still did not open her eyes. She still has some psychological problems. In fact, she herself is also very contradictory. In order to save her, her elder sister actually used a superstitious method to bring good luck. Without her knowledge, she became husband and wife with a young man she had never met before. As Su Yang was communicating with her, she went from disbelief to shock and gradually got used to his company. But she knew very well. There is a huge age gap between this little boy and me. Even, she is the same age as the little boy's mother. In this way, this made her feel very conflicted. She had no idea how to face this little boy who had become her husband. If we talk about feelings, it can't be said to be a deep one. The main reason is that I'm used to his gentle company. This little boy not only has a good temper, but is also extremely patient. This made her, a woman who had never been in a relationship with a man, feel an experience she had never had before. He is not only gentle, but also funny, and can say some flirtatious words. She also said that he had a great body and could fully meet her various needs. Honey, when I kiss you, can you cooperate? This is my first kiss. Su Yang lay on the head of the bed, still with his face close to Yang Xia's face. Actually, he lied in this sentence. He had been someone's temporary boyfriend before and had been kissed forcibly, so it couldn't be considered his first kiss. Being kissed for money wasn't considered a disadvantage, so he wouldn't mind. Come on baby, if you don't cooperate, I'll take off your clothes. Su Yang knew very well that this older sister had actually accepted him, otherwise she wouldn't be so excited when she kissed her. Otherwise, she would have rebelled long ago. Boo! After saying that, Su Yang kissed her again. The tip of the tongue opened slightly. Yang Xia actually cooperated obediently. This time, Su Yang's heart was filled with joy. It seems that this elder sister really accepted him. After a long kiss, Yang Xia collapsed in Su Yang's arms. Her face had already turned red. Su Yang had also taken off his shoes, sat on the hospital bed, and hugged Yang Xia in his arms. "I'll go. This big sister has such a great figure. Although she is very thin now, I already understood her inner thoughts from the kiss just now. It is absolutely inevitable that it has a protruding front and a curved back. It's just that I've been staying in bed for too long, and I've lost a little weight. After some time, she will surely turn into a charming and stunning big sister. Baby, can you call me hubby?" Yang Xia snuggled softly in his arms, still pretending to be asleep. His eyes were closed and he said nothing. "Well, wife, what do you think about divorce? Since we're married, why don't we try dating for a while? What do you think? If you agree, please don't resist when I kiss you, okay?" As Su Yang spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He knew very well that Yang Xia would definitely not resist. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her little mouth again. Wow! There was no need to be reminded. She opened her cherry lips slightly and cooperated immediately. His arms unconsciously wrapped around Su Yang's waist. For this boy. Although she had never met him, she had already accepted him in her heart. And from him, she felt an experience she had never had before. This experience. She couldn't help but fall. Chapter 19, Damn. My sister doesn't dare to face you. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang was lying on his side on the bed, holding Yang Xia in his arms, thinking about what to do next, when he unexpectedly heard a knock on the door of the ward. Oh my god. He was startled and quickly let go of Yang Xia, turned around and got out of bed. Squeak. At the same time, the door of the ward was pushed open. A young and beautiful nurse came in. You. Seeing the messy bed and Yang Xia lying crookedly, the nurse immediately frowned. She didn't know who Su Yang was. The nurses here were not the same as those in the LCUS ward, and she immediately wondered if the patient had been bullied by this young man. Because Yang Xia looked like he was asleep and hadn't woken up yet. But the bed was unmade and the young man's shoes were not properly put on. "Sister nurse, I am a relative of the patient." Oh. Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately understood and let go of her guard. "I am the patient's husband." Looking at the nurse's expression, Su Yang quickly explained again. "We are a couple, so don't let your imagination run wild as a little nurse." "Oh, I remember, your name is Su Yang, right?" When the nurse heard Su Yang's explanation, she understood it immediately. Almost all the medical staff in this hospital knew that a 42-year-old female patient registered for marriage with a 22-year-old boy in order to get married. Moreover, this young man was particularly good to this woman who was like his mother. Basically, I visit her every day and chat with her every day. The key point is that this guy is very handsome. This made many young girls feel it was a pity. Yes, nurse. In order to completely dispel the nurse's suspicion, Su Yang reached out for his bag and took out their marriage certificate. "Oh, as expected. Look, I'm your wife's full-time nurse. I'm here to give her a full body massage." The nurse smiled and nodded, then handed the marriage certificate back to Su Yang. Since they are husband and wife, there is nothing much to say. The nurse came over, helped Yang Xia tidy up the quilt, and then helped her adjust her sleeping position. Then the massage began. "Ms. Yang, what do you think of this strength?" Yang Xia still didn't say anything and let the nurse massage her. "Anyway, the strength is like this, so just go with it." She knew that Su Yang was sitting next to her, and she was really embarrassed to face him. Even speaking, I feel embarrassed. This young boy. My sister has never felt this way before. Oh no. My sister doesn't dare to face you. Ding ling ling. Su Yang was concentrating on watching the nurse's technique when his cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was a call from the head of the department. "Hello? Boss. Su Yang, you don't have anything urgent to do right now, right?" "Boss, what are your plans?" Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, whose face was still slightly red, and did not say that he was busy or say anything else to refuse. "Our group has received a batch of new computers, which will be delivered downstairs soon. You and Zhang Ming should come over." "Okay, boss, have you contacted Zhang Ming?" "Yes, I have contacted you. Come over quickly. We still need to install and debug the computers, which will take quite some time." "Oh, okay, boss." I'll be right there. Soon, Su Yang hung up the phone. Okay. Since the boss has assigned a task to me, as a newcomer in the company, it is difficult for me to refuse. Su Yang stood up and walked to Yang Xia, reaching out and holding her little hand. Yang Xia, the head of the department, just called and said that the company has received a batch of computers, and I have to go over to help deal with them. I'll come back to see you after I finish it. I guess it will be afternoon. Because there was a nurse next to him, Su Yang felt a little embarrassed to call her his wife, so he just called her by her name. Anyway, she knows it all and will naturally understand it. After saying that, he gently squeezed Yang Xia's little hand, said hello to the nurse, and left the ward. Hey, Zhang Ming, my boss just asked me to go to the company to get a new computer. Where are you? After leaving the ward, Su Yang immediately sent a voice message to Zhang Ming via WeChat. A moment later, his message came back. Fuck. Don't mention it. I was planning to date the girl I talked to yesterday, but I didn't expect the boss to mess it up. So you said you had something going on at home and couldn't go. Forget it, we are all new employees, and we dare not be so tough now. During the trial period, if we make the boss unhappy, we will be finished. Well. You're right. I'm in the hospital with a patient right now. I came here right after hearing the call. Chatting along the way, Su Yang quickly left the hospital and took the bus to the company. Not long. Su Yang rushed to the company and went straight to the office of the department head. Boss. Su Yang came pretty quickly. Seeing Su Yang coming, the department head nodded and smiled, and seemed very satisfied with his reaction speed. Go to your workstation and wait. I'll call you when the computer is delivered. Okay, boss. Su Yang nodded, turned around and returned to his workstation. Su Yang, the boss is here? As soon as I sat down, Zhang Ming came over in a hurry. Yes, in the office. I'll go say hello. Zhang Ming is also a smart man. After hearing Su Yang's words, he immediately ran to the director's office. Whether you work or not, attitude is very important. After a while, Zhang Ming also came back and sat down. Why? What happened? Did the date fall through? Su Yang smiled and patted Zhang Ming's shoulder gently. Yeah, I feel good about that girl. This kind of thing, we have to act quickly, otherwise it will be bad if we are late and someone else gets it. Since you don't have time for a date, you can chat with her more on WeChat. You'll get to know each other after a while. We're talking about this right now, but it's not as exciting as a face-to-face date. Maybe we can go together this weekend. Fuck. Why are you in such a hurry? This way you can occupy it, it would be bad if you were late and someone else took it away. Zhang Ming sighed unhappily while chatting. But you're worse off than me, you spend all your free time accompanying patients now, and you don't even have time to pick up girls. What a pity. Well. You are right. Su Yang did not refute, but smiled and nodded. Chapter 20. Your wife is old enough to be your mother. Time passed minute by minute, and soon more than half an hour had passed. Su Yang, Zhang Ming, let's go downstairs. As the two were chatting, the head of the department walked out of the office. While walking quickly, he greeted the two of them. Okay, boss. Upon hearing this, the two did not dare to delay and quickly got up and followed the boss downstairs. After moving the computers, the department head went back. The following matters will be handled by Su Yang and Zhang Ming. Assemble each unit one by one, install the system, etc. Before I knew it, it was noon. After eating the takeaway, the two continued to work. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that all the computers were ready. Ah! Such a good Saturday is wasted like this. Zhang Ming sat on the chair, sighed and shook his head. Let's go, bro, I have to go to the hospital. Su Yang didn't bother to complain and prepared to rush to the hospital. Now that Yang Xia has woken up, interacting with her is becoming more and more interesting. Touching her little hands and face, kissing her little mouth, hugging her, it's so fun just thinking about it. Okay, go ahead. I'll contact that girl and arrange for dinner together tonight. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving, Zhang Ming, go pick up girls, bye. Having said that, Su Yang picked up his bag and quickly left in big strides. Now that I haven't visited Yang Xia in broad daylight, I really miss her. Especially want to kiss her little mouth. The look on her face as if she was trying hard not to open her eyes was quite amusing. If I go there today, I'll have to tease her well. Su Yang thought happily all the way and soon arrived at the hospital. 203. He arrived at the door of the ward, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking a few times, footsteps were heard in the room. Squeak. The door opened and a strange woman appeared at the door. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Yang Xia. Su Yang didn't know who this person was. If he guessed correctly, she might be Yang Xia's relative or friend. Having said that, he walked straight into the ward. Young man, there is no one named Yang Xia here. Before the woman finished speaking, Su Yang had already walked into the ward. Where's Yang Xia? The person lying on the hospital bed was actually an old man in his 60s. Young man, there is no one named Yang Xia here. We just moved in this afternoon. Oh. Su Yang looked at all this and couldn't help but be confused. Yang Xia had only moved in not long ago, how could she disappear? I guess he changed the ward? Su Yang thought about it and felt that changing the ward was the most likely option. Although this ward is a single room, there is no bed for the patient to rest, so they can only sit on a chair. Did she change to another ward because of this? As he thought happily, he walked out of the ward and soon came to the nurse's station. Sister nurse, where is Yang Xia in ward 203? She was here this morning. Which ward has she been transferred to now? Oh, the original patient in ward 203 has been discharged. She was discharged at 11 a.m. Discharged from the hospital? Yes, sir, I have the records here. He has indeed been discharged from the hospital. But her physical condition. It's okay for her to go home and recuperate in her condition. The nurse didn't say much to Su Yang and quickly went about her own business. For a moment, Su Yang was stunned. This elder sister. How can you just leave like that? I don't know your contact information yet. And I don't know where you live. Don't you want to see me? Or do you simply not know how to face me? I'm not a bad person. When we meet, the most I will do is hug you and kiss you. If you don't agree, I won't go any further. Besides, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's not really appropriate for you to do anything more advanced. Su Yang thought about it, then quickly took out his cell phone, found Mrs. Li's number and dialed it. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, Su Yang. Sister, Yang Xia, she hasn't recovered yet. Why is she discharged from the hospital? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li laughed softly. Why? Are you worried about her? Su Yang was telling the truth. He was indeed a little worried about Yang Xia. There are doctors and nurses watching over you in the hospital, so any problems can be dealt with immediately. It's more convenient than going home, right? It was my sister's idea to go home and recuperate, but don't worry, we have a private doctor and a nanny at home, and the care they provide won't be any worse than in the hospital. Oh, that's good. Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. But why didn't Yang Xia say hello to me before leaving? Su Yang, have you thought about it? When do you plan to divorce my sister? Sister, I've thought it over. As long as Yang Xia is willing to be with me, I will take care of her for the rest of her life. Su Yang had actually thought of these words a long time ago, so he said them without thinking. Have you really thought about it? My older sister is old enough to be your mother. Well, I've thought about it, and I really want to be with her. Actually, what I know about Yang Xia, apart from knowing her name and her age, everything else, I basically know nothing. But we are husband and wife now after all. Moreover, we have been together for such a long time. Whatever brought us together, I think it was fate for us. What Su Yang said was what was in his heart. He really wanted to spend some time with this older sister. After all, a husband and wife once married will be bound by 100 days of grace. Now that you have been married for a long time, you have to get along with each other first. As for the 3 million, we can only give it up. Although I feel a little sad, there is nothing I can do about it. Okay, in that case, I will support you two to try to get along for a while. However, I still need to remind you of something. After hearing Su Yang's words, the old lady was still very happy. Sister, you said. My sister is in the hospital because she was emotionally hurt. So, I hope you will treat her well and not let her get hurt again. Oh, don't worry, big sister, I won't do that. After hearing what the old lady said, Su Yang immediately became confused. It was said before that Yang Xia had never had a boyfriend, so how did she get hurt emotionally? This feeling, what exactly does it mean? But he didn't ask more questions, because Yang Xia would definitely tell him later anyway. Chapter 21. My sister wants to spend some time with you. Su Yang, I have already talked to my older sister today, and she also plans to spend some time with you. Well. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This elder sister. It seems that he has already aroused some feelings in me. Perhaps it was because of his strong hug, or perhaps it was because of his slightly experienced kiss, that made her experience a different kind of happiness. However, she needs some time to adjust, that is, she is still a little shy. As she spoke, old Mrs. Li couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Su Yang. She will come to you after she has adjusted herself. Oh. This elder sister, really? She is too embarrassed to even see her own husband. Isn't this too embarrassing? But when I kissed you, you cooperated very well. That soft body, that rapid breathing, those slightly open cherry lips, everything showed that she had truly accepted Su Yang. Since we are both like this, why are you still shy? It's okay, Su Yang, just work hard, she will probably contact you soon. I can see that. She still likes you very much. Maybe she had some concerns about the age gap. But she also made it clear that she would get along well with you. Yes, I understand, big sister. Soon, the two ended the call. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang suddenly felt a little empty. I used to take some time every day to chat with Yang Xia, but now, she was suddenly discharged from the hospital. Zhang Ming, are you dating a girl? After getting on the bus, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Zhang Ming. If this guy has nothing to do, we can have a drink together. I don't have to go to work tomorrow anyway, so it's okay to drink a little more. A moment later. Zhang Ming's message came back. No, the girl said she doesn't go out at night. I don't even have a date. Oh. I'm just coming out of the hospital. Do you want to order some barbecue and drinks? Sure. Zhang Ming's mood quickly improved after hearing this. There is nothing in this world that can't be solved with a barbecue. If one barbecue isn't enough, then 2 barbecues will do. Ha ha ha. Okay, come to the gate of the community, I'll be there in a moment. Okay. I'll be there right away. Barbecue with cold beer is absolutely delicious. After the two met at the entrance of the community, they quickly found a barbecue stall not far from the entrance. Lamb tendons, lamb kidneys, tendon, leek-steamed bread slices, plus 6 bottles of beer. Su Yang, why did you come back so early today? Oh, I was just helping to take care of my relatives temporarily before. Now that my relatives are here, I don't have to go over there. As Su Yang spoke, he raised his glass, clinked it with Zhang Ming's, and drank it all in one gulp. Oh, that's okay. I was in such a hurry every day before, it was really hard. What's the big deal? We are all relatives, it's only natural. Su Yang laughed it off and naturally would not tell the truth. Her relationship with Yang Xia is still a secret and not suitable for public disclosure. Apart from knowing her name and age, he knows nothing else. Anyone who hears this would think it's a fairy tale. How's the situation between you and Li Feifei going? It's been a week since you started working, and you haven't even met up, made an appointment, or checked into a hotel or anything like that? Why? What else can we do? We just chat a few words on WeChat every day, and all we talk about are buying a house and betrothal gifts. She also asked me to sell my parents' house in my hometown and pay a down payment in Jiangcheng. Oh my god. The house in my hometown was sold, and my parents are left to sleep on the street? Really? When talking about this, Zhang Ming became furious. When they were in love before, they had never considered so many things. But once I graduated, many things were different from what I had imagined before. A house worth several million, a dowry of 500,000, it seems so far away. It's definitely not okay to let my parents sleep on the street. Even if this marriage doesn't happen, I can't let my parents sleep on the street. My parents raised me up. I can't do such a cruel thing. Yes, Zhang Ming, you are right. When Su Yang heard Zhang Ming mention his own parents instantly appeared in his mind. It's unbearable to think about the hardship they endured. He, Su Yang, must work hard. Bring your parents here as soon as possible and let them live a good life. Yang Xia. What kind of wife would she be? As a mature older sister, she must understand these principles, right? No matter what. Let us spend some time together first. I want to tell my parents about this for now. If the two of them can really get along harmoniously, it won't be too late to talk about it then. Monday came in a blink of an eye. Su Yang and Zhang Ming arrived at the company early as usual. The company cafeteria provides breakfast, which is cheap, affordable, and plentiful, so the two usually eat breakfast in the cafeteria. Su Yang, please send a new computer to Director Wang and bring back her old computer. Also, help install all the software she needs. Okay, boss. I'll be right there. Not long after returning to his workstation, the department boss assigned Su Yang some tasks. Su Yang had a pretty good impression of Director Wang. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very enthusiastic. After answering, he went to the warehouse. I took a high-end new computer and rushed to the design department on the 5th floor. Good morning, Sister Wang. The new computer you requested is here. Morning, Brother Su Yang. Thank you so much. When Director Wang saw Su Yang coming in, a happy smile instantly appeared on his face. What are the specifications of the new computer? Not bad, the overall configuration of this batch of computers is good. I chose the one with the best configuration for Sister Wang. I know that designing requires a lot from computers. Su Yang is very capable and he had thought it through before choosing the computer. I can't tell. It's great that my little brother knows how to love his sister so quickly. As she spoke, Wang Fu stretched out her little hand and gently patted Su Yang's shoulder, pinching it. Well. Of course. The design department should use the best computers. Su Yang felt that the older sister's actions were a little ambiguous, so he quickly explained. Yeah, thank you so much, brother. By the way, Su Yang, the question you asked me last time was about the serious illness of our company's top leader. I got some good news today. Oh? What's the good news? Su Yang was stunned and asked a question. After all, this matter involves his personal prospects, so he is still somewhat concerned. Chapter 22, If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. I heard that our company's top leader has been discharged from the hospital and is now recuperating at home. If all goes well, he will probably be back to work soon. Oh, that is great. Su Yang couldn't help but feel more at ease after hearing this. Since the top leaders are about to return to work, there should be no problems with the company. But in a blink of an eye, he thought of Yang Xia again. It has been 2 days since she was discharged from the hospital, and she has not contacted me on her own initiative. This feeling is really empty. By the way, Su Yang, we are currently designing a new style of men's clothing. Once the samples are ready, come over and take some photos for me? Sure, Sister Wang, just contact me when the time comes. It's just taking a few photos, I can definitely help with this small favor. So Su Yang agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, Su Yang, I won't let you help for nothing, I have money. Okay, Sister Wang, thank you so much. Since Director Wang once again said he has money, I guess the compensation should be acceptable. Why are you being so polite to me? I mainly saw your figure and looks, and you are very suitable to be a model for our company. I am also helping you to make some extra money, right? As he spoke, Director Wang naturally placed his hand on Su Yang's shoulder. Look at these broad shoulders and inverted triangle figure. Su Yang, do you have abdominal muscles? Yes, Sister Wang. Su Yang smiled a little awkwardly, feeling that this elder sister was a little weird, as if her words and actions were somewhat ambiguous. Her small hand slid from his shoulder to his arm and she squeezed it gently. It seemed as if he was feeling whether his muscles were strong. Real? Yeah, it's true. Wow, that's a really nice figure. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's eyes could not help but flash with an imperceptible light. It's just so. My usual exercise intensity is okay. While the two were chatting, Su Yang helped Director Wang install the necessary software. After a short while, everything was installed. Okay, Su Yang, go ahead and get busy. When our samples are ready, my sister will notify you. Director Wang said this as he took his hand off Su Yang's shoulder, as if he still felt a little unsatisfied. Yes, okay, Sister Wang, I'll go over there then. Su Yang nodded, did not stay, turned around and left. This elder sister. Could it be that since they are fashion designers, they are used to seeing all kinds of handsome guys, so they don't take such ambiguous actions seriously? Just like those movie actors who kiss others all the time. I guess they are used to it? Su-young was thinking as he walked. Soon, he returned to his workstation. Su-yang, come here. As soon as he sat down and took a sip of water, the head of the department came over to find Su-yang. Okay, boss. Su-young quickly put down the cup and walked over with the department head. The two of them walked one after the other and soon arrived at the office of the department head. Su-yang, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, go to the Human Resources Department and look for Director Zhao. Well. Su-yang couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he heard this. Oh my god. The HR department is looking for me? Are you going to fire me? I've just been working for a week, and I think I've done a pretty good job and haven't made any mistakes. If there is one flaw, it is that I leave too promptly after get off work in the evening. But that was to chat with Yang Xia's wife. Boss, what does the HR department want to see me for? Are they going to fire me? Anyway, Su-yang couldn't understand what was going on, so he asked. I don't know about this matter actually, the HR director didn't say anything either. He just said he had something to discuss with you. It's okay, Su-yang, don't worry. If they really dare to fire you, I will be the first one to disagree. Besides, if they really want to fire someone, they will definitely communicate with me first. The department head shook his head and patted Su-yang on the shoulder. It seems that he is quite satisfied with this new subordinate. Although I have only been here for a week, I have completed all the tasks that were arranged very well. Okay, boss, I got it. Since the boss said so, Su-yang felt more confident. Logically speaking, if you really want to fire someone, you should first talk to the head of the department. Besides, even if the HR department wants to fire someone, there is no need for the HR director to talk to him in person, right? The more Su-yang thought about it, the more strange it seemed. If my guess is correct, the topic shouldn't be about firing him. Okay, just remember this and go there to meet Director Zhao at 2 p.m. Don't be late. Okay, boss. I remember. If it is a blessing, it is not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it is unavoidable. Who cares? Just leave it to fate. After listening to the boss's arrangements, Su-young quickly returned to his workstation. Su-yang, what is the boss calling you for? As soon as I sat down, Zhang Ming came over. This time, the boss called Su-young to the office to talk alone. It seems that there is something going on. He asked me to go to the Human Resources Department this afternoon, saying someone wanted to talk to me. What? The HR department wants to talk to you? Holy shit. No way. Zhang Ming was shocked when he heard this. His first reaction was that something was wrong. They had just been employed for a week, would the HR department fire him? If Su-yang is fired, Zhang Ming will probably not escape death. It is said that the company's top leader is seriously ill. Is this the beginning of layoffs? Oh my god. Aren't these two really unlucky? Well, yes, that's what the boss said anyway. He doesn't know what they talked about specifically. The boss said it wouldn't be a dismissal, and I don't think so. I think this is hard to say. Think about it, the leader of our group is seriously ill, this is a bit mysterious. As Zhang Ming spoke, his brows furrowed tightly. Oh my god. If we really get fired, we'll have to find a job quickly. It's not easy to find a job nowadays. My house, my betrothal gift, there is no hope for that. Don't worry, bro, I don't think it's a layoff. Because the boss said that it was Director Zhao from the HR department who came to talk to me in person, so I don't think it should be a layoff. I am just a new recruit, and the HR director shouldn't be in charge personally. Really? That's what the boss said? Yes. Oh. In that case, it shouldn't be a layoff. Your analysis is correct. You are just a small soldier. It's not worth the director to talk to you in person. But, what can the director talk to you about, as a small soldier? This is a bit strange. Chapter 23. Do you want to switch to being a secretary? I don't know either. It's okay. I'll just take a look this afternoon. It doesn't matter if I get fired. I can just find another job. Su-young pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. This kind of thing is hard to figure out anyway, so just stop thinking about it. Yeah, that's true, but if she really was fired, it would be a shame. There are so many beautiful women in this company. At 1:50 p.m., Su Yang left his workstation with trepidation. Soon I arrived at the Human Resources Department on the 6th floor and found the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After knocking on the office door, a calm female voice came from inside. Su Yang gently pushed open the door and saw a woman in her 30s sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. Hello, Director Zhao. Are you looking for me? You are Su Yang, right? Please help close the door. Director Zhao smiled and nodded, signaling Su Yang to close the office door. Yes, Director Zhao, I am Su Yang. Well, Su Yang didn't think much about it and closed the door. Come on, Su Yang, please take a seat. Do you know what I asked you to do? This, I'm not sure. Su Yang scratched his head in confusion. I've only been in the company for a week and don't know many people. How would I know what you want me to do? Director Zhao couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Su Yang, I just took a look at your resume. Is this self-evaluation true? As he spoke, Director Zhao handed over the resume in his hand. Well. Su Yang glanced at the self-evaluation at the bottom of his resume and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Have strong interpersonal skills, good at communication and listening, not only have strong psychological stress resistance, but also strong physical fitness. That's roughly what it means. Don't take it too seriously. Very strong, extremely strong, super strong, these words are used mainly to express an attitude. That's about the same. Since he was asked, Su Yang naturally would not give in. Not to mention anything else, he spent 4 years in college trying to make money, which was a lot of training. No matter what the matter is, no matter who the person is, I have come into contact with a lot of them. I have never been a coward. Even when a girl kissed me forcibly for the first time, I never flinched. After hearing Su Yang's words, the Human Resources Director couldn't help but laugh. This boy is quite handsome and has a thick skin. Do you know what a secretary does? Secretary? Su Yang was just thinking about telling Director Zhao about the projects he had worked on during his 4 years in college, but he didn't expect her to change the subject. Of course, the secretary knew about it. A secretary does the work when there is something to do, and what kind of secretary is that when there is nothing to do? I understand. Isn't a secretary someone who helps the leader do things? For example, organizing meetings, booking flights, and booking rooms. This did not pose any difficulty for Su Yang, and he answered it quickly. He once served as the temporary boyfriend of a female secretary of a CEO for a few days, so he had a basic understanding of the secretary profession. Yeah, good, you understand it pretty well. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao couldn't help but nodded secretly. This guy is not only thick-skinned, but also has a very quick reaction. Then do you want to switch to being a secretary? Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. Oh my god. What is this? I didn't study secretarial science, and I wasn't interviewing for a secretarial position. Besides, I'm doing well in the network department, why are they suddenly telling me to switch to a secretary position? Who's secretary? Is the leader a man or a woman? Could it be that some female leader was attracted by my ability to do horizontal bar and hula hoop? But you can learn more about it in detail. Director Zhao, do you need a secretary? The older sister in front of me is quite pretty, it would be worthwhile to be her secretary. Oh, no. She's the president of our group, and she needs a smart and capable young man to be her secretary. Director Zhao looked Su Yang up and down and was indeed quite satisfied with his appearance. This guy is not only handsome, but also very strong. Through the communication just now, she felt that Su Yang's reaction was very quick, and his IQ and EQ were not low. Oh. Smart and capable? Su Yang immediately understood the inner meaning of this idiom. If my guess is correct, the president of this group should be a woman. Director Zhao, I heard that the president of our group is ill, right? Yes, that's right. I didn't expect that you knew this news when you first came to the company. But the president has been discharged from the hospital and is recuperating at home. So she needed a smart, capable, and hard-working young man to be her secretary. The main reason is that she is not in good health, so she needs a young man to help her. Our president is a beautiful lady. Oh. After listening to what Director Zhao said, Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So this is the reason. Since you have just recovered from a serious illness, there is basically nothing to worry about. At least you can try it. The key point is that the salary for this position of President as Secretary must be quite high. Moreover, the power of this position has become much greater invisibly. Besides, you can also get many opportunities to exercise. Following the president, you can also get in touch with and learn more things. This opportunity seems pretty good. As for that, it's okay, Secretary. As long as he remains a virgin, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Director Zhao, I'd like to try this position. After a moment, Su Yang no longer hesitated. This position is definitely a good opportunity for him to train. Okay. Congratulations, Su Yang. From now on, I will have to call you Secretary Su. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. As for how Director Zhao found him, he was too embarrassed to ask more. Anyway, this opportunity fell on him, which was his luck. This secretary is the secretary of the group president. It feels like she has risen to the top overnight. No matter which department or leader of the group, who dares not to be polite to the president's secretary? Otherwise, if he says something unpleasant about you in front of your leader, you might really be in trouble. Secretary Su, you're welcome. Come, sign this transfer contract. I'll take you to the office later. As he spoke, Director Zhao took out a contract and handed it to Su Yang. Chapter 20. For the CEO's name is also Yang Xia. Su Yang flipped through the job transfer contract and became more and more surprised. The basic salary is 20,000 yuan. Telephone bills, a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan. The fuel cost for driving is subsidized by 5,000 yuan per month. Housing allowance, 5,000 yuan per month. Oh my god. The treatment of the CEO's secretary is so good? After roughly reading the contract, Su Yang looked at Director Zhao in surprise, with confusion in his eyes. What's wrong, Secretary Su? Are you not satisfied with your salary? No. Director Zhao, although I have a driver's license, I don't have a car. Can I forget about the fuel subsidy? Besides, the commute to get off work is only a few stops, so there is no need to drive. It doesn't matter if you don't have a car. The company Audi S7L will be your car for now. This is also what the president asked. After all, the president is not in good health, so you need to run back and forth quite a lot, and it would not work without a car. As he spoke, Director Zhao took out a car key from the drawer and placed it in front of Su Yang. Well, Audi A7L. As a poor loser, I have never driven such a nice car. Oh my god. Being a secretary actually comes with a car, this is so cool. This was the car that belonged to the former president's secretary, but she has already resigned, so now the car is handed over to you. The car is on the basement level, you can go check it out later. Oh, okay, thank you Director Zhao. After hearing what Director Zhao said, Su Yang felt much more at ease. It turns out that the former president's secretary was already equipped with a car, so it is normal to give the car to his successor secretary. The treatment in this contract. It's much better than his original treatment. As a newcomer in the network department, his monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan. For this little money. In a big city like Jiangcheng, if you don't spend all your money every month, there will be almost nothing left by the end of the month. But with the treatment of the president's secretary, he can live a comfortable life. It can also allow my parents to live a comfortable life without worries about food and clothing in their hometown. No need to work so hard anymore. Soon. Su Yang didn't think much about it, picked up the pen and signed the contract. Okay, come on, Secretary Su, follow me to your office. Seeing that Su Yang had signed the contract and put away the car keys, Director Zhao smiled and nodded, then stood up. Okay, Director Zhao. Even has its own independent office? Well. The treatment of this secretary is really good. Su Yang followed the human resources director and quickly took the elevator directly to the top floor. After walking through a glass door, the first thing you see is a reception desk. There was a pretty young girl sitting in the back. Sister Zhao, you are here. This handsome boy is Xiao Wu, this is our new CEO secretary, Su Yang. Xiao Wu, please find the key to the secretary's office and bring it over. Hello, Sister Zhao, it's Secretary Su, hello. When the girl at the front desk heard this, her eyes lit up and she quickly greeted Su Yang politely. Hello, you're welcome. Su Yang smiled and nodded, being naturally polite. Walking around the front desk, Su Yang followed Director Zhao inside. Secretary Su, this big office is our CEO's office. I'll ask Xiao Wu to help you record your fingerprints later. Come here, this smaller office is for your exclusive use. The door of this office is open and there is no fingerprint lock installed. As Director Zhao walked into the office, Su Yang instantly fell in love with this office environment. Oh my god! Is this the office environment a secretary should have? The area of this office must be at least several dozen square meters, right? Large desk and comfortable executive chair. Large sofa. There is even a big fish tank with a long fish covered with golden scales swimming around in it. This is definitely a high-end office. Tap tap tap. Su Yang was looking around the office when he heard footsteps outside. Sister Zhao, the key to the office. Okay, Su Yang, take the key to the office. This office will be yours from now on. Aha! Su Yang said this and couldn't help scratching his head. This feels like a dream. He went from being a newcomer in the network department to becoming the secretary of the group president. The contrast between before and after is really too great. I took the office key from the girl at the front desk and put it in the same pocket as the car keys. Secretary Su, the president asked you to call her at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This is her phone number. As he spoke, Director Zhao handed over a note. There was a mobile phone number written on it, and the words Mr. Yang were written behind it. Director Zhao, what is our president's name? Now that I've become the president's secretary, I have to know her name, right? Our president's name is Yang Xia, a super beautiful lady. Su Yang. You should be happy to be the secretary of such a beautiful CEO. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhao and the girl at the front desk couldn't help but laugh shyly. Yang Xia? When Su Yang heard this name, his head started buzzing. Oh my god. The president's name is also Yang Xia? Could this Yang Xia be the same Yang Xia that I married? Xiao Wu, take Su Yang to get his fingerprints recorded so that it will be easier for him to enter the president's office. Okay, Sister Zhao, I'll go right away. Okay, go get your fingerprints taken, I'll go over first. Su Yang, if you have any questions, you can always ask me. Come, let us add WeChat. Okay, Director Zhao. Soon, the two added each other as WeChat friends. Then, Su Yang then went to the door of the president's office with the girl at the front desk and had his fingerprints recorded. With just a light touch, he can open the door of the president's office. The president's office has a larger space, but the decoration and layout are similar to his office, both very high-end. Secretary Su, I'll be there first. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Can I add your WeChat too? The girl at the front desk said this, her face slightly reddening. Okay, no problem. Soon, the two added each other as WeChat friends. After the girl at the front desk left, Su Yang returned to his office, sat in the boss chair, and started thinking. Yang Xia? Is this a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, right? At this time, Su Yang felt his head buzzing. Chapter 25. Yes. You are like the chief eunuch. Su Yang reached out and turned on the computer on the desk. It took only a few seconds to boot up. Oh my god. This configuration is considered to be quite high, and is in no way inferior to the computer that was given to Director Wang today. The system was obviously newly built, and there was nothing left, including the previous secretary's documents. So Su Yang picked up his phone, found Director Zhao's WeChat, and sent her a WeChat message. Director Zhao, do you have the handover documents for the incoming secretary? A moment later, Director Zhao's message came back. I'm sorry, Su Yang, the previous secretary didn't leave any documents, so you have to figure this out from scratch. Anyway, you just do whatever the president arranges for you to do. All right. In that case, then there is no such thing. Su Yang reached out and opened the browser, and found the Kichacho website. I entered the name of the company that I had just signed the contract with and looked at the legal representative. Yang Xiaoyu. This is not Yang Xiao's name either. Su Yang shook his head and felt a little dizzy for a moment. Then I found the Group S official website. However, the official website only displays clothing products and the like, and does not contain any information about the Group S leaders. After searching around, he didn't find the information he wanted. Never mind. Anyway, I have to talk to the president on the phone at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and then everything will be clear. If the president of this group is really the Yang Xia that I married, then this can really be considered as hooking up with a rich woman. Because the old lady Li who called before said that Yang Xia was willing to try to date him. This can be considered as getting married first and then falling in love. But, is this possible? I am just a poor loser. How could I really meet such a rich woman? Is there smoke or fire coming out of my ancestral grave? Ding dong. When Su Yang was daydreaming about all sorts of things, his cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Ming. Fuck. Su Yang, I just received a group-wide appointment email. It said that Su Yang was appointed as the CEO's secretary. Holy shit. This Su Yang, couldn't he be someone with the same name as you? Or, is this you? Well. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head when he saw Zhang Ming's message. The contrast between the two was so great that even his good brothers were confused. Yes, this Su Yang is me. This was indeed true, and Su Yang quickly replied to Zhang Ming. Oh my god. What the hell? Where are you now? I'm on the top floor, in the secretary's office. Okay, wait a minute. That's awesome. After Zhang Ming sent the message, he quickly left his workstation. Not long after, Zhang Ming came over and knocked on the office door. Come in. Squeak. With the sound of door opening, Zhang Ming pushed open the office door. Then, I was stunned. Fuck. This. Looking at the luxurious office, Zhang Ming could only utter a heartfelt fuck. Come on, sit down. Seeing this, Su Yang put away his messy thoughts, waved at Zhang Ming, and motioned him to sit on the chair opposite. Su Yang, how did you become a secretary? That? I don't know either. Fuck. You don't know? Yeah, I really don't know. Anyway, the HR director called me over and asked me if I was willing to be the president's secretary. When I saw the treatment was good, I agreed. Who doesn't want to make more money, right? Su Yang smiled awkwardly, but did not hide it from Zhang Ming. As for why Director Zhao found him, he really couldn't explain it. If this President Yang Xia is his marriage partner Yang Xia, then it would be easy to explain. But Su Yang currently cannot confirm whether these two Yang Xia are the same person. No. I say brother, whether the salary is high or low is not the most important thing. This is the President's secretary. Under one person, above 10,000 people. That's right, it's like what it is, right? You are like the chief eunuch. No matter how high the official rank is, who dares to be rude to the chief eunuch? I'll go. You are the eunuch. I want to get married and have children, but I don't want to be a eunuch. Ahem. No, I was just making an analogy. Holy shit. You've reached the top in one step. Oh no. What the hell? I've never done a secretary job before, and I don't know if I can do it well. I might be fired after just 2 days. No, absolutely not. Don't worry, Su Yang. After hearing Su Yang's words, Zhang Ming simply waved his hand. Think about it, we all just graduated from college, and it's clearly written on our resumes. What's more, the HR director clearly knows that you majored in computer science. That's an obvious thing. There must be some special reason why I made you my secretary. Zhang Ming reacted quickly and soon discovered the key to the matter. I think I'm not worse than you in professional subjects, right? Then why doesn't anyone ask me to be the CEO's secretary? How should I know this? Su Yang, look at you, you have a good figure, a pretty face, and 8-pack abs. Handsome guys like you are the favorite of rich women. Moreover, the president of our company is indeed a woman. I heard that she is a single beauty in her 30s. Anyway, people who have seen her say that she looks no more than 30 years old. Oh my god. Su Yang, you are going to be rich. It seems that the president of our group has taken a fancy to you and wants to support you. Zhang Ming analyzed and spoke, and soon a look of shock appeared on his face. It seems. This conclusion is very likely to be correct. What? You said our president is in his 30s? Yes, that's what I heard from those smokers. She's so beautiful. Brother, you are so happy now. Don't you like older sisters? Well. Yes, I do like mature older sisters. They are elegant and charming. Don't you like them? Of course I like it. There's no chance. Well, that's right. When I heard Jiang Ming say that the president was only in his 30s, I was stunned. My marriage partner is 42 years old, while the president is only in his 30s. It seems they are not the same person. It seems that I was overthinking it. That's what I told you. How could it be so easy to have smoke coming out of this grave? Chapter 26. What kind of connection is this? The CEO actually took a fancy to you. Brother, you have to protect me from now on. You are really awesome now. Ha ha ha. Okay, as long as I have the ability. It must be there. I'm going to the network department to pack my things. Hey. Although I'm the president's secretary, I haven't met the president yet. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and then stood up. That won't happen soon. I heard that the president is recuperating at home. You can take this opportunity. You know, maybe the president will really fall in love with you. No, no. Upon hearing this, Su Yang quickly waved his hand. He is a married man now, and Yang Xia is also a very beautiful older sister. No matter how handsome or rich this president is, he will never abandon Yang Xia. When it comes to matters of principle, he can't do anything wrong. Don't worry about anything. You don't have a partner right now anyway. If you have such a good opportunity, you must take it. Yeah, whatever happens. Su Yang smiled and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. He didn't want to expose his relationship with Yang Xia too early. At least we have to wait until the two of them are really together, and then it will be natural to talk about it. The two chatted all the way and soon arrived at the network department. Su Yang, have you been transferred to become the president's secretary? Oh my god, Su Yang, you are awesome. Is the appointment announcement in this email talking about you? Is this true? Su Yang, you were noticed by the president just a week ago? This must be true. Look at Su Yang's appearance. He has both a pretty face and a good figure. What rich woman wouldn't like a handsome boy? Holy crap! Su Yang is reaching the sky in one step. Brother Su Yang, you have to protect me from now on. As soon as Su Yang and Jiang Ming returned to the network department, their colleagues surrounded them curiously. There are those who envy and those who are jealous. For a moment, the entire network department was in chaos. There was chaos for a while when everyone received the email just now. Now that Su Yang is back, the whole department is even more lively. Brother Su Yang, let's go and have a chat. After a while, the head of the department came over with a smile and patted him on the shoulder gently. Even the way he addressed Su Yang changed. Okay, boss. Su Yang stood up, nodded politely, and followed the boss to his office. Brother Su Yang, come and sit down. What kind of connections do you have? You are actually favored by the CEO. Well, I don't have any connections. The HR director came to me, and I was confused. Didn't I ask the boss before? Su Yang looked at the envious look in the department boss' eyes and couldn't help but scratch his head. Oh, that's right. By the way, boss, what kind of person is our president? I haven't met her yet, so I'm a little unsure. Our president is a real beauty, otherwise I would not envy you so much, huh? Well, I have heard of this. What about her personality? Is she easy to communicate with? Su Yang didn't really care whether it was beautiful or not. Anyway, he already has Yang Xia, so no matter how beautiful the president is, it has nothing to do with him. He's really easy to communicate with. By the way, our president is still single, brother. You're lucky. No, no. I'm just a young graduate, how can I be worthy of this? How could the president possibly be interested in me? That's hard to say. The department boss smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything further. It was obvious that he knew a lot of information, but he didn't want to say much. Haha, brother, let's communicate more if we have anything in the future. Okay, boss. The two chatted for a short while in the office, and then Su Yang left the office of the head of the network department. This can also be considered as a farewell to the leader. Then he went to his workstation and started packing his things. Not long after, he took his things, said a simple hello to his colleagues in the department and left. Su Yang stayed in his office for a while and then left. We took the elevator directly to the basement garage. After pressing the car key, I saw the headlights of a black car light up. Wow! This Audi S7L is basically brand new. Su Yang opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Sniff. There seemed to be a faint fragrance lingering in the car. I guess this should be the aura of the beautiful secretary from before. Boom. With the roar of the engine, Su Yang drove the car out of the basement. Oh my god. This feels much more comfortable than driving the crappy car in the driving school. It's so cool to speed all the way. However, he didn't drive for too long. I took a short stroll and then came back. As a new official, he was embarrassed to go out for too long, in case someone came to look for him. After all, he is the president's secretary now. There might be many people looking for him from all departments and subordinate branches of the entire group. Early the next morning. As usual, he came to the company with Zhang Ming. After breakfast, he went straight to his office. Time goes by little. Finally, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang had already entered the president's phone number on his phone. When the time came, he pressed the call button. Beep beep. Soon, the call was connected. Hello? A light female voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Yang, I am Su Yang. Oh, you are Su Yang, hello. It was obvious that the president knew Su Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of laughter in her voice. Su Yang, you have heard what Director Zhao said about my situation. Due to health reasons, I cannot go to the company for the time being. Yes, Mr. Yang, Director Zhao told me roughly. Well, Su Yang, you should get familiar with the heads of various departments in our group headquarters in the next 2 days. For the specific list of personnel, you can ask Director Zhao of the Human Resources Department. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll get familiar with it as soon as possible. Okay, when you're familiar with me, contact me again. Come over to my place and we can meet and talk. Okay, Mr. Yang. Although Su Yang didn't quite understand the president's intention, his first reaction was that this might be a test for him. Chapter 27. This elder sister speaks in a very interesting way. The conversation with the president was very short. Before we could say a few words, the call ended. Seem. The president, Yang Xia, sounds really young, maybe around 30 years old. There was a hint of smile in his voice, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Does she really just have the same name as her marriage partner Yang Xia? Forget it, I can't figure this out anyway. Wait until I can meet with the directors of each department as soon as possible to get familiar with them, and then go meet the president. Then the truth will be revealed. Anyway, it's only a matter of 2 days, and I'll be able to meet the beautiful president of this group soon. So, Su Yang quickly confirmed what to do next. I contacted the director of the Human Resources Department and quickly got the information of the heads of each department. So far, he has had some communication with the heads of 3 departments. Director Li from the Network Department, Director Wang from the Design Department, and Director Zhao from the Human Resources Department. Although the understanding is not in depth, it is a preliminary understanding. Other department heads? How can I communicate with them as quickly as possible? Su Yang thought about it and soon came up with an idea. Hello, Sister Wang. Su Yang still planned to start with Director Wang. After all, he was somewhat familiar with her. Furthermore, the design department is the core department of the company, and it is also what he needs to focus on understanding and learning. Understanding people is one thing, but the most important thing is, the president probably wants him to familiarize himself with the company's general business situation as quickly as possible. After all, as the president's secretary, it would not be appropriate if you have no knowledge of the company's business. Wow! Brother is here, come on, brother, sit down. I never thought that you are now the secretary of the president of our group. Director Wang's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yang push the door open. Now that his identity has changed, Director Wang's attitude towards her has changed significantly from before. Sister Wang is so polite. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then sat opposite her. This elder sister is very warm and polite, and it is really easy to communicate with her. Sister Wang, our department is the core department of the company. The president specifically asked me to come to you to learn about the design-related things in our department. Oh. After hearing Su Yang's words, Director Wang instantly understood what he meant. As the president's secretary, you must understand the company's business. Even if you are not professional, you must have a general understanding of it. Su Yang used to work in the network department, majoring in computer science, so he definitely doesn't know much about the clothing industry. No problem, brother, you found the right person by coming to my place. As a clothing company, the design department is naturally the core department. If you understand what our department does, it will be easier to understand other departments. Come on, brother, sit over here. As she spoke, Director Wang motioned for Su Yang to sit next to her. Okay, Sister Wang. Su Yang did not expect that this elder sister was so understanding. It's really easy to communicate with her. So he pulled a chair and sat directly next to Director Wang. An even stronger fragrance came from the side, making him a little dazed. This should be the aura of a mature older sister, right? It smells really good. Come on, brother, let me tell you about the work process of our department first. Okay. Thank you so much. Tisk, you're still being polite to your sister? Director Wang chuckled and reached out to pat Su Yan on the shoulder. The youthfulness of this little boy is so charming. Since the lecture was about to start, Su Yang quickly opened the notebook in his hand and prepared to start taking notes. Look, brother, our design department must first conduct market research and then determine the clothing styles to be designed based on market conditions. Look, brother, this is a research report and design draft of a women's bra. I'll use this case to tell you. Director Wang's understanding of fashion design is indeed very profound. She used the simplest language to make Su Yang, a layman, understand it clearly quickly. As she explained, Su Yang listened carefully and took notes. From research to design to proofing, Director Wang explained it in great detail. Before I finished speaking, it was already 12 o'clock noon. Ouch. I'm sorry, brother. I was so busy talking that I forgot the time. It's okay, Sister Wang, I'll order the food. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. Su Yan looked at the time and immediately opened the food ordering app. Director Wang worked so hard to teach, so Su Yan must show his appreciation. Okay, since my brother is treating, I won't be polite. Come on, have some. As he spoke, Director Wang took Su Yang's phone and started taking orders. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yang picked up the cup and poured himself a glass of water. Sister Wang, just order whatever comes to your mind, and don't be polite to me. Don't worry, brother. I won't be polite to you. A moment later. Okay, sister, order what you want to eat. You can order whatever you want. Okay. Su Yang took the phone with a smile and glanced at it casually. This older sister was surprisingly quite polite. The meal she ordered was only over 30 yuan. All right. Su Yang didn't say anything else. He just looked at the items, ordered a few more, and then submitted the order. Come on, brother, let's continue. Sister Wang, why don't you take a rest? I'm afraid you'll be tired. How is it possible? If anyone is going to be tired, it's you men who are tired. How can women be tired? Well. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. The meaning of this elder sister's words, why does it feel a bit weird? Is my brother no longer able to do it? Of course I can do it. I'm not tired at all. That's what I said. You're so young, how could you say you can't do it? Come on, brother, let's continue. Director Wang said this with a sly smile in his eyes. Then he motioned Su Yang to sit over and prepared to continue teaching him. Good. This elder sister speaks in a very interesting way. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely think that the two of them were doing something extraordinary. Su Yang didn't care much about such words. Just say whatever you want to say. You didn't do anything to me anyway. Ding ling ling. Just as Su Yang was about to sit over, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, I saw that it was Mrs. Li calling. Wow! For a moment, Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. Was this going to let him go meet Yang Xia? Chapter 28. This sister is a bit coquettish. Sister Wang, I need to take a call. Su Yang looked up at Director Wang, then pointed at his cell phone, then opened the office door and went out. Hello? Hello, big sister. Well, hello Su Yang, do you want to meet my older sister? Of course. I'd love to see you. Really? Finally there is news. It has been 3 to 4 days since Yang Xia was quietly discharged from the hospital last Saturday. Su Yang really wants to see her. Even in dreams. He hugged her passionately. He was waiting, hoping that Yang Xia would contact him as soon as possible. Then the two of them can live a shameless and happy life. Good. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lee couldn't help but chuckle. This Friday after you get off work, go find her. She said she has made up her mind. Okay. Okay. Thank you, big sister. Well, Su Yang, you have to treat her well in the future, okay? My sister has never dated a boy since she was a child, and the age difference between you is indeed very large. She also made a great decision to try to get along with you. Yeah, don't worry, big sister. I will definitely treat her well. I will never let her suffer any injustice. After hearing what old lady Lee said, Su Yang felt so excited that he almost jumped up. It's finally here. My wife Yang Xia. Have you finally got up the courage to meet me? Don't worry, baby Xia. I will definitely bully you. I haven't touched your little hands and your little face for a few days. I missed you so much. Okay, big sister hopes you can really be together. Thank you, sister. Please send me Yang Xia's address. Well, my sister said she wants to move to a new place. I'll help her find a house in the next 2 days. I'll tell you when I find one, okay? Okay, big sister. Thank you so much. In that case, let's wait. But Su Yang didn't quite understand. Yang Xia clearly had a house to live in, so why did he want to move? But it doesn't matter. As long as she is willing, just change it. Soon. Su Yang and old Mrs. Lee ended the call. Brother Su Yang, you are so happy? When Su Yang returned to Director Wang's office, she naturally noticed the joy on his face. I was just chatting with my family. Su Yang smiled and explained casually. But the explanation might be correct. Old Mrs. Lee should have a very deep relationship with Yang Xia, like cousins. Oh. Come on, brother, shall we continue? Okay. Since the ordered meal hasn't arrived yet, let us study for a while longer. If this elder sister doesn't feel tired, then Su Yang naturally won't feel tired either. Soon. Director Wang started lecturing Su Yang again. The meal I ordered later has arrived, let us continue talking after eating. It was not until 2:30 in the afternoon that I finally finished talking about the general content. Su Yang also took notes that filled up half a notebook. Thank you so much, Sister Wang. I will definitely treat you to a good meal in the future. Okay, sister will remember that. Director Wang smiled and took a sip of water, then turned his head to look at Su Yang, and a certain light in his eyes seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. You must. It's just a treat, no big deal. With Su Yang's current salary level, there would certainly be no problem in inviting her to dinner. By the way, brother, we're going to hire a model next week to take some photos of our new products. Can you come then? Sure, Sister Wang, contact me when the time comes. I will definitely come over as long as I have time. Joke. You must do things that can make money. During his 4 years in college, Su Yang worked very hard to make money. Now that he has the opportunity to make money just by posing, he naturally won't let it go. Ha ha ha. Okay, little brother, I will definitely call you when the time comes. With your face and figure, you'll beat those little models in seconds. As he spoke, Director Wang stretched out his hand and inadvertently stroked Su Yang's face. Oh my god. This elder sister is quite brave. How dare you to take action directly? But he didn't take it seriously. As long as it wasn't too excessive, it didn't matter. Sister Wang, the next department I need to learn about, should I go to the production management department? Yeah, sure. Upon hearing this, Director Wang smiled and nodded. Then he stretched out his hand again, patted Su Yang's shoulder, and pinched it. Brother, you are a fast learner, that's great. If you want to learn more or communicate with me in the future, feel free to come to me. I will definitely satisfy you. Well. There is really something else behind these words. Okay. Thank you so much, Sister Wang. Looking at Director Wang's smile, Su Yang quickly stood up. Now I have basically learned the general idea, and I need to review it carefully when I go back. You're welcome, brother. Just treat me to a meal in the future. Okay, goodbye Sister Wang, I'll go to the production management department to take a look. Soon, Su Yang said goodbye to Director Wang and left her office. Time was urgent, so Su Yang did not go back to the office to rest. He soon arrived at the production management department on the 4th floor. The department director was also a big sister named Sun Xin, who looked to be around 40 years old. Although she is not very pretty, she has a pretty good figure. Su Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. After explaining his purpose, the elder sister received him very politely. After all, she is the president's secretary, so everyone will look at her differently. Continue the lecture. Director Sun put aside his work and spent 2 hours explaining the production management process in details to Su Yang. Management work is relatively simple to understand. After Director Sun finished speaking, Su Yang basically understood everything. By the time Su Yang said goodbye and left, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not long before the end of get off work, so Su Yang planned to go back to the office. After studying for a day and recording a bunch of things, I will use the remaining time to review them. Ding dong. Before returning to the office, Su Yang's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from Zhang Ming. Su Yang, are you busy? Can I chat with you? Okay, come on. Since his good brother wants to chat, Su Yang naturally won't refuse. As for reviewing, the worst that can happen is I can work overtime at night. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After sending the message, Zhang Ming quickly slipped out of his workstation. Chapter 29. With your charm, maybe you can straighten her out. Su Yang, how is it? What do you do as the CEO's secretary? Zhang Ming came very quickly and entered the office almost at the same time as Su Yang. The president asked me to get acquainted with the heads of each department and learn about the company's business. I've been busy all day and I just got back. What? The president is back? Zhang Ming was stunned when he heard this. I haven't come back yet. This is a job arranged by phone. Oh, I thought so. By the way, Su Yang, after lunch today, when I went to the stairs to smoke, I heard another piece of news. Oh? What news? I heard them say. As Zhang Ming spoke, he turned his head to look in the direction of the door and his voice lowered. It said that the president was very nice to his former female secretary, and that everyone suspected that they had that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? Su Yang didn't react for a moment. Isn't it normal for the president to be nice to the female secretary? It's not impossible for us to become best friends. It's just that kind of relationship. I don't know if this is true or not. But? Zhang Ming looked around the office and seemed to understand something in an instant. Su Yang, look, this secretary's office, isn't it a little too luxurious? I've been to the boss office, and it's far from this. This level of treatment is not what a secretary should be treated like, right? Well. Su Yang nodded. This analysis does make sense. But if the president and the secretary become good friends, it should be possible. It's hard to say. What if the two of them are good friends? Oh. What you said seems to make sense. Anyway, from what I heard, it seems that the relationship between the two people is not normal. I also heard that the secretary had some disagreement with the president and then resigned. Later, our president fell ill. So? Anyway, these are just half of the information I heard, and it is really difficult to understand. Anyway, it's all just gossip. Perhaps only the parties involved know the specific circumstances. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with us anyway. I'll just do what the leader assigns me to do. Oh my God. Of course this has something to do with you. Think about it. If our president really doesn't like men, then you don't have a chance, right? If you can handle our CEO, wouldn't you be rich? Well. No. You really dare to think that. Even if the group's CEO likes men, he may not be interested in me. That's not necessarily true. With your looks, figure and physique, how can any woman not like you? Especially women in their 30s and 40s, their demands are very strong. Ha ha ha. After hearing what Zhang Ming said, Su Yang couldn't help laughing. It seems that this guy likes to find older sisters even more than him, especially rich older sisters. Even if she likes the handsome boy, it's just for fun. If we really want to get married, I guess there's not much hope. Tisk, that's possible. With your physique, if you can make good use of it and make her fall completely in love with you, then maybe she will really marry you. Ahem. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, and Yang Xia's face instantly appeared in his mind again. I can be with this big sister on weekends. What will happen if we are together? Can I make her fall completely? Can I make her fall in love with my sportswear? Really, brother, pay more attention. With your charm, you might be able to straighten her out. Oh my god. What a great idea. Really? Try your best, bro. Anyway, Su Yang already has Yang Xia, so he doesn't have any thoughts about this president. Whether she is beautiful or not, or whether she is a lesbian or not, it has nothing to do with him. From now on, he will only treat Yang Xia well, take care of her and love her. Time passed quickly, and it was Thursday in the blink of an eye. Su Yang met with the heads of various departments and had a learning session with them. As the president's secretary, the directors of various departments were very cooperative and no one made things difficult for Su Yang. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yang called the president again. Anyway, according to her requirements, she has communicated and become familiar with the heads of various departments at the headquarters, and has also become familiar with the company's business. Hello? Su Yang. The president's voice was still light with a hint of smile. Hello, Mr. Yang. According to your request, I have talked with the heads of various departments and learned about the company's business. Oh? You also learned about the company's business? Yes, President, the time was short, so I just learned it in general terms. Okay, that's great. The president expressed his appreciation, the smile in his voice becoming a little stronger. He just paused for a moment, as if there was someone around him. Su Yang, why don't you come out tomorrow morning and we can meet? Let's make an appointment at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll send you an address later. Okay, Mr. Yang. Okay then. See you tomorrow. Soon, the brief conversation between the two ended. Looking at the address book on his mobile phone, Su Yang felt a little uneasy. This president is also called Yang Xia. Based on the feeling during our conversation, she is definitely not the one I would marry. Otherwise, her voice wouldn't be so calm, right? He had already kissed her little mouth, and she cooperated so well. If it weren't in the hospital, surely it would be more than just kissing her little mouth? Ding-ling-ling. Just as Su Yang was daydreaming, his cell phone rang again. When I picked it up, I saw that it was my dad who opened the phone. Hello? Dad. Yang, what are you busy with now? It's okay, Dad. I'm not busy now. Have you taken my mom to the county hospital? Yes, I am here. Your mother and I are in the county hospital right now. We have been hospitalized for 2 days. What did the doctor say? Is it serious? I've taken X-rays, and the doctor said it's not a big problem. I'll just have a minor surgery and can go home after 2 more days in the hospital. Oh, that's good. Is the money enough? I still have some. After hearing what his father said, Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I hope there are no big problems. It's enough. I don't think even 10,000 will be enough. Take good care of yourself outside. Call home if you have any problems. Yeah, I got it, Dad. Our neighbor, your elementary school classmate Xiaodong already has a child. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head and smiled to himself. Dad is urging him to find a partner as soon as possible. However, what happened between him and Yang Xia cannot be discussed for the time being. Let's wait until our relationship is stable before discussing this matter. Chapter 30. When I first met the president, it turned out to be someone else? After get off work, meet up downstairs? It was time to get off work, and as he was packing up, Zhang Ming sent him a message asking him to leave. Okay Zhang Ming, let's go now. Because he commuted to get off work these days and had no need for the car, Su Yang only took the car for a spin the first day and never drove it again. I have to meet the president at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so I don't have to drive home today. After packing up his things, Su Yang quickly left his office. On the way home. Su Yang, you've been the president's secretary for a few days, but you haven't met the president yet? No, I think you are more anxious than me? Hearing this, Su Yang smiled and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Well, I'm just curious. Is our president a very beautiful woman? Do you have a chance to get her? Just let it be. Su Yang doesn't care about Zhang Ming's problem at all now. Does it matter if she is a beauty? Su Yang has Yang Xia. So what if there is a chance to get the president? Su Yang still has Yang Xia. Unless he is divorced from his elder sister Yang Xia, so that's a different matter. Oh my god, I feel like you don't really care. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to run to the president's house. Ha ha ha. Forget about our CEO. Where's the girl you met in the cafeteria? Why haven't you heard from her in the past 2 days? Oh. Don't mention it. What's wrong now? Are you asking for a house or a car? That's not the case. What is that? Alas, these days, if you don't have money, you can't even have a relationship. This girl said that she has high requirements for the quality of life. Even if we go out to eat together, it must be a restaurant of a certain level. She won't go if the restaurant is too low. Holding the grass. I only make 5,000 yuan a month, I can't even afford it. Oh. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded secretly. I really can't afford to support a girl like this. This is not even the stage of talking about marriage. If things go wrong, he might want even more than his current girlfriend Li Feifei. In that case, let's find someone with lower requirements. Where can you find a girl with low standards these days? It's so hard, brother. Well, that's right. Su Yang nodded, indeed he was speechless. By the way, I'm going to meet the president tomorrow morning. I've already made an appointment. Really? That's great, brother. Really, seize the opportunity. If you can really get this CEO, I can also benefit from it, right? Haha, just go with the flow, don't make it a point. Su Yang smiled and didn't explain much. If he didn't have Yang Xia, he would definitely do such a thing. But now that he has Yang Xia, he will definitely not change his mind. The next morning. There is still half an hour until 10 o'clock. Su Yang left his office, got into the elevator and came to the underground garage. Just got in the Audi A7L and set off. The president and he agreed to meet at a cafe not far from the entrance of a residential community. It only takes 15 minutes to drive from the company to the cafe. Future Garden. This is the name of the community. After passing the gate of the community, Su Yang drove forward another 100 meters and arrived at the coffee shop where he had agreed to meet the president. This community is not high-end, it can only be said to be ordinary. Does the president live in this neighborhood? Is it possible that such a big CEO lives in such an ordinary community? Su Yang just thought about it and didn't think any more about it. As a poor guy, I really can't understand what rich people are thinking. After parking the car, Su Yang walked straight to the cafe. At this time, not many people come to drink coffee. The whole cafe seemed deserted. After Su Yang came in, he soon saw a woman in her 30s sitting at a double table by the window. The woman was quite pretty and she seemed to be talking on the phone with someone. Su Yang took out his cell phone and sent a text message directly to the president. Boss Yang, I'm here. Where are you? In fact, he had scanned the entire cafe and only this woman was in her 30s. If he was right, it should be her. A moment later. The woman glanced at her cell phone, suddenly raised her head, looked towards the door, and spotted Su Yang at a glance. She seemed to know Su Yang and waved at him with a smile. Well. Really? This beautiful big sister is really the president. Su Yang, sit down. Seeing Su Yang approaching, the president smiled, nodded, and pointed to the seat opposite. As she spoke, she put her phone aside. Hello, Mr. Yang. Su Yang nodded politely and sat down. Don't mention it. This older sister is really good looking, both her figure and face are quite nice. As for age, he does look to be in his 30s. If compared with her husband Yang Xia, I can only say that her mental state is better. But in terms of appearance, compared with her marriage partner, she is really inferior. If she recovers for a while, she will definitely be more beautiful. Su Yang, you've been in the company for almost 2 weeks, right? How do you feel? The president looked Su Yang up and down quietly with a smile in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Yang, it's been 2 weeks. I feel the atmosphere in our company is pretty good. Especially in the past 2 or 3 days, I have visited the directors of various departments and found that everyone is really responsible. Su Yang smiled and nodded, answering neither humbly nor arrogantly, appearing very mature and natural. Oh? Why do you feel they are responsible? The president paused for a moment, then continued to ask. As far as I know, the president has been away from the company for 2 or 3 months due to illness, right? But when I visited various departments, I found that everyone's work arrangements were still in order, as if nothing had happened. The president smiled and nodded, seeming to be very appreciative. Su Yang, what would you like to drink? No need, Mr. Yang, I brought a water cup. Su Yang pointed to his water cup and smiled awkwardly. It was like this when I was in college. I got into the habit of bringing a water cup with me whenever I went out. Puff. The president looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, Su Yang, where are you from? How many brothers do you have? My hometown is Qingshan County, a poor mountain valley. I am the only one in my family. We are poor and cannot afford to raise so many children. Oh. What about your parents? Are they still in their hometown? Yes, Mr. Yang, my parents have never been out of the mountains in their entire lives. Even the times they have been to the county town, it has not been very often. Oh, what a poor kid. As the president spoke, his eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times. Do you like this job? Yeah, I like it. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded slightly. Only a fool would not like to get a salary of tens of thousands of yuan right after graduation. Chapter 31, Admire Me? What does this CEO want to do? Okay, then just follow me from now on, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps it was because Su Yang described himself as being more miserable, or perhaps it was because he was more handsome. The president's voice became gentler. There was still a smile in his eyes, and a look of satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I heard from Director Zhao that your phone is very old. I bought you a new one. Do you like it? As he spoke, the president took out a box from the bag beside him and handed it over. Well. Su Yang was stunned when he saw this. This is our first meeting. Isn't this CEO too caring about his subordinates? I was actually given a high-end Huawei phone as a gift. Of course. This is just a small amount of money for the president. Mr. Yang, my phone is still usable. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and couldn't help but clench the phone in his hand. This is a job requirement. Don't think too much about it. Just take it. Seeing this, the president waved his hand lightly, not giving Su Yang any chance to refuse. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. In that case, Su Yang didn't say anything more. Anyway, he is not a fussy person. Since you say it is work, then it is work, so I will accept it with peace of mind. Su Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Yes, I have it. Unexpectedly, the president actually cared about his lifelong affairs. So Su Yang smiled and nodded. What's more, I have a girlfriend. I'm already married, okay? Yes, a handsome boy like you must be liked by many girls, right? The president looked at Su Yang with interest, and the smile in his eyes became even more intense. Mr. Yang is joking. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? Well, yes, Mr. Yang, she is very beautiful. As Su Yang was speaking, the image of Yang Xiao's wife instantly appeared in his mind again. When I get off work, then I can meet my wife Yang Xia. It's really exciting to think about it. Well, Su Yang, you are really kind and righteous, not bad. Su Yang, I may have to rest at home for a long time. If there is anything in the future, we can communicate at any time. If you need me to come over, can we make another appointment? Okay, Mr. Yang, no problem. Just let me know if you need anything. After talking about this, Su Yang finally felt relieved. It seems that President Yang Xia is quite satisfied with him. It's just that when they were chatting just now, she kept looking at him. From face to figure, it seemed that he looked at her many times. I don't know, what does this president want to do? But Su Yang also told her that he already had a girlfriend, and she was very beautiful. Forget it. Don't think too much about it, just let it be. The two of them chatted very easily, and before they knew it, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang, I won't keep you for dinner. Go back to the company first and wait for my next arrangements. Okay, Mr. Yang. Su Yang nodded, picked up the new phone given by the president and said goodbye. Watching his leaving back, the president chuckled and said something into the phone. Sister Yang, did you hear everything? Su Yang left the cafe and drove to the company. Today's communication with the president went smoothly, and she seemed very satisfied with herself. Only. The president's face was rosy and he spoke with great energy. He didn't look like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. Forget it, why think so much? As long as she doesn't make things difficult for me, it's just a matter of working and getting paid. Not long after, he returned to his office. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, I'm back from meeting the CEO. He's a nice guy with a kind heart. He's great. This president is indeed very pretty, there is nothing wrong with that. Giving a high-end mobile phone as a gift when we meet for the first time must be quite kind of him. Overall, after the conversation, Su Yang had a pretty good impression of her. As for sizing her up, this should be normal, right? This is much more decent than Director Wang. Director Wang not only looked him up, but also touched him, either patting him or pinching him. Let us just do it first and see how it goes one step at a time. A real man, what hasn't he experienced? A moment later, Zhang Ming's message came back. Holy crap! Congratulations! I'll come find you right away. Okay, just talk to the front desk and tell them I'm looking for you. Okay, brother. Anyway, the network department is not busy, and the director of the network department also knows about the relationship between Zhang Ming and Su Yang. Even if he finds that Zhang Ming is not at his workstation, he probably won't say anything. After a while, Zhang Ming came to Su Yang's office. How is it? Is the president a beautiful lady? Ha ha ha. Indeed, she is very pretty. Anyway, she is much prettier than your Feifei, cough cough cough. TSK, he must be prettier than her. When the smokers mentioned the president, their eyes all turned red. Think about it. How beautiful it would be. Well, it's not that exaggerated, right? This president is indeed handsome, but there is still a slight gap between him and his marriage partner, Yang Xia. Zhang Ming as fellow smokers must be exaggerating. Of course there is. Oh my, you must have had enough of the feast for your eyes, right? A new phone. Damn, this phone cost me more than my monthly salary. Awesome. You are different now that you are a secretary. As Zhang Ming was talking, he quickly discovered the new phone that Su Yang had placed on his desk. He was thinking of installing some commonly used apps and then installing the card from his old phone. Well, Boss Yang saw that my phone was too broken, so he gave me a work phone. Yes, a work phone. What? The president gave it to me? Oh my god. Zhang Ming looked at the phone and couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that my guess really came true? This beautiful CEO really likes Su Yang's looks and figure? Women in their 30s have strong needs, it's entirely possible that they like handsome young men. Otherwise, why would I give him a cell phone as a gift as soon as we met? Look at my old phone. I barely use it after charging it, and it's already dead in half a day. Great, brother, next time we meet, I might give you a luxury car and a mansion. Cut. Don't talk nonsense. Ding dong. Su Yang and Zhang Ming were chatting when they suddenly received a text message from old Mrs. Li. Future Garden, Building 41, Unit 2, Room 902. In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. Oh my god. Finally I know the address of Yang Xia's wife. Go find her after get off work. Ha? This address, why does it look so familiar? Chapter 32. After a week, your husband comes to see you again. This. Isn't it the neighborhood next to the cafe where I met the president? Oh my god. So weird. The president's name is Yang Xia, and the meeting place is also near this community. His wife, also named Yang Xia, lives in this community. As for whether the president lives in this community, he is not sure. But there doesn't seem to be any high-end communities nearby. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? For a moment, this made Su Yang a little confused. I'm not kidding, I really think this CEO is interested in you, otherwise he would never give you a cell phone as a gift the first time you meet him. Su Yang, you have to treat us. We have to have skewers tonight, I want to eat kidneys. Oh my god, your girlfriend is not here, why are you eating kidneys? Oh, by the way, Zhang Ming, I have something else to do tonight, so I really can't treat you to skewers. How about another day? I have to go find Yang Xia after get off work, so eating skewers seems impossible. I haven't seen her for a week and I really miss her. I miss her soft little hands and tender face. I especially miss the feeling of her collapsing powerlessly in my arms. She has now agreed to be together for a period of time. I wonder if she means living together as a couple? Logically speaking, it should be cohabitation, right? After all, the two are now a real couple. Oh my god, you and the CEO, are you guys dating? Or did she invite you to her house to watch a cat do backflips? Well, this brother is really good at association, right? Even if the president is greedy for his body, doesn't he have to proceed step by step? How can it be so direct right from the start? No, I'm going to visit my relative. Did you forget? My relative came to Jiangqing for treatment. I'm going to visit him. Anyway, Su Yang had fabricated such a relative before, and now he can use it as an excuse. Are you really going to visit relatives? Of course. The CEO is so rich, he can find any handsome guy. Besides, his character is not as bad as you think. Well, that's hard to say. The richer a person is, the more they spend money. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Su Yang spent the entire afternoon reviewing the materials given to him by the heads of various departments, while anxiously waiting for the end of get off work. Finally, it's time to get off work. Su Yang turned off the computer and quickly tidied up the desk. He took his cell phone and car keys and quickly left his office. Happy. Excited. Su Yang hasn't seen his elder sister Yang Xia for a week, and he misses her more and more. Now that both of them have decided to get along well, then love her well. With her patience and love, I believe this big sister will definitely fall in love with Su Yang's sportswear. Boom! With a roar, Su Yang drove the company's car out of the basement. Su Yang had been to the future Jiayuan community once and was quite familiar with the route. But you can't just go there empty-handed, right? What he wants to express now is love, and he can no longer treat it as treating a patient. So I bought a bouquet of roses at a roadside flower shop. Roses symbolize love. Now that I am about to truly get along with Yang Xia, it would be appropriate to buy these flowers. He placed the flowers on the passenger seat and quickly headed towards the Weilai Jiayuan community. Not long, he drove into the community. This is an ordinary residential community with a fairly high occupancy rate. There are a lot of cars and people in the community, coming and going. Building 41. Look at the building number while driving. After a while, he saw building 41. I found a random parking space downstairs and parked the car. Holding the newly bought roses, she walked towards the entrance of Unit 2. Yang Xia should be at home now, right? Is there anyone else in her family? When I first saw her, would she be shy? Should I just hug her? Tonight, I shouldn't have to leave, right? She and I are officially married. Since you are husband and wife, how can you live apart? How is her recovery now? Can I do anything deeper than kiss her? Her body entered the building, got on the elevator. Su Yang felt more and more excited. My heart and mind are even more turbulent. Little summer baby. After a week, your husband comes to see you again. I really want to hear your voice and see your loving eyes. I really want to hug you affectionately. Even if it's just a hug. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 9th floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, number 902 was in front of me. Are you going to see your wife soon? Su Yang felt that his mind suddenly became a little confused. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang stood quietly at the door, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, then reached out and knocked on the door. Wait a minute. A moment later, a woman's voice was heard from inside the house. Then came the sound of tapping of slippers. Is this supposed to be my little summer baby? When I saw you, is it correct for me to call you my wife? Crack. Squeak. The door opened and an aunt in her 50s appeared at the door. Who are you looking for, young man? Hello, auntie, does Yang Xia live here? It turned out not to be Yang Xia. Su Yang's excitement calmed down a little. Who are you? The aunt seemed very cautious. She stood at the door and was thinking about letting Su Yang in. Hello, auntie. My name is Su Yang, and I'm here to see Yang Xia. Su Yang. Oh, I remember now. Look at my brain. When the aunt heard Su Yang's name, she patted her head gently and couldn't help laughing. Come on, Mr. Su, please come in. I'm the nanny at home. Miss Yang is in the master bedroom, just go in. Looking at the flowers in Su Yang's hand, the aunt smiled and nodded, then stepped back and welcomed Su Yang in. Thank you, auntie. Mr. Su, you can just call me Sister Wang. Come on, Mr. Su, these are the slippers I prepared for you. Sister Wang picked up a pair of new men's slippers from the shoe rack at the door and handed them to Su Yang. Well, is this all ready? Just waiting for me to move in? Chapter 33. Why is this elder sister so gentle? Okay, thank you, Sister Wang. You're welcome, Mr. Su. I'll go back first. I'll come over early tomorrow morning to make breakfast for you. Well, Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. This Wang Jia is leaving? Oh my god? Isn't she too sensible? Okay, Sister Wang, thank you so much. Since you are so considerate, I must thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Su. Miss Yang has been talking about you all afternoon. Go check it out. Sister Wang smiled and nodded, pointed to the master bedroom, then waved her hand and left. As soon as Sister Wang left, the house immediately became quiet. The master bedroom was also quiet. I don't know whether Yang Xia was asleep or waiting excitedly for Su Yang to come in. Su Yang put down the flowers and backpack in his hands, and then changed into slippers. At first glance, the house is not big, probably a small 3-bedroom house. The furniture is neither new nor old, and looks ordinary, which can be regarded as the configuration of an ordinary working-class person. Xia baby. Su Yang held up the flowers, patted his chest gently, and took a deep breath. Knock, knock, knock. I came to the door of the master bedroom and knocked gently a few times. After waiting for a while, there was no sound coming from the room. Well, this elder sister. Are you still that shy? Haven't you been nagging me all afternoon? I'm here now, why are you embarrassed again? Is it like in the hospital, letting your husband hold your little hand, caress your little face, and chat with you about some flirty things? This is quite interesting. Knock, knock, knock. Then, Su Yang knocked gently a few more times. Maybe she fell asleep? But there was still no sound coming from the room. Well, in that case, my husband will go in. Squeak. Su Yang grasped the door handle, turned it gently, and then slowly pushed the door open. Sniff. Before I could see clearly inside the house, I smelled a faint fragrance which smelled very pleasant. See clearly. The first thing that caught my eye was a large bed with a long-haired beauty lying on it. Isn't this Yang Xia? She seemed to be sleeping soundly and did not react at all to Su Yang's intrusion. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This elder sister is really interesting. I've never dated a boy before, am I really that shy? Or do you like the feeling of closing your eyes and holding Su Yang's hand? She casually placed the flowers on the bedside table, then gently sat on the edge of the bed. As soon as I reached out, he then grabbed Yang Xia's warm little hand. In a moment, Su Yang's hand was held by Yang Xia. Interesting. She wasn't asleep at all, she was just waiting for him to hold her hand. Wife, I'm here to see you. Su Yang held her little hand, moved closer, and looked at her face carefully. After not seeing her for a week, her face has become very rosy. Wife, do you miss me? Anyway, I really miss you. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Su Yang touched Yang Xia's little face. Wow! It becomes smoother and more elastic. The little face is red and exudes a warm breath. These lips. Soft and moist. After not seeing you for a week, Yang Xia has recovered really well. Honey, if you miss me too, just tickle my hand with your fingers, okay? Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xia's face, lips, and neck. The speaking voice is very gentle. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xia scratched Su Yang's palm with his fingers. Well, this big sister is so interesting. Boo! Su Yang twitched his lips, bent down and kissed her lips. An arm also wrapped around her neck. Call. Yang Xia's breathing, which had already become somewhat rapid, now became even more rapid. Her arms involuntarily wrapped around Su Yang's back. This is not a hospital anymore, so Su Yang is naturally much braver. 2 minutes later, Su Yang had taken off his shoes and was lying on the big bed, hugging Yang Xia. Yang Xia curled up and collapsed in his arms. Wife, from now on, we will live together. I will definitely take good care of you and love you. Gently hugging Yang Xia's back, Su Yang controlled his excitement. He could feel just now that Yang Xia was still quite weak. Stay calm, don't be anxious. By the way, honey, I changed jobs recently and the salary is pretty good, so there will be no problem supporting our family. You should rest at home and your husband should work hard. I think we will be very, very happy together. Soo-young didn't know about Yang Xia's situation before. He didn't want to ask about who would pay for the huge medical expenses or the wedding fee. Anyway, he knew that this old lady Li must be very rich. Just by hearing others call her Director Li, he knew that she must be no ordinary person. According to what old lady Li said, this house should have been rented and moved into recently. Soo-young didn't care about Yang Xia's situation. He is now thinking about how to get along with her happily. From a couple who were just there to get married, to a harmonious couple who love each other. After hearing Soo-young's words, Yang Xia reached out and hugged his waist tightly. Seems a little touched. How about it, wife? If you think this suggestion is okay, then tickle me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xia's little hand gently scratched Soo-young's waist. Really? She has really made up her mind to get along well with Soo-young. If there is happiness and harmony, everyone is happy. If that doesn't work, withdraw as soon as possible and stop the loss in time. By the way, honey, you haven't had dinner yet, right? How about I go make you something to eat? Your body needs to recover, and you can't go hungry. Soo-young patted Yang Xia's back gently, his voice still very gentle. Boo! Yang Xia suddenly raised her head, gently kissed Soo-young's face, and then said something softly. Sister Wang has already prepared the meal and is in the kitchen. The voice was soft and seemed to have a slight tremolo. Well, is this my wife's voice? Why does it sound so good? Wife. Since I met you, I finally heard you speak, it was so nice. Hearing this sweet, soft, and sticky voice, Soo-young couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering. Oh my god. How can this elder sister be so gentle? Chapter 34, I have been married for more than a month, but I have never seen my husband. After Yang Xia finished speaking, she curled up in Soo-young's arms again. It seems like I feel very safe in his warm embrace. Xia baby, let's go eat something first, okay? After dinner, your husband will hold you to sleep, okay? It's time to eat now, and Yang Xia is still weak, so let's eat early. As for the hug. Anyway, there is still a long night, so why can't I hug you however I want? In this state, they do look a bit like a newlywed couple. As long as the two of them hug each other, they will not let go easily. But the situation is different now. After all, Yang Xia is still a patient. Yang Xia responded softly, and her voice was extremely well behaved. Soo-young couldn't help but feel excited again after hearing this. Come on, wife, do you want your husband to carry you over? Not knowing whether Yang Xia could walk, Soo-young thought about carrying her over. It's okay, I can walk. After hearing Soo-young's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. Apart from being a little weak, she now has no problems walking or talking. After resting for a while, you should be able to recover as before. Okay, honey, let's go over there. Hearing this, Soo-young turned over and sat up. Now I can see it more clearly. No matter how beautiful a face is, if it does not have a pair of bright eyes, it is equivalent to lacking a soul. Looking at her big, twinkling eyes, Soo-young was instantly stunned. This elder sister. It's really beautiful. He looks to be in his early 30s. She had kept her eyes closed before, as if she was missing a soul. But now it's completely different. Her beauty seemed to have suddenly reached a higher level. But Yang Xia kept his head down, as if he was afraid to look at Soo-young. Up to now, she has not really looked at Soo-young, and she is indeed a little nervous. She had seen the half-length photo on the marriage certificate, but it was photoshopped after all. I have been married for such a long time, but I have never really seen my husband. Now that she's suddenly going to meet him, how can she not be nervous? And she had never been in a relationship with a boy before, so she couldn't help feeling inexplicably nervous. If it weren't for Soo-young's companionship, caressing, and kissing for so long, which made her experience a very special and obsessed feeling, she probably would never have a boyfriend in her life. Wife, you haven't seen what I look like yet, have you? Seeing Yang Xia's shy look, Soo-young hugged her in his arms. He kissed her lips gently again. Come on, honey. Since you are too embarrassed to look up at me, let me show you my photo first. Seeing that Yang Xia was a little nervous, Soo-young reached out and took out his cell phone. I found the selfie I took in the hospital on my wedding day and handed it to Yang Xia, who had been keeping his head down. Look, my husband is still quite handsome. Yang Xia took the phone and was stunned for a moment. He is so young. So handsome. She had imagined it many times in her mind, often imagining what this gentle and funny big boy looked like. I never expected that he would be like this. So handsome and youthful. In an instant, the passion hidden in her heart burst out a little. Not knowing where she got the courage from, she suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Su Yang. Wife. When their eyes met, Yang Xia's face turned red instantly. Turn out to be. This is what Yang Xia's husband is like. Come on, honey, let's go eat? Su Yang held Yang Xia's little hand and watched her shyly turn over and get out of bed and put on her slippers. Then the two of them walked out of the bedroom hand in hand, one after the other. Honey, let me serve the food. Sister Wang's food is delicious. After entering the kitchen, Yang Xia said something softly and gently, then let go of Su Yang's hand. As an older sister, she wanted to take care of this boy who was 20 years younger than her from the bottom of her heart. No, honey, just go sit over there in the restaurant, I'll do it. My wife is still a patient, how can I let her do this? Although I'm not sure what disease she has, she is weak now and needs to rest well and take good care of herself. Looking at Su Yang's agile movements, an indescribable light flashed in Yang Xia's eyes. This little boy. You seem to be very skilled at doing housework. No wonder he always says that his cooking is delicious. It seems that he must have cooked often in the past. Come on, honey, let's go to the restaurant. Su Yang held a plate of food, holding Yang Xia's hand with his other hand, and walked towards the restaurant together. Honey, please sit down first. I'll get the rest. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, nodded with a shy smile, then turned and went to the bathroom. Not long after, Su Yang then brought all the food to the table. The chopsticks are also laid out. Tap tap tap. Yang Xia walked out of the bathroom with a red face. She felt a little embarrassed looking at Su Yang. She was wearing a light-colored pajamas, which was very casual and decent, and even brought out her good figure to the fullest. Her long black hair was casually gathered behind her. And that gorgeous face. For a moment, Su Yang felt that his eyes were not enough. A woman like this can really make one's eyes turn red. As for the president named Yang Xia, he is really far inferior to my wife. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Yang Xia walked closer and shyly stroked Su Yang's hair. This little boy. Everyone who looks at her looks dumbfounded. Of course I'm looking at my wife. I never thought that my wife is so beautiful. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly again. Wife, sit down, this is yours. She responded softly, then sat down gently opposite Su Yang. This experience is amazing. She really likes this feeling. Under his gaze, she even felt as if she was floating in the air. Su Yang, are you studying computer science? Well, yes, wife, but my new job is to be a secretary. I mainly think that the salary of this job is not bad. After all, I have to support my wife. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He is a handsome guy, but he works as a secretary for a beautiful female CEO. I wonder if his wife will think too much. Chapter 35. This wife is really well behaved. Oh, so how do you feel about this job? Do you like it? Yang Xia's voice was very gentle, revealing an indescribable shyness. However, as the two of them got along face to face, she gradually became more normal. It's okay. The president asked me to get familiar with the heads of various departments in the company first. This is actually quite simple. It took me 3 days to get familiar with both the people and the business. If I were to say I liked it, I thought it was pretty good. At least I felt like I learned a lot. One more. I think the salary is good. Su Yang couldn't help laughing as he spoke. He is a very poor man, and basically he prefers people with high salaries. Of course, the premise is that he cannot do anything wrong. Oh, honey, wait a moment. Su Yang said this, turned around and walked to the sofa, and took out the salary card he had just applied for last week from his bag. My salary card, please take it, honey. The salary card is newly opened. Although there is no money in it now, the monthly salary will be deposited into it in the future. You. Seeing Su Yangjin handing him the salary card, Yang Xia couldn't help but be a little dazed. Su Yang, although we are husband and wife now, but you still don't know me very well, right? Why did you give me your salary card? Yes, we are husband and wife. Since we are husband and wife, I will treat you sincerely. Take it, my dear. You will be in charge of the money at home from now on. Su Yang said this and reached out to grab Yang Xia's little hand. Since we are together, I am willing to exchange my sincerity for yours. Not enough to know though, but so what? Who made us husband and wife now? Okay, Su Yang, I'll take it for you first, and I'll treat you seriously. As she spoke, Yang Xia's face seemed to turn even redder. Wife, why don't you call me husband? Su Yang pinched Yang Xia's little hand and asked with a smile. Okay. I'll call you husband. Perhaps because of the reasons in the past, Yang Xia felt it was a bit strange to call him husband. But times have changed. She felt that her passion as a woman was ignited by the little boy in front of her. So after he said that, she quickly and gently called him husband. By the way, my wife, the president of my company, is also called Yang Xia. She's a big sister who looks to be in her early 30s. Oh? Your company's president is also called Yang Xia? What a coincidence. After hearing what Su Yang said, Yang Xia couldn't help but be a little surprised, and a trace of imperceptible cunning flashed across his eyes. Yes, my wife, and she has been ill recently and has not recovered yet. I met with the president this morning. Guess where we met? Did you go to her house? Ahem. No, I didn't go to her house. We went to a cafe, and this cafe is right next to the entrance of our community. Ah. After hearing what Su Yang said, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. Is there such a coincidence? Yes, wife, this is such a coincidence. But I don't know if this CEO named Yang Xia also lives in this community. The two of them ate and chatted. As the two of them talked more deeply, Yang Xia became less shy. I feel more and more that this little boy is so real, down to earth and sincere. You know, wife, when the director of the Human Resources Department told me that the president's name was Yang Xia, I was shocked. I thought I married a rich woman, ha ha. It wasn't until I met the president this morning that I was completely sure it was someone else. Puff. Upon hearing this, Yang Xia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh shyly. Then, what if the person you saw this morning was really me? I'll go. If my wife is really a wealthy woman, I'll be even happier. I can avoid taking many detours in my life, wouldn't that make me so happy? Ahem. Wife, I'm sorry. I just want to say that no matter whether you have money or are a rich woman, I will love you well. Although I am a little poor, my character is absolutely fine. Since we are husband and wife, I will treat you well with all my heart for the rest of my life. Su Yang said this and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia smiled shyly and nodded thoughtfully. This young husband is really a down-to-earth person. Hubby, I will have to rely on you for my whole life. Of course I do. I'm a man, I have to work hard to earn money and support my wife. Then you married a woman like me who is older and in poor health, don't you regret it? This is all fate, it's destined by God, why should I regret it? Besides, my wife is so beautiful, hundreds of times more beautiful than any big star. Before they knew it, they had finished their dinner. Yang Xia has a good appetite and eats no less than a normal person. Honey, go take a shower. I'll wash the dishes. No. Honey, go and have a rest. I'll take care of this. Don't worry, honey. When I was at home, I was responsible for cooking and washing dishes. I am very skilled in this business. Su Yang is definitely a sensible and filial child. As long as he is at home, he will rush to do this kind of housework. Besides, Yang Xia's body has not recovered yet, so he is definitely the one who should do this kind of work. Okay, husband, I'll go wash up then. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, who was very nimble, and the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. Don't mention it. I really found a treasure. Considering his current age, he must have done a lot of housework at home. It seems that this young husband must be a very filial person. Hardworking, filial, and able to endure hardships, that's great. After Yang Xia responded, he went to the bathroom. After some cleaning, Su Yang quickly finished washing all the pots and pans, and then wiped the dining table clean. Wow! I really have endless energy. It's just my wife's body. It's really bad, I don't think I can bear it. Never mind, I'll just have to be patient for a while. Crack. The bathroom door opened and Yang Xia walked out with a blushing face. Honey, I'll get you pajamas, and you can take a bath. Okay, wife. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 36. It feels so good to live together. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a shy smile, then turned and went to the master bedroom. Looking at her back, Su Yang couldn't help but become more excited. It seems like they are really going to live together. I had been thinking about visiting her when I had time, just like I did in the hospital. I didn't expect that we could live together so soon. But think about it. Now that they are an officially registered couple, it must be normal for them to live together. After a while, Yang Xia walked out of the master bedroom, holding a set of men's pajamas. Honey, this is the pajamas I prepared for you, but I don't know if it fits. Try it on and see. As long as it's prepared by my wife, it must be suitable. Su Yang took the pajamas with a smile and took the opportunity to touch Yang Xia's little hand. Well, go take a shower, the blue towel inside is for you. Okay, wife. Soon, he walked into the bathroom excitedly with his pajamas. The bathroom was still filled with mist, and there was a faint fragrance in the mist. Obviously, Yang Xia had just washed. There were 2 bath towels hanging at the door, one red and one blue. Sniff. I picked up the bath towel and smelled it. It smelled pretty good. Clatter. Soon, Su Yang started to wash. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of his wife waiting for him. Such a stunning older sister, yet so gentle, even her words are so sweet. If she had recovered, then Su Yang would rather not get out of bed tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Su Yang had already wiped his body clean and changed into pajamas. Then I picked up the hairdryer, turned it to the highest wind, and blew it hard. After all, it was short hair, so it dried quickly. Wife. I'm coming. Crack. Opening the bathroom door, Su Yang walked out quickly. Yang Xia was not in the living room. If my guess was correct, she should have returned to the bedroom. Squeak. With excitement, Su Yang gently pushed open the bedroom door. Really? Yang Xia was leaning against the head of the bed, looking over shyly. It was already dark outside, but Yang Xia just turned on the bedside lamp. The curtains are drawn. Such dim lighting, such an intimate bedroom environment. The two couples who were not so familiar with each other suddenly felt that the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous. Wife. Seeing Su Yang coming over and sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Xia moved closer to the bed. Honey, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Yeah, honey, I have a little bit too. Yang Xia smiled gently and took the initiative to pull his hand. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly took off his slippers, turned over and lay down on the head of the bed side by side with Yang Xia. When I was feeling drowsy, I suddenly felt someone holding my hand and speaking to me softly. The voice told me that he was my husband and we were married. I was thinking vaguely that I didn't seem to be married, so why did this person say that I was married? Do you know, husband? I felt that this voice was very gentle, and I inexplicably liked it. Later, I heard it more and more clearly. This person not only touched my hand, but also my arm and my face. I felt so shy at the time. Yang Xia took Su Yang's arm and leaned her head gently towards him. Well, the doctor told me that if I talk to you more and strengthen your will to live, you will probably wake up. Actually, I don't know what to talk about, so I'll just chat and talk nonsense. And, at first, I didn't know if you could hear me. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It seems that my wife knows about all those little things I did secretly. You also said. You still say that I am a 40-year-old woman, which is amazing. You can satisfy me, husband, you are so brave. As she spoke, Yang Xia lowered her head shyly. Anyway, Su Yang has said a lot of similar things. He had clearly felt before that the more flirtatious the words, the greater Yang Xia's reaction would be. The more she reacted, the more excited he became. Yang Xia, who was listening directly, was very, very shy. But, as I listened, I found it quite interesting. The key is that the voice is very, very gentle, and his big hands are so warm and gentle. Gradually, she liked this feeling more and more. When Su Yang was not around, she actually looked forward to him coming over to touch her hands and face, and then saying those flirtatious words. Especially after Su Yang kissed her. She suddenly felt that she seemed to have fallen in love with this boy who was so much younger than her. Well. Su Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. In terms of courage, he was indeed quite brave. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take on this temporary marriage business so easily. Wife, I've heard that women between 30 and 40 are as fierce as wolves and tigers, but I don't know if it's true. After all, this matter. I haven't tried it either. So, what age did you test? You're so handsome, you won't tell me you've never been in a relationship, right? Yang Xia gently lifted the hair on her forehead, and there was a hint of curiosity in her gentle voice. Ahem. Honey, do you believe me when I say I've never been in a relationship? You're my first. In fact, what Su Yang said was not wrong. He had indeed been in contact with more than one girl before, and the number of girls would be even higher if the temporary boyfriend business was included. But he never met a girl who was willing to have a real conversation with him. The main reason is that his family situation is too poor. And he was still wearing the same sportswear that he had worn for thousands of years. Well, I believe you. Yang Xia smiled shyly and didn't ask any more questions. But she knew very well. When the two kissed, Su Yang was obviously experienced. But whether or not you have experience is a thing of the past and has nothing to do with the present. Boo! While Yang Xia was not paying attention, Su Yang lowered his head and kissed her lips, then put his arms around her. Husband! After a moment, Yang Xia's body collapsed in his arms, and her breathing became rapid. Chapter 37, First Night of Wedding. Wife, can I? Su Yang hugged Yang Xia, who was limp in his arms, and kissed her neck. Feeling the youthful energy of Su Yang, Yang Xia felt that his brain was almost unable to think. When she heard Su Yang's questions, she felt as if they were in the horizon, and her mind was blank. Is it possible or not? What does he mean by this? Wife, are you feeling okay? Su Yang felt that Yang Xia didn't seem to understand what he meant, so he asked again. Honey, I feel a little dizzy, huh? Perhaps it was because he was too excited. Yang Xia felt not only weak all over, but also had a dizzy head, which was getting more and more dizzy. If this continued, she felt like she might faint. Oh. Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. Break quickly. Just when he was about to kiss below the neck, he stopped abruptly. It seems that my wife's health is really not good and she needs to continue to recover for some time. Honey, do you know what disease I have? Well, I don't know the details, but the doctor said you are very weak and have the will to die. The doctor never told Yang Xia what caused his illness, nor did he ask Yang Xia. But since Yang Xia started to respond, he began to recover little by little. Honey, I'll tell you the details later, okay? Actually, I don't have any serious illness, and what the doctor said is correct. I am just weak now, I will be fine after resting for a while. Yang Xia curled up in Su Yang's arms, hugged him gently, and slowly adjusted her excited mood. Slowly. The dizziness in my head finally subsided. My body is still too weak. I can't do that kind of thing, right now. Okay, honey, it's okay. As long as there's nothing serious wrong with your health, your husband will be relieved. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang finally put his worries to rest. With such a wonderful wife, he naturally wants to be with her every day, preferably for a lifetime. Although her age does appear to be quite high according to the marriage certificate, she really looks no different from a woman in her early 30s. This elder sister is really good at taking care of herself. Don't worry, hubby, there's really nothing wrong. I just need some time to recuperate. I'm sorry, hubby. Today is also our first night of marriage, but It's okay, honey. We're going to live together for the rest of our lives anyway. I'm not in a hurry. No matter what, health comes first. Seeing that Yang Xia felt a little guilty, Su Yang quickly tried to comfort her. I haven't felt anything after being single for 22 years, so what if it's a little longer? Honey, I actually sleep very soundly, you can. Ahem. No, what are you thinking? My husband is not that kind of person. This wife actually cares so much about Su Yang's thoughts that she even comes up with such a bad idea. Puff. Hubby, you really know how to care for others. You are not selfish at all. As Yang Xia spoke, she couldn't help but laugh shyly. You are my wife, so I must love you. Wife. Are you sleepy? Why don't you let your husband hold you in his arms as you sleep? Well, after you kissed me just now, I felt a little sleepy. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia adjusted her sleeping position and snuggled gently in his arms. Bang! Su Yang raised his hand and turned off the bedside lamp. The room suddenly became pitch black. Hubby, you will take good care of me, right? Yeah. For sure. Well, do you really not mind that I'm so much older than you? My wife is so gentle, lovely, and beautiful. Besides, this is our destiny. I really don't mind the age difference between us. My wife is pretty, but she's really poor. You have to support me for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha. My wife, what are you talking about? I am a man, okay? A man has to work hard to support his wife. This is a man's responsibility and obligation, and I cannot shirk it. Hubby, it would be great if I were a rich woman. Wife, it doesn't matter whether you are rich or not, I will always love you well. Really? Of course. The two hugged each other and chatted quietly. Yang Xia's voice became smaller and smaller, until it suddenly disappeared. She fell asleep. Su Yang is in good health and full of energy, and he is not sleepy now. So now I can only recite the sutras. Amit Ba, Hallelujah, Amen, Aligato. It was the first time I hugged such a wonderful big sister. It was really exciting, okay? There is no other way but to divert his attention now. Gradually, after some time, Su Yang felt sleepy and fell asleep. Early the next morning. Crack! Just as the two were still sleeping in each other's arms, the door outside rang. It seemed to have been opened from the outside. Yang Xia was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. In a moment, she felt herself wrapped in Su Yang's arms, and her beautiful face turned red instantly. It's already daybreak. Su Yang's chest is so broad, so warm, so strong, and so safe. This is the first time in my life that I have slept so soundly. And this was the first time I slept in a man's arms. Husband. Yang Xia didn't pay attention to the noise outside. She knew very well that it was Sister Wang coming to help them cook. Wife, are you awake? Well, I'm not sleepy now. Sister Wang is here to help us cook. I woke up when I heard the door open. How do you feel? Feel? Honey, I need to go to the bathroom. As he said this, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. Then he turned over and sat up, put on his slippers and hurried out. This wife. Looking at Yang Xia's slender back and that enchanting figure, Su Yang couldn't help but feel dazed again. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Yang's cell phone on the bedside table rang. When I picked it up, I found it was a WeChat message from Zhang Ming. Chapter 38, Accompanying the Patient in Bed, Hugging the Patient in Bed? Su Yang, are you going to the hospital to accompany me? When I woke up, I found that you didn't come back. Well. Su Yang looked at Zhang Ming's message and couldn't help but twitch his lips secretly. It is true that I stayed with the patient, but it was not in the hospital. And this is truly a bedside companion, hugging the patient and staying with him in bed. Stayed with her all night. My relative has been discharged from the hospital, and I didn't have anything else to do, so I came over to take care of him. Su Yang doesn't want to tell Zhang Ming about what happened between him and Yang Xia yet. Let's wait for a while. Moreover, in the message he replied, he wrote she is he, otherwise Zhang Ming would definitely think too much. Oh, when are you coming back? It's the weekend, don't we think of a way to go out and have a date or something? Fuck. What the hell is this date between us? Ha ha ha. No, I mean, this is a great weekend, we can't just waste it like this, right? Li Feifei's home is in Jiangcheng, she is your girlfriend, you can just make an appointment. I can't go back now. Anyway, you haven't seen her for a long time, you can ask her to come over and spend some time with her at home. How nice. I'll go. I wanted to, but as soon as I asked her out, she asked how the house and the betrothal gifts were going. If these preparations are not done well, it seems that she will not see me, hey. When talking about this, Zhang Ming got very angry. If a girl who doesn't want money appears at this time, he might choose her without hesitation. Well. This is a big deal. I think it's better to just go to bed. If it's only 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, Su Yang can consider lending it to Zhang Ming for emergency use. But this is several million, and Su Yang doesn't have that much money. Even if Mrs. Li really gave the 2 million to Su Yang, he couldn't possibly lend all the money to Zhang Ming, right? Why? Su Yang, you're not coming back this morning? If you don't come back, I'll go to the company to work overtime. Anyway, I can earn some overtime pay. Well, I won't go back in the morning, and I guess I won't go back this weekend. The relatives are not here, so I help take care of the patients. Su-yang thought about it and then made up a reason on the spot. When the time is right, I will tell Zhang Ming about him and Yang Xia. Oh, okay then. I'm going to go to the company to work overtime now. All right. Crack. Su Yanggang chatted with Zhang Ming for a few words when Yang Xia pushed open the bedroom door and came back with a shy smile. Husband. Seeing Su Yang looking at her with a smile, Yang Xia couldn't help but lower her head slightly. Take off your shoes and go to bed. She snuggled gently in Su Yang's arms again. The feeling of lying in a man's arms is so wonderful. Yang Xia felt as if she had lived in vain for the past few decades. Why hadn't she discovered before that a man's embrace was so wonderful? Now. She actually opened this magical Pandora's box in front of a little boy. Xia baby. Listening to Su Yang's magnetic and gentle voice, Yang Xia soon felt herself becoming a little dazed. When I lower my head. Su Yang couldn't help but kiss her lips again. It was just a light kiss, and he knew his wife's body had not recovered yet. I don't want her to get too excited. Yang Xia couldn't help but hug Su Yang's waist, and her body went limp. Hubby, it would have been great if I had met you earlier. Well. Then it all depends on fate. If my husband had seen you before, you might not have paid any attention to me. That's true. Yang Xia snuggled in Su Yang's arms, her voice soft and her cheeks flushed. I don't know how long it took. There was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su, I have prepared breakfast for you too. Will you get up and eat later? It was Sister Wang's voice outside the door, with a hint of smile in it. Okay, Sister Wang, Su Yang and I will get up and eat in a while. Yang Xia turned her head and said something towards the door, her voice slightly shy. Okay, Miss Yang. I'll go back first. I'll come over at 11 o'clock to make lunch for you too. After Sister Wang finished speaking, she quickly left at a leisurely pace. Crack. As they heard the door open outside, they knew she had left. Wife, Sister Wang is the part-time worker you hired, right? Why don't we just not hire her? I'll cook for you in the future, okay? It's just breakfast, lunch and dinner, I can do it. Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xia's long hair and couldn't help but start to ponder. I don't know how much this hourly worker makes per month. Just 3 meals a day, which is actually very simple for Su Yang's level. It's okay, husband. I've already signed a contract with Sister Wang, so let her do it for a month first. Besides, my husband is now the secretary of the president of a large company. If he gets busy, he will starve me. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded slightly. Okay, let us do it for a month and see. By then, your work situation will naturally become clear. If you have time to cook, there is no need to renew the contract. I estimate that if I recuperate for another month, my body will be almost fully recovered. Then your wife can cook for you. Yang Xia raised her head slightly, looked at Su Yang's face quietly, and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. This little boy. Why do I like it more and more? And his body is so strong and sturdy. Especially the youthful breath, it is so tempting. Okay, from now on I will be responsible for making money to support the family, and my wife will just stay at home and rest, okay? Seeing that Yang Xia actually took the initiative to touch his face, Su Yang almost couldn't help but get excited again. Okay. Actually, I've worked in management before. If your husband encounters problems at work, can you discuss them with me? There was a smile in Yang Xia's eyes, and she seemed reluctant to let go of the hand that was stroking his face. And moved all the way down to his neck and chest. Those strong muscles made her heart flutter involuntarily. This little boy. Why is it so attractive to an old lady like me? Chapter 39 Husband, I just want to stay at home with you. Really? That's great. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. As a recent computer science graduate, he had never done any secretarial work. If Yang Xia, who has experience in management, could give him some pointers, then he would probably be able to do his job better. Well, of course. Honey, let's get up and eat first, okay? Okay. Su Yang responded and reluctantly let go of the sweet and soft Yang Xia in his arms. If it weren't for my wife's poor health, I have to sleep until noon at least. Soon. The two of them got up, washed, and packed up. Soon, the two sat face to face in the restaurant and started to eat breakfast. Honey, do you have any plans for the weekend? Or has your president arranged anything for you? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang tenderly, and her voice was also very gentle. She clearly felt. The body seems to recover much faster than before. From the time she woke up in the morning until now, she felt as if she had some strength again. The president hasn't assigned me any work yet. I've learned a lot of business knowledge from the directors of various departments, but I haven't had time to organize it yet. But don't worry, I'll sort it out when I have time. And I don't have a laptop now, so it's not convenient to organize it now. Let us talk about it when I go to the company on Monday. By the way, Director Wang from the company's design department told me the most. I wrote down half a notebook about her. Director Wang? Upon hearing this, Yang Xia's voice suddenly became a little higher, and a barely perceptible worry flashed in his eyes. Yes, my wife, the director of the design department, is Wang Fu, a young lady in her early 30s. She is quite enthusiastic and talked to me from morning to afternoon. It was quite hard work. Su Yang didn't notice the change in his wife's expression and nodded with a smile. As for the fact that Director Wang took the opportunity to pinch his muscles, he still couldn't tell Yang Xia about it. After all, Director Wang's move was just a small one, nothing big. But once I tell my wife about this, she might think too much about it, which would affect her physical recovery. Oh. Honey, your company is a clothing company, there must be a lot of pretty girls there, right? Well, there are quite a lot. It's a clothing company, so girls definitely make up the majority. What's wrong, honey? Are you worried about me? Su Yang felt that there was something else behind Yang Xia's words, as if he was worried about something. Yes, my husband is so handsome, if he is seduced by that pretty girl. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, honey, you are the most beautiful sister I have ever seen in my life, no doubt about it. Besides, we are husband and wife. Okay, honey, I believe you. But, my intuition tells me that you have to pay more attention to Director Wang. She seems a little dishonest. Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. This elder sister, her intuition is too accurate, isn't it? That's right. Director Wang is indeed a bit dishonest. Su Yang communicated with the directors of all departments, and only Director Wang was the most dishonest one. Only she either patted Su Yang's shoulders and arms, or pinched them silently. There is definitely something wrong with this young lady. What's wrong, husband? Did she bully you? No. She just asked me to call her sister, other than that, there's nothing much. Oh. After hearing what Su Yang said, Yang Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yang is a young boy who just graduated. In front of a married, mature and charming woman like Wang Fu, he might be easily bullied by her. If something like this happened, wouldn't Yang Xia cry to death? Hubby, you just have to be more careful. Boys have to protect themselves when they go out, okay? Some women just like to bully little boys. Well, don't worry, honey. I will definitely protect myself. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. This was the first time he heard that a boy should protect himself. Ding dong. The two were chatting when Yang Xia's phone suddenly rang. It must be a WeChat message. She picked up her phone, looked at it, and quickly stood up. Honey, I'm going to the bedroom to call my bestie. Can you eat first? Although Su Yang was a little confused, he nodded readily. It's just a phone call, why can't I answer it anywhere? I'm your husband, so it's okay for you to answer the phone in front of me, right? However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind, and he soon stopped thinking about them. After all, the two of them have just started living together. With time, everything will become clear. Yang Xia picked up the phone, quickly walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Yang Xia spoke in a very low voice and Su Yang couldn't hear it at all. However, he didn't think about listening. In just 2 minutes, Yang Xia ended the call. Honey, a close friend wanted to come over to my house to play, but I said it wasn't convenient today, so I didn't let her come. Oh, it's okay actually. Honey, I want to be with you right now. By the way, honey, I prepared some wedding characters yesterday, and I wanted to post them with you. Okay, honey, let's eat first, and I'll do the post after we finish eating. What Yang Xia said is indeed right. They are newlyweds, so it's better not to come and disturb them. In this private world for two, you can hug me if you want, kiss me if you want. It certainly wouldn't be as fun if someone else came. As for posting some wedding characters in the house, it is indeed necessary. Newly married couples really need to decorate the house to make it more festive. Okay, hubby, let's eat quickly then. Yeah, let's eat. As Su Yang spoke, he reached out and scooped a spoonful of egg with a small spoon and put it into Yang Xia's mouth. Thank you, husband. Just this small action made her face turn pink in an instant. By the way, honey, our company also provides cars for secretaries. If you want to go out later, I'll take you out for a ride? Forget it, I just want to stay at home with my husband. Yang Xia seemed to have no interest in the car that Su Yang had bought, and even her smile seemed a little unnatural. Chapter 40: The happiness of a young couple staying at home. Okay, honey. Then your husband will stay at home with you. We will decorate our new house later. Since my wife doesn't want to go out, then don't go out. As a newlywed, you should stay at home and spend some time together, right? Although my wife's health is not very good, this doesn't affect our in-depth understanding of each other, right? Soon, the two finished their breakfast. After Su Yang cleaned up the dishes, he and Yang Xia began to post wedding characters and decorate the new house. Although these things should be done in advance, it's just as fun to do them now. The two of them stayed at home for 2 days over the weekend and didn't even go out. When you are sleepy, you can sleep in each other's arms. When you are hungry, Sister Wang can prepare delicious meals for you. When we are not sleepy or hungry, we snuggle together and talk about everything under the sun in life. When love reaches its deepest point, a passionate kiss will ensue. It's just that Yang Xia is weak, so Su Yang has to control the timing. Otherwise, it would be bad if she fainted from being too excited. Before I knew it, the weekend passed in 2 days. Monday morning. After Su Yang ate the breakfast made by Sister Wang, he prepared to kiss Yang Xia goodbye. Going to work. Hubby, I feel like my body is recovering faster and faster, and I'm getting stronger and stronger. Well, honey, get well soon. When the time comes, I will definitely take good care of you. Boo. Su Yang hugged Yang Xia and gave her a gentle kiss with a hint of meaning in his words. Then he waved goodbye to her and left home reluctantly. Wow. A morning breeze blew, and Su Yang couldn't help but stretch his arms. Ga ga ga. Then there was a crisp sound of bones. I haven't exercised for 2 days and I feel like all the bones in my body are itchy. Boom. With the roar of the engine, Su Yang drove to the company. The car was driving very fast and he arrived at the company in a short while. There is a small gym on the top floor, but usually no one comes here to exercise. After all, this is where the president used to train, so other people generally don't come here. After arriving at the office, Su Yang put down his bag and went to the gym to exercise. Ding dong. I had just exercised for a while when I received a WeChat message on my phone. At first Su Yang thought it was a message from Yang Xia, but when he opened it he found out it was from Zhang Ming. Su Yang, are you in the company? Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together? I've already eaten at my relative's place, and I'm working out in the gym on the top floor now. You can come over and work out after dinner. Forget it, I won't exercise. I drank a lot yesterday and my stomach is still not feeling well. Oh, that's fine. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang exercised for a while. Then he returned to his office and began to organize the lecture notes of various directors that he had not finished last week on his computer. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know how long it was before there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Squeak. Following Su Yang's shout, the office door was pushed open. It turned out to be the head of the network department who came over with a brand new laptop in his hand. Boss, why are you here? Well, Brother Su Yang, Zhao Min, the director of the Human Resources Department, called me early in the morning and said that you were still short of a laptop. So I contacted the computer company and asked them to send a high-end one. Hearing Su Yang still calling him boss, Director Li couldn't help but smile awkwardly, then put the laptop on his desk. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Look, brother, you're being polite. Director Li did not stay long. He chatted for a few minutes and then went back. Su Yang opened his laptop and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This configuration is really good. It's just that this is a bit strange. The director of the HR department arranged for the network department to buy him a computer early in the morning and seemed quite anxious. Didn't Director Zhao know that he didn't have a notebook before? Or was this arranged by the president named Yang Xia? Su Yang thought about it and felt that there was something strange about this matter. Knock, knock, knock. The computer software had not yet been installed when there was another knock on the office door. It turned out that it was Zhao Min, the director of the Human Resources Department, who came over. Director Zhao, why are you here? Su Yang, there may be something wrong with the car you're driving. I'll arrange for someone to take it to the forest shop for a thorough inspection. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Yang didn't think much about it and directly took out the car keys and handed them to Director Zhao. Su Yang, what kind of cars do you boys prefer? The car I like? It must be an off-road vehicle. Ever since Su Yang learned how to drive, he has always wanted to satisfy his craving for off-road vehicles. But during his 4 years in college, he had no chance at all. So what brand of off-road vehicle do you like best? Of course it's the Tank 300. I think this car is pretty good. Oh no. What's the point of liking it? I can't afford it now. Su Yang could see this car from time to time on the road, and he felt very itchy. Oh, you really like this car? Don't you like the G-Class? Su Yang couldn't help but sway when he heard this. Big sister, I'm just a small worker. I've never dreamed of owning a car like the G-Class. Su Yang smiled, feeling that Director Zhao was making fun of him. If I say I like the G-Class, can you still buy me one? Okay, Su Yang, I'll take this car back first, and I'll arrange another one for you as soon as possible. Okay, Director Zhao, thank you so much. Looking at Director Zhao leaving, Su Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. This big sister asked me what kind of car I like and why. Off-road vehicles are basically fuel-guzzling. Does the company have such vehicles? Anyway, Director Zhao's conversation just now made him feel that something was a little strange. The laptop's system and software were ready, and it was almost noon. He and his wife had already agreed that they would go home for lunch. So he planned to leave a few minutes earlier. Tap tap tap. Just when Su Yang was about to leave, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Boom boom boom, squeak. Before Su Yang could respond, the door was pushed open. Director Zhao walked in hurriedly with a pair of car keys in his hand. Su Yang, here you go. This car will be yours from now on. Su Yang saw it clearly, there was the word tank on the key. Director Zhao, what is this? Yes, that's right, this is the Tank 300. The president said that since you like this car, he will buy it for you. Chapter 41. Is the president greedy for me? This. I said. No, Director Zhao, isn't this our company's original car? Why did you buy me a new car? Su Yang looked at the car keys in his hand and couldn't help feeling a little confused. I just mentioned it casually before, why did the president buy him a car? Yes, Secretary Su, this is what the president told us. He said that he would buy you whatever car you like. Just drive the car. It's parked downstairs now. I'll go back first. Director Zhao smiled mysteriously, waved his hand and left without explaining anything further. Well, I'll go. Quite interesting. No wonder Director Zhao asked me what kind of car I liked. It turns out he wanted to match me with a car based on my preferences. If I had said before that I liked the G-Class, would the CEO have agreed to buy me one? Forget it. I'm just a small secretary, how dare I afford such a nice car? Even if you buy a Tank 300, it would be embarrassing. Why does this feel a bit weird? Is this big sister CEO always so generous to her employees? Or is she treating me? For a moment, Su Yang thought of a lot of things. Harmful. Forget it, don't think too much about it, just take it one step at a time. His wife Yang Xia is still waiting for him at home for dinner, so hurry home. Thinking of this, Su Yang picked up the car keys of the Tank 300 and quickly left the office. After walking out of the company building, Su Yang saw the black Tank 300 Black Warrior parked downstairs. The brand new car looks very majestic. Okay, since it's the company's car, just drive it with confidence. Logically speaking, this car should be much cheaper than the previous one. However, as for Su Yang, he prefers off-road vehicles. Boom. With the roar of the engine, Su Yang drove the new car towards home. I've been away from home for a long time, and I really miss my elder sister Yang Xia. During the weekend, the two of them stayed together for a long time, and although they didn't communicate too deeply, their understanding and affection for each other increased a lot. Not long, Su Yang drove to the downstairs of Yang Xia's house. After locking the car, he walked into the unit door excitedly. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang looked at the time and knocked on the door gently. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, footsteps were heard in the house, and it seemed that the person was walking quite fast. Judging from the sound, if my guess is correct, it should be my wife Yang Xia coming to open the door. Crack. As the door opened, Yang Xia's handsome face appeared at the door. A moment. An expression of indescribable surprise appeared on Yang Xia's face. Honey, I'm back from get off work. Su Yang stepped into the door and hugged her tightly in his arms. Sniff. What a nice smelling wife. It feels so good to hold it in my arms, feeling so sweet and soft. Hubby, you've worked hard. Come wash your hands and have dinner. Okay, I want to eat my wife first, boo. Su Yang hugged Yang Xia and was reluctant to let go for a moment. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Hubby, close the door. Oh. Only then did Su Yang realize that the door was not closed yet. So he reluctantly let go of Yang Xia and turned around to close the door. Hubby, come over and eat quickly. Sister Wang has been preparing for a while. Well. Wife, why don't you eat earlier? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Upon hearing this, Su Yang quickly put his bag on the sofa and washed his hands quickly. Hey, wife, you don't have to wait for your husband to come back to eat, okay? You can just eat first. But I want to wait for my husband to have dinner together. Yang Xia smiled gently and waved to Su Yang. Soon, the two of them sat facing each other around the dining table. Xia baby, come on, eat quickly. Try to eat by yourself first next time, okay? It's okay, husband. It'll just take a while. When Yang Xia heard Su Yang call him Xiao Xia baby again, his face turned red instantly. It's so strange for such a little boy to call her like that, but at the same time it feels so sweet and happy. The two chatted and ate happily. By the way, honey, the company has given me a new car. Really? It's so good. What car did you change? I got a new off-road vehicle, the Tank 300. Su Yang said as he took out his car keys and placed them on the dining table. That's true. Yang Xia looked at the car keys, and a hint of cunning flashed across her gentle eyes. How about this car? Does your husband like it? It's a nice car. I really like it. I've always wanted to have an off-road vehicle, but I've never driven one since I got my driver's license. But Su Yang said this, and couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong, honey? Is there something wrong with the car? No. The car the company replaced for me was bought specifically for me, so I feel like there's something wrong. Su Yang thought about it and decided to talk about this matter with his wife and ask her to help him think about it. Oh. Didn't your company give you an Audi before? Isn't that car more expensive than this SUV? Is there anything wrong with replacing it with a cheaper one? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's slightly frowned brows and couldn't help but smile to herself. This little husband. There are really a lot of thoughts in my mind. No. Wife, Director Zhao from our HR department asked me if I liked the G-Class before we bought the car. Wife, if I really said I liked the G-Class, would the president really agree to buy me a G-Class? Puff. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. My husband is so nice. If you say you like the G-Class, maybe your president will actually buy it for you. Ahem. No. This is just nonsense. I dare not say anything nonsense. I am just a small secretary. How dare I ask the company for a G-Class car? After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little amused. This wife. Don't you know how expensive the G is? If I really wanted a G-Class and the president really bought it for me, it would be a big deal. I dare say. That president must be lusting after my body. Chapter 42, I just moved in with my wife and I really don't want to go to work. Seeing Su Yang waving his hands repeatedly, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh. Is Big G expensive? Of course. As soon as Su Yang heard it, he knew that his wife must not know the price of the G-Class, or she didn't know much about this model at all. The cheapest one costs more than 1 million yuan, and the specific one may be more expensive. The better ones are probably more than 2 million yuan. I am a secretary. How many years do I have to work to be able to buy a car like this? Oh, husband, do you like this car? No. Su Yang quickly waved his hands and shook his head like a rattle. I don't like it. I don't dare to like it at all. Honey, after you get off work, take me for a ride in your Tank 300, okay? Sure, no problem. My wife didn't want to go for a ride on the weekend, so why did she say she wanted to go for a ride today? But since she likes it, take her out for a walk. She was home alone. It must be boring to stay at home all the time. I really need to take her out for a walk more often. Taking a ride, going to the park, these should all help her recovery. Thank you, husband. I haven't gone out for a walk for a long time. Still being polite to your husband? Be good, your husband can go out with you anytime from now on. Su Yang stretched out his hand and touched Yang Xia's soft and tender face, squeezing it gently. Husband. Yang Xia also raised her hand and gently held his big hand. Ding-ling-ling. While eating, Su Yang's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from Director Wang. Hello? Hello, Director Wang. Su Yang naturally would not avoid Yang Xia when answering the phone. He picked up the phone and answered it. Brother Su Yang, why aren't you in the office? I want to ask you for help. Oh, I'll be back in a minute, Director Wang, you go ahead. As Su Yang spoke, he looked up at Yang Xia. She was looking at him and seemed to be listening to their conversation. Su Yang smiled and reached out to press the speakerphone button. Anyway, my wife once said that she used to work in management and that I could communicate with her about many things. So let her listen to the phone call, maybe she will need some advice from him. Brother Su Yang, I had an application for funds and sent it to General Manager Li. Later, she sent me a message saying that the president had been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home. She would forward the application form to the president. But I've been waiting for days and the president hasn't replied to my message yet. Brother Su Yang, you are the new secretary of the president, how about you help me to urge it? I'm in a hurry here. Oh, okay, Director Wang, please send me the application form on WeChat, and I will contact the president as soon as possible. Okay, brother, thank you so much. Director Wang, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Su Yang was chatting with Director Wang, and Yang Xia was listening patiently on the side. Brother, if you can get this done, sister will treat you to a meal, okay? Come on, Director Wang is so polite. Ha ha ha. Okay, brother, that's it. I'll take a photo of the application form and send it to you right away. Having said that, Director Wang hung up the phone. Wife. This woman is Director Wang from the company's design department. She speaks like this, so don't think too much, wife. After finishing the call with Director Wang, Su Yang smiled awkwardly and quickly explained to Yang Xia. Director Wang is really something, calling me his younger brother every time he says so. When I was talking to you, it was in front of my wife, really. I don't know if my wife would be unhappy when she hears her shouting so ambiguously. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile. She didn't seem to care too much about the ambiguous address to Su Yang on the phone. I can tell that Director Wang is a bit of a talker. But, husband, if she wants to treat you to a meal, you must not drink, understand? Okay, I understand. I still have to take good care of my wife in the future, so I won't drink. Su Yang certainly understood clearly that drinking was not allowed. If Director Wang invites Su Yang to drink with him, if he gets drunk, the chances of something going wrong will greatly increase. Even when she's not drinking, she dares to touch me. If you drink too much, then why not just tear his clothes off? No. But I am a married man, and I must be loyal to my wife. My husband is so nice. After hearing Su Yang's answer, Yang Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Fu is a person. I still need to make my husband pay more attention. After all, he is so young, so handsome, and so strong. What woman wouldn't like him? As she spoke, she picked up her cell phone and looked for something on it. After a while, he put down his phone. Sister Wang's lunch was really good and the two of them finished it in no time. Honey, it's getting late. I have to go back to the company. I have to call the president this afternoon to remind him about Director Wang. Su Yang looked at the time and quickly got up to clean up the dishes. The morning time is indeed a bit short. The journey back and forth will take some time, plus the time for lunch, so an hour is not very spacious. Mainly, when I was eating, I wanted to chat with my wife for a while longer. In this case, it will take longer. It's okay, husband. You are the secretary of the company president. You don't have to clock in and out on time. Well, honey, this isn't a good idea, is it? After all, I've just started working as a secretary, so I should stick to the timetable more. Having said that, Su Yang picked up the bowl and chopsticks and rushed to the kitchen. Pack up quickly and go back to the company. Honey, let me take care of this. I'm getting more and more energetic. It's okay, honey, it's just a small thing that can be done in 2 minutes. As Su Yang spoke, he quickly started washing. The movements are very neat. As expected. It only took Su Yang 2 minutes to finish everything. Wife, you need to have a good rest at home, okay? I will come back as soon as I get off work to accompany you. Boo! As he said that, Su Yang hugged Yang Xia and kissed her. Her little mouth is so sweet and soft, so comfortable. Damn! I just moved in with my wife and I really don't want to go to work. It would be great if I could be with her every day. Chapter 43: The President's New Mission. After leaving home, Su Yang got in the car and quickly rushed to the company. No matter how hard I tried, I was still a few minutes late when I arrived at the company. However, as the president's secretary, he does not need to punch in. It's just that as a new employee, he just started working and thought it's better not to be late. Ding-ling-ling. As soon as I arrived at the office, Director Wang called again. Hello? Director Wang. Thank you so much, brother. It was you who helped me. The president has just approved my request for payment. So fast. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. How could this be such a coincidence? I haven't even contacted the CEO yet, and she's already approved it? Brother Su Yang, tell me the truth. Does the president admire you? No. Listening to Director Wang's ambiguous voice, Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Up to now, the president and I have only met once, and he doesn't even know me well, so how can I talk about appreciation for him? Tisk, brother, you don't tell your sister the truth, right? For a handsome boy like you, that's hard to say. Even the elder sister admires her younger brother. By the way, brother, I heard that your car has been changed? Ahem, yes, Director Wang, it's changed. You also know about this? My sister is very well informed. Okay, brother. I called to express my gratitude. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Okay, Director Wang is so polite. The two chatted for a few more minutes and soon ended the call. In the afternoon, Su Yang continued to organize his lecture notes on his newly purchased laptop. As a secretary, you still need to know something about the company's business. Otherwise, many jobs cannot be done well. I was busy until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and finally finished organizing all the lecture notes. The process of organizing is also a process of reviewing. So far, Su Yang has basically had a general understanding of the company's business. Knock, knock, knock. I had just taken a sip of water when there was a knock on the office door. Come in. With the sound of door opening, Zhang Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Ha ha ha. Come sit down, would you like some coffee? Seeing Zhang Ming come in, Su Yang stood up with a smile and prepared to grind a cup of coffee for him. Forget it, this thing is too bitter. I'm a miserable person, I'd better not make it worse. Zhang Ming sat down on the sofa, smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Oh my god. Is there something behind your words? Why are you such a miserable person? How come I'm not a miserable person? My girlfriend wants to break up with me now, do you think I'm miserable? Break up? What's going on? Didn't she give you 2 years to prepare the house and the betrothal gift? Su Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Listening to what Zhang Ming said, could it be that his girlfriend Li Feifei has changed her mind again? Yes, she sent me a message at noon, saying that her family introduced a rich second-generation guy to me. She asked me if I wanted to go and see him. Oh my god. Listen, what the hell does this mean? If she wants to go on a blind date, then go. Why does she need to tell me? Isn't this just rubbing salt into my wounds? Come, drink some water and talk slowly. Gudong gudong. Zhang Ming took the glass and drank it all in one gulp, just like he was drinking beer. Su Yang, tell me, what does she mean by this? Isn't this just another way of breaking up with me? And isn't this way of breaking up too harsh? How long has it been since we left campus? When I slept with her before, I can still clearly remember how she was obsessed with me. In the blink of an eye, I almost became a stranger. Why? It's really disgusting to think about it. Calm down, calm down. After hearing what Zhang Ming said, Su Yang couldn't help feeling helpless. This kind of thing. He is also powerless. All this is because we brothers are too poor. I'm so poor that I can't even afford love. From what you heard, does she mean to break up with you? Yeah, isn't it obvious? And to me, it's simply an insult. Asking me if I want to go on a blind date with someone else? I'm so f***ing convinced. Forget it, brother. Since we can't be together, then even if you used other people's wives to gain experience, isn't it balanced if you think about it this way? Since Li Feifei has said so, it seems that there is really nothing that can be saved. Even if you are really rich. Forget about a woman like this. Zhang Ming didn't have much money to begin with, but he still insisted on preparing the house and materials. In fact, it was just an excuse to break up. I said I would wait for him for 2 years. But now, only 1 month has passed and she has already started dating rich second-generation men. How can there be any feelings for a woman like this? Why? After listening to Su Yang's words, Zhang Ming's depression seemed to ease a little. Ding-ling-ling. As they were chatting, Su Yang's cell phone rang. He quickly sat up from the sofa, walked to the desk in 2 steps and picked up his phone. It turned out that it was the president who called. Hello? President. Su Yang, I will hold a conference call at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please notify all people above the director level to come to the first conference room in advance. When the time comes, just ask Director Zhao to call my cell phone directly. After 2 or 3 days, the president finally assigns Su Yang another task. Okay, President. I'll notify the responsible persons right away. As Su Yang spoke, he picked up the pen on the table and wrote down what the president had arranged. Time, place, participants, meeting method, etc. Oh, by the way, Su Yang, tomorrow morning at 9:30, please come to the entrance of the cafe where we met last time. I'm still waiting for you there. I have other arrangements for you. Okay, President. I'll be there on time. Okay, Su Yang, see you tomorrow at 9:30. Bye. Goodbye. There was still a smile in the president's voice, and there seemed to be a hint of appreciation in that smile. With just a few words, the president arranged everything. He was very capable. Su Yang, was it the president who called you just now? Yeah, that's right. Oh, by the way, I have to take care of the president's business first, we'll talk later. Su Yang said this and quickly sat back in his seat, ready to inform everyone about the president's arrangements. Chapter 44, What's wrong, husband? Are you stunned? After a busy period, Su Yang sent messages to everyone about the arrangements made by the president. For those who did not reply within a short period of time, Su Yang would call them directly and inform them verbally again. Then he made a special call to Director Zhao and asked her to supervise everyone to arrive at the first meeting room in advance and call the president on time at 10 o'clock. Oh my God. I haven't seen you for 3 days. I'm impressed by you. Zhang Ming watched Su Yang busying around and couldn't help but admire him secretly. I haven't seen him for a few days. How come he seems to have become more mature? Ha ha. What's the point of scratching? I've never won a single cent when I bought a scratch card. After Su Yang finished his work, he sat back on the sofa. Okay, Zhang Ming, if there is really no room for redemption, then you can only think more positively. After all, 5,000 a month is not enough to meet your girlfriend's requirements in a short period of time. Why? In fact, I know very well that there is no hope between the two of us. I just feel. It's such a pity that the feelings we developed over the years in college were lost so suddenly. It only takes a moment to pass in my heart. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded slightly. There's nothing we can do about it. At most, I'll feel uncomfortable for a few days, and maybe it will pass. The two chatted, and before they knew it, it was almost time to get off work. Zhang Ming, I have to go back to my relatives as soon as possible. I have to go see her right away. Fuck. Su Yang, your relative is a beautiful woman, right? Otherwise, why are you so concerned about her? Well, don't talk nonsense. They are relatives. Do you understand? Even if she is a beauty, so what? Okay, brother, let's go. Su Yang smiled and patted Zhang Ming's shoulder, then quickly got up, packed his bag, and put the new computer in it. I'll go. The notebook is nice. Is this also provided by the company? Yeah. As he spoke, Su Yang had already packed his backpack and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Ming felt it was not appropriate to sit there any longer, so he followed and walked out of the office. Wife, I miss you so much. As soon as he got home, Su Yang hugged Yang Xia in his arms again. My sweet wife, I don't want to put her down once I hold her in my arms. Honey, let's eat first. After dinner, take me out for a ride, okay? Okay, wife. Boo. Before letting go of Yang Xia, Su Yang hugged her and kissed her hard. After a simple tidy up, the two of them sat facing each other around the dining table. Honey, are you busy at work this afternoon? Yang Xia asked this question casually while eating. Well, it's okay. In the afternoon, I sorted out what the various responsible persons told me. As the secretary of the president of a clothing company, it is really unacceptable if I don't know anything about the business. I will have to take time to consult them more in the future, as there are still many things I don't understand. Furthermore, the president will hold a conference call at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I have already notified everyone. Another. The CEO asked me to come to the cafe at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and she said she would arrange other work for me. Soon, Su Yang briefly reported the situation to Yang Xia. Anyway, just treat it as a chat. As long as my wife wants to know, just talk about it. Oh, what kind of work will your president assign you? I don't know. I really can't guess. But don't worry, honey, nothing bad will happen. Puff. After hearing Su Yang's words and the expression that didn't want her to think too much, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh. This little boy. It's so simple and cute. It's okay, husband. We just do whatever the leader tells us to do. As long as we don't do anything wrong, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what my wife said. The two chatted and soon finished their dinner. Honey, how about I wash the dishes? You are so busy at work. I feel bad for you to do housework when you get home. It's okay, honey. I'm full of energy now. I feel energetic all over. This little bit of housework is nothing. Having said that, Su Yang quickly cleaned up, leaving the dishes and the table tidy. Husband. I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger. How about tonight, we? Real? Looking at Yang Xia's shy look, Su Yang instantly understood. Wife, do you feel that you are capable now? I don't know. I can try it when the time comes. Good. That's great. When Su Yang heard this, his heart was instantly moved and his heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Honey, wait for me for a moment. I'm going to change my clothes. I want to go for a ride in your car today. Okay, wife. As he spoke, Yang Xia smiled gently at Su Yang, then walked gently into the bedroom. After a while, Yang Xia came out, wearing a light-colored long skirt and with her hair tied up. With just such a casual look, her whole temperament suddenly changed. Su Yang stared at Yang Xia blankly and was stunned for a moment. This temperament is really extraordinary. Is this the temperament that an ordinary office worker can possess? Even his own president doesn't have this kind of temperament. What's wrong, husband? Are you stunned? Looking at Su Yang's silly look, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. This little boy. I am really fascinated by myself. Well. Yes, honey, you look so pretty and elegant when you dress like this. In a trance. I feel like my wife is like a big boss or a big CEO. Her aura is really extraordinary. As Su Yang spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head vigorously. Just for a moment, he really felt this way. However, when he came to his senses, he immediately denied himself. If my wife is really a big boss or a big CEO, she shouldn't live in such a bad place, right? And he wouldn't be interested in a poor boy like me, right? Is my wife beautiful? Yes, my wife is so beautiful, so charming. Such a beautiful and mature woman is simply fatal to Su Yang. Come on, husband, let's go for a drive, shall we? As he spoke, Yang Xia gently took Su Yang's arm. Chapter 45 looks like I found a rare treasure? Okay. Let's go for a ride. Su Yang rubbed his eyes and retracted his dazed look. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was meeting Yang Xia for the first time. When she was in the hospital before, she wore a hospital gown. After returning home, I wore pajamas. They all had long hair and were not dressed up. Now with a little bit of dressing up, the whole temperament changes instantly. Sniff. Su Yang quietly sniffed the faint fragrance emanating from Yang Xia, and his mind couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Why do I always feel that this wife has such an extraordinary aura? Looks like I found a rare treasure? After leaving the house, the two quickly took the elevator downstairs. Honey, is that the car? The two had just finished their meal and it was not yet very dark. After walking out of the unit door, Yang Xia immediately saw the Tank 300 parked not far away. There was only one brand new SUV nearby, so it went without saying it was that one. Yes, honey, how do you feel? Isn't it majestic? Well, it looks pretty good. Soon, the two arrived in front of the car. Opening the passenger door, Su Yang helped Yang Xia get in. Then he turned around and sat in the driving seat. Let's go. With the roar of the engine, Su Yang slowly started the car. The car window was opened a little, and the wind squeezed in through the gap, ruffling Yang Xia's long hair. She reached out and stroked the hair on her forehead, quietly looking at the scenery outside the car window. Husband. What's wrong, wife? I haven't been out for a long time. When you recover, your husband can take you out for a walk every day. Although the air outside is not very good, it is better than staying at home all the time. Yes, thank you, husband. Oh. Are you still being polite to me? When I have time in the future, I will take you back to my hometown. The air in the mountains is really good. Really, when I'm in the mountains, I feel refreshed every day. Su Yang turned his head and glanced at Yang Xia, and even took a look at her long legs. Having such a mature and beautiful wife with me is more refreshing than going to the mountains. As long as she is around, I feel like I have endless energy. Okay, when the holiday comes, your wife will go home with you to see. Okay. My parents will definitely be very happy then. Unexpectedly, Yang Xia actually took the initiative to propose to go back to his hometown to visit, which made Su Yang very happy. The poor mountain valley in my hometown. Apart from the good water and air, everything else seems quite inconvenient. Food, accommodation, daily necessities and transportation are not that convenient anyway. Basically no girl in a big city is willing to marry a guy from a poor mountain village. The car drove onto the road and went straight ahead. The red light is on. Su Yang stopped the car, reached out to the side, and grabbed Yang Xia's little hand. Wife, have you ever been a big boss in a company? Oh? Why do you think so? When Yang Xia heard this, his eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times. Then she turned her head and looked at Su Yang gently. Don't mention it. This little husband who came from heaven actually has such a keen perception. Just now, the moment you changed your clothes and came out of the bedroom, I felt it. Real wife. I seem to sense an invisible aura. Even the president of our company doesn't have as much aura as you, my wife. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile when he heard that. It's really interesting. Didn't I tell you that I used to work in management? Maybe that's why. Oh, yes. Indeed, Su Yang also remembered it very clearly. Yang Xia did say that. If that is the case, it seems that my wife may have been a big leader. As for what position it is, it's hard to say. My wife used to be a general manager or president, a position like that? Well, more like that. Yang Xia smiled gently and looked at the little boy in front of her. The feeling of being with him. It's so relaxing. The youthful and passionate aura he exudes is so charming. Honey, drive, the light is green. Oh. As the two were chatting, the green light came on and the cars behind them started honking their horns. Boom. Su Yang stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Really? Why do I feel a little dizzy when I'm with my wife? This mature big sister is so attractive. From head to toe, every part of her exudes that alluring fragrance. The car drove forward and soon arrived at an open park. Honey, let's drive in and take a stroll? Okay, the environment here is nice. Su Yang responded, turned the steering wheel, and drove into the park. I found a parking space, parked the car, and turned off the engine. Wife, please wait a moment. As he said that, he jumped out of the car first and quickly walked to the passenger seat. Holding Yang Xia's little hand, he gently helped her down again. Close the car door, lock it. The two of them walked slowly into the park hand in hand. This place is great. I can bring you here often to stroll around and exercise. In fact, when I was in good health, I would sometimes come here for a stroll. Oh, alone? My wife is so beautiful. If she goes out alone, it's really worrying. Not really. I used to have a very good friend, and we would sometimes come over and hang out together. Oh. Su Yang heard this and nodded slightly. But I started thinking in my heart. Could this good friend of hers be her ex-boyfriend? But think about it. How could a woman as beautiful as Yang Xia not have men chasing after her? However, Mrs. Li said before that she had never been in a relationship with any man. Could it be that she did not understand the actual situation? Pfft, it's a girl. As if sensing Su Yang's silence, Yang Xia couldn't help but chuckle. I haven't dated many boys. If you really count, you're my first. Oh? So your husband is your first love, right? Right. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's expression became a little unnatural. Chapter 46, I seem to have really forgotten what my ideal is. The two walked and talked hand in hand. The street lights in the park were not very bright, and people were walking around in groups of 3 or 4. Husband, what is your ideal? Can you tell me about it? Well, ideal? Su Yang felt that he hadn't thought about this word for a long time. It seems that this word is a bit far away from me. When I was a kid, everyone seems to have their own ideals, perhaps wanting to be a doctor, perhaps a teacher, or perhaps a scientist. Now, Su Yang felt that he needed a more stable job with a salary that could support his family. Is this ideal? Maybe. Before I met you, I just wanted to have a decent job and earn a decent salary, to make life easier for my parents and not have to work so hard. After meeting my wife, I just want to work harder and make more money. Let you live more comfortably, and let your parents live more easily. Well, in fact, I don't know what my ideal is. Anyway, I just want to make the people who love me live happier and more relaxed, and work hard to make more money. Su Yang thought about it and said what he felt was the most realistic and reliable thing. As for lofty ideals and ambitions? Yes, it's too far away and doesn't seem to have anything to do with the present. The universe is so big, I want to go to the moon to have a look. It's better to just forget about this kind of ideal. Doesn't my husband want to have a career? Cause? Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. As a fresh graduate, I just found a job that I can only work for a short time. How can I dare to think about a career? Yes, husband, you are actually quite smart and down to earth. If you have the opportunity, you will definitely be able to do something. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips secretly. Yes, wife. If there is a chance, where is it? With just the money in my pocket, can I catch it if I have the chance? In response to Yang Xia's words, Su Yang just nodded slightly and didn't say much. Anyway, no matter how much you say, it's all empty talk. Husband, do your current job well and learn about your company's business. I believe that husband will have great opportunities. Huh? Really? What Yang Xia said was obviously not a joke. Although the voice was gentle, it was clearly serious. Of course, trust my judgment, okay? Okay. I trust my wife. Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head and look at his wife carefully in the dim light of the street lamp. Don't mention it. The wife was indeed talking to him seriously. Don't worry, honey. Now that I have taken on this job, I will definitely find a way to do it well. As he said that, he reached out and held Yang Xia in his arms, then bent down and kissed her. Yang Xia also cooperated by hugging his waist and letting him kiss her. In a moment, she felt a little dizzy. Hubby, let's go home. After strolling outside for quite a while, Yang Xia wanted to go back. Especially when Su Yang held her in his arms and kissed her passionately, she wanted to go back even more. I want to completely relax myself in that private environment and enjoy his hug and kiss. Well, good wife. Su Yang also knew that the two of them had been strolling for quite some time. After all, his wife was in poor health and it was not suitable for her to stroll for too long. As he said this, he loosened his arms around Yang Xia, took her little hand, and walked back slowly. After a short while, the two arrived at the parking lot. Su Yang gently helped Yang Xia to the passenger seat, then drove home. "Honey, I took a long walk today, but I'm not too tired. It seems that my wife's health is getting better and better." "Yes, husband, maybe after a while, I can go to work." "Work?" Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. In his understanding, in the future his wife only needs to be beautiful and stay at home, and he, Su Yang, will definitely work hard to make money to support the family. "Yes, husband, I had a job before I got sick. Once I recover, I can go back to work naturally." Yang Xia smiled, gently stretched out her little hand, and actually touched Su Yang's face directly. "Oh. That's good too. Now that my wife is about to recover, it's really a happy thought." "Husband, are you confused about my illness? I've been in the ICU, how come I recovered so quickly?" "Yes, honey, there is a little bit. But didn't you say you would tell me later?" Su Yang smiled and nodded. Although he was very curious, he would still patiently wait for his wife to tell him. The doctor also said that she was extremely weak and had a weak will to survive. Su Yang actually didn't understand what was said. At that time, he just regarded it as a business and did what was required, and did not want to know too much. But now things are different. If Yang Xia was willing to tell him, he would be happy to know. Yang Xia nodded slightly and responded gently. "Actually, I'm not sick. I'm just hungry." Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. "Hungry? What's the meaning? Why did I almost starve myself to death?" "Well, I'll tell you the specific reason after I think about it, okay? Don't worry, husband. I'm really about to recover, and I'll be able to go to work and make money in the future. Okay, no matter what happened in the past, as long as my wife can recover. You are my wife now, I just hope you can be happy and healthy every day." After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang temporarily put aside his curiosity. "Anyway, it's a thing of the past. As long as my wife is fine now, it's fine." As he said that, he stretched out his hand again, grabbed Yang Xia's small hand, and began to knead it gently. Not long after, the two drove back to the community. After parking the car, Su Yang took Yang Xia's hand and went home together. As soon as he entered the house, Su Yang hugged Yang Xia in his arms and kissed her directly. This wife. She is so charming today, I must give her a good kiss. Chapter 47. Is this funny or flirty? Honey, let's take a shower. It's hot. I'm sweating. Oh, I was wondering why my wife smelled even better, it turned out to be her sweat. This little boy is quite good at teasing. Yang Xia stretched out her little hand and gently twisted Su Yang's waist. Well, since my wife is so weak, how about letting your husband wash you? Don't want. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's face turned red instantly. This little husband. Is this funny or flirty? Although this sounded quite embarrassing, she had a vague feeling of unspeakable anticipation. Su Yang smiled and then let go of Yang Xia. Then I should take a shower and have a good rest later. Yang Xia smiled shyly and walked quickly into the bedroom. Early the next morning. After Su Yang and Yang Xia had the breakfast made by Sister Wang, he drove out of the community. Anyway, it was still early for the time agreed with the president, so he planned to go to the company first and then come back when the time was about right. After arriving at the company, he sent a brief message to Director Zhao, reminding him of the conference call at 10 o'clock. Afterwards, he reviewed his previous lecture notes. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he left his office and prepared to meet the president. Galloping all the way. When he arrived at the door of the cafe, he saw the president walking towards him from the direction of the community entrance. Su Yang, wait for me for a while? Good morning, President. I just arrived too. It's already late, it's already 9:30. After hearing Su Yang's words, the president couldn't help but smile. I couldn't help but look him up and down again. This little boy. He's really nice, no wonder Sister Yang plans to get along with him. If it were me, I would definitely be willing to get along with him. It doesn't matter whether you get married or not, just be happy first. Su Yang, take this key. I'll send you an address. Can you help me with something? Okay, Mr. Yang, no problem. Su Yang nodded and agreed readily. There are two sets of keys, one is the BMW car key, and the other set is like the key for the door at home and the access card. Moreover, his wife specifically told him yesterday that if he did a good job as a secretary, he would definitely have great opportunities in the future. In that case, we must do a good job. Well, I've forwarded the address to your phone. When you get to this place, drive the car in the yard out for a spin. Also, help clean up the yard. As for the rest, you can just go and take care of it. Oh. After hearing what the president said, Su Yan understood instantly. It seems that this might be where the president used to live, so let him help clean it up. Okay, President, no problem. I'll be there right away. This kind of thing. It's really a secretary's job. I don't know if I should walk the dog or something? Or help pick up the kids from school? Who knows, anyway, just do whatever your leader tells you to do. Well, go ahead, Su Yang. After you've packed up, you can take the key first. Oh yeah. If you want to live in this house, you can do so, and you can bring your girlfriend with you. And this BMW, you can drive it whenever you want. I understand, Mr. Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard that. Why does it feel a bit weird after listening to what the president said? It seemed as if this was not her thing. But no matter how nice the house is, or how cool the car is, it's not his, so he dare not use it casually. Well, fine then, you go over there, Su Yang, I have something else to do. The president looked at the time and prepared to leave. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll be there right away. Su Yang nodded, took the key given by the president, drove his tank 300 and left quickly. The address given by the president is not too far from here. It only takes 20 minutes to drive there. It didn't take long for Su Yang to drive to the address the president mentioned. Oh my god. This is actually a villa area. The villas are so beautiful. I picked up the card on the key and swiped it. With a beep sound, the gear lever in front was pulled up. With a step on the accelerator, Su Yang drove the car into the villa area. Number 1314. Su Yang drove the car and moved forward. Villa number 1314 was found quickly. I found a random place, parked the car, picked up the keys and walked over. This villa is so beautiful. If I get rich in the future, I also want to buy a villa like this. Living here with my wife, that would be so much fun. Su Yan looked at the villa and couldn't help feeling envious. Presumably. This should be Mr. Yang's villa, right? Crack. After opening the door of the villa, Su Yang walked into the yard. A BMW X7 was parked under the carport, covered in dust. It looks like it hasn't been opened for at least 2 or 3 months. The yard was dusty and overgrown with weeds. It seems that no one has lived here for a long time. Forget it, let me clean the courtyard of the villa first, and then drive the car out to wash it. After glancing around, he soon found some tools in a corner of the carport. There are brooms, mops, buckets, shovels and the like. I also found a faucet in a corner of the yard. That's it. With these, it is easy to clean and tidy up the yard. For someone who is used to doing farm work in the mountains, this is simply too easy. Weeding, sweeping, mowing, watering. Su Yan worked very efficiently. After nearly 2 hours, he had cleaned up the yard neatly. Then I took a photo. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was about to drive the car out to find a place to wash it, Yang Xia sent him a WeChat message. Is my husband busy at work? Yes, wife, the CEO asked me to help her clean the house. I just helped her clean the yard. Oh, thank you for your hard work, hubby. It's okay, honey, it's just a small matter. Honey, did you miss me? Looking at the message sent by Yang Xia, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Last night. Although I still haven't completed the final step with my wife, we are not far away. Yes, husband, I miss you. Come on, honey, let's have a video chat. I'll show you our CEO's villa. This place is so beautiful. After Su Yang sent the text message, he quickly initiated a video request. Chapter 48 Mrs. Li's Bad Idea. After a moment, the video came through. Hubby, are you tired? Looking at the sweat on Su Yang's face, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It's just a little bit of work, nothing compared to the farm work I used to do. "Oh, honey, come and take a look at the president's villa, it's so beautiful." As Su Yang spoke, he switched the video camera to the rear camera. "Honey, look." Su Yang held his phone, looking at the courtyard, the villa, the dusty BMW. "I want Yang Xia to see more clearly." "How is it, honey?" "Look how beautiful the villa is. If your husband becomes rich in the future, he will definitely let you live in a big house like this." Su Yang looked at the villa and felt really envious. "As for when I can earn enough money to buy a villa, I'm afraid no one knows?" "Yeah, it's pretty. Hubby, you have made the yard so beautiful. It looks so clean." "Of course. It doesn't matter who does the work. My husband works very efficiently." Su Yang smiled and switched the camera to the front camera. "By the way, honey, what else are you going to pack next?" "I'm going to take this BMW out for a wash. It's really a bit dirty. Honey, I might not be able to go home for lunch." Su Yang looked at the time and it was almost 12 noon. "Hubby, how about you come eat first? Then go wash the car in the afternoon, okay?" Well. After hearing what his wife said, Su Yang was instantly moved. "Anyway, the president didn't say when it would be done, so I'll just help her get it done today. Besides, she is definitely not in a hurry to use it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that Su Yang could use the car and house as he pleased." "Honey, I miss you." "Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll come back this afternoon. My husband is so nice." Yang Xia's words "I miss you" made Su Yang stop hesitating instantly. After hanging up the video call, he immediately turned around and walked out of the villa. He locked the door and drove away quickly. When Su Yang got home, he found Yang Xia was still waiting for him to have dinner together. "Wife, why don't you eat first?" After entering the house, Su Yang was so moved that he hugged her in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips again. Call. After a moment, Yang Xia's breathing became rapid. "I missed my husband, so I wanted to eat with you." "Oh well." Unexpectedly, this wife is quite stubborn. She said she would wait for him to come back and eat together, so she would rather starve than eat first. "Come on, honey, let's eat." After some tidying up, the two sat down hand in hand and prepared to eat. "By the way, honey, when the president gave me the keys today, he said I could use the villa and the car as I pleased." "You say?" "President, what does she mean by this? Are some rich people particularly generous?" Su Yang always felt that something was strange here, so he thought of asking his wife for some advice. "After all, my wife has experienced a lot, so she might be able to understand the essence of the matter immediately." "That must be because your president is richer. Besides, if a house or a car is left unused for a long time, it will break down faster." "Oh. That makes sense. The car cannot be left unused all the time, otherwise it will break down quickly. In fact, the same goes for houses. If no one lives in them for a long time, it will seem like they lack popularity and the house will age quickly." That being said, what the president said to him makes sense. "Forget it, wife. Let's not live there. Although I really want to live there with my wife, it's not ours after all, so let's forget it." Su Yang thought about it and shook his head. Even if the president asked him to live there for free, he wouldn't want to go. "I always feel like I owe someone something, and this feeling is not good. Actually, my husband can go live there." After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile bitterly. The feeling of having a home but not being able to return to it is really quite interesting. It's all Sister Li's fault. Why do you have to come up with such a bad idea? It seems, I need to find an opportunity to explain everything to my husband. No, wife, when your husband becomes rich, he will definitely let you live in a big villa." Su Yang shook his head with a firm attitude. Deep down, he didn't want to take advantage of this. "Well, let's eat, husband." Seeing Su Yang's firm attitude, Yang Xia no longer planned to persuade him. "Husband, if your wife gets rich one day and buys you a big villa, you will definitely live in it, right?" "Ahem. Haha, is there any need to explain? If my wife becomes a wealthy woman, I will take a plane even if you buy me one." Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Wife, it would be great if you could really become a wealthy woman. I would be your personal secretary and love and take care of you for the rest of my life." Su Yang smiled and reached out to touch Yang Xia's delicate face. "Real? It's true, it's truer than pearls." Just kidding, I've always wanted to find a rich woman. If my wife really becomes a rich woman, wouldn't it be even more wonderful? Puff. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's expression and couldn't help laughing. Honey, I've decided, I'll go to work soon. Today, I even attended a company meeting. Ah? No, honey, you haven't recovered yet. You don't have to rush to make money. No matter how much money you make, I will love you and take care of you for the rest of my life. Hearing his wife was in a hurry to go to work, Su Yang couldn't help but wave his hand quickly. Are you sure? Health is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you earn 2 months less salary. Besides, Su Yang's salary is pretty good now, so he will have no problem supporting his family. Well, don't worry, husband. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang gently, and her eyes became more determined. This little boy. It's him. Since Sisterly brought you to me and made us husband and wife, then this is God's will. It's decided. You won't regret being with him. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to eat me? I'm afraid. Looking at Yang Xia's slightly shining eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He had misunderstood her perfectly. I thought this elder sister was in love again. Chapter 49. I'm afraid you don't know how powerful a 40-year-old woman is? Yes, husband, I just want to eat you. Hearing this, Yang Xia smiled shyly, then raised her eyes. The light in her eyes became even brighter. Okay. Now. In the restaurant. Su Yang has seen many of his teacher's action movies and is very familiar with various business models. Although he has never put it into practice, it does not prevent him from having rich theoretical knowledge. Yang Xia suddenly understood what was said and her face turned red instantly. This little boy. Why do I feel like he knows a lot? When you get off work. All right. We agreed, you're not allowed to mess up this time. It shouldn't fall off again, right? Yang Xia blushed and didn't even dare to look Su Yang in the eye. You, a little boy, actually made your sister embarrassed. Okay. Then my husband will get off work early tonight. Go over there in the afternoon and take the car out to wash it, then see if there's anything else to pack. If nothing, then go home. Okay, my wife will wait for you. Yang Xia nodded shyly, her heart already pounding. The two of them ate and chatted and soon finished their lunch. After some cleaning. Honey, you don't have to go to the company this afternoon, right? Well, I'll go wash the car this afternoon and take it out for a spin. Oh, honey, how about I pick you up after I wash the car? Of course. Yang Xia's eyes lit up when he heard Su Yang's words. Okay. I'll go wash the car now. Honey, you should take a rest first. Su Yang said this and excitedly hugged his wife in his arms again. Once again, Yang Xia was kissed so hard that her breathing became rapid. My husband hates it. Come pick me up early, okay? Yes. Definitely. Looking at his wife's blushing face, Su Yang resisted the urge to kiss her again. Left home quickly. Oh my God. Can this car still start? Su Yang came to the president's villa, opened the door, and prepared to drive out. It's over. After pressing the unlock button on the car key, the car did not respond at all. It looks like the car's battery is dead. What to do? Su Yang took a look at the Tank 300 parked outside and quickly thought of a way to jumpstart it. After some trouble, the BMW X7 finally started. Let's go wash the car first, then pick up my wife. Drive the BMW out and drive the Tank 300 into the car hood. Not long after, Su Yang drove away in the BMW. I found a car wash, cleaned it, and then drove home. Honey, I've washed the car and will be home in 20 minutes. On the way back, Su Yang called Yang Xia. Nearly 2 hours had passed since he left home. Su Yang was worried that his wife was waiting anxiously, so he quickly made a phone call. Okay, husband, I'll wait for you downstairs in a while. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'll let you punish me tonight, okay? Okay. Su Yang's words made Yang Xia feel shy again. Humph. You little idiot. When my wife recovers, I will let you see how powerful I am. Maybe you don't know how powerful a 40-year-old woman is? Ah, okay, wife, see you later. Su Yang smiled, stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the car speed increased quickly. In less than 20 minutes, Su Yang drove to the entrance of the building. Husband. Before the car stopped, Yang Xia walked out of the unit door. I saw this very familiar car at first glance. Su Yang got out of the car and carefully helped his wife to the passenger seat. Wife, why are you wearing business attire today? Does it look good? It's so beautiful. It's just a uniform. Looking at my wife's outfit, I couldn't help but feel dizzy. White top, hip skirt, black stockings. This classic combination looks so attractive on Yang Xia. This young man who had just entered the workplace couldn't help but feel excited. Hubby, call me sister. Looking at Su Yang's silly look, Yang Xia couldn't help but pursed her lips with a shy smile. It seems that my husband has been knocked unconscious by me again. Sister. Good. Seeing Su Yang being so obedient, Yang Xia couldn't help but put her hand on his face and pinched it gently. Let's go, husband. Oh, good wife. Su Yang scratched his head embarrassedly and drove out quickly. Wife, where do you want to go? Well, then take me to see your president's villa. It's such a beautiful villa. My wife wants to see it too. Okay. No problem. Since my wife wants to go and see, let us go. No one else is going there anyway, so we can see whatever we want. Having been there twice, Su Yang is quite familiar with the route. We sped all the way and soon arrived at Villa 1314. After opening the door of the villa, the two walked in hand. Yang Xia looked at the extremely familiar place and couldn't help but think about something inwardly. Wife, how do you like this villa? Do you like it? Well, I like it. This villa is so beautiful. Yang Xia came back to his senses after hearing Su Yang's words. It has been more than 3 months since I left here. Now she is finally back, and with her, a husband falls from the sky. Why? Su Yang looked at the beautiful villa and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It would be great if this villa was mine. Only, there may be no hope in this life. This big villa must be worth tens of millions, right? I'm afraid he will never have the chance to make so much money in his lifetime? What's wrong, husband? Why are you in a daze? It's okay. I'm just wondering when I can live in my own big villa in this life. Well, hubby, didn't your CEO say he would let you live in his villa? We can move in now. Having said that, Su Yan was really embarrassed to live there. After all, it would not be good if someone spends a lot of time decorating their house and ends up making it dirty. Let's talk about it later. Su Yang smiled slightly and nodded. Well, I listened to my husband. Yang Xia heard this and didn't say anything else. I haven't lived in this house for a long time. I'll find some time to clean it up before moving in. Chapter 50. Come to Su Yang, call me sister. Honey, do you want to drive this BMW back? It's easy for it to break down if it's left alone. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded secretly. It is indeed not good to have a car that is always not driven. Why don't you ask the president about this and see what she says? Such a good car would easily break down if it was left and used all the time, and it would be such a pity. My wife is right. I'll ask the president for instructions right now. Su Yang nodded, quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the president's number. A moment later. Hello? Su Yang, you speak. There was still a hint of smile in the president's voice. Boss Yang, I have cleaned up the courtyard of this villa and washed this BMW. It has been running for more than an hour. Okay, Su Yang, you did a great job. By the way, Mr. Yang, this car has been stored for too long and the battery is exhausted. I think the car needs to be driven for a few more days to recharge, otherwise it will run out of power again in 2 days. Su Yang was speaking the truth. He was not thinking of taking advantage of the car just because it was good. And this car can also be driven by other people in the company. Sure, Su Yang. I'll give you this car as a temporary replacement. You can drive it however you like. Well, Boss Yang, what I mean is that the car can be driven by other people in the company. I already have a Tank 300. It's a bit unreasonable for me to occupy 2 cars alone. This president is really generous. You can just watch and drive it. It's okay. I don't want anyone else to drive this car. Just drive it for me. I'll talk to you later when I get to work. You are my secretary, what's wrong with driving 2 cars? It's okay, don't think too much. Okay, Mr. Yang. After hearing what the president said, Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. Well, since the president said so, let us open it. Anyway, it would be a pity if it was kept for too long and went bad. It's okay, Su Yang. I told you before that you can use this car and house as you see fit. Don't be polite to me. As he spoke, the president's voice sounded a little strange, as if he was about to laugh. The feeling of wanting to laugh but forcing yourself not to laugh. Got it, Mr. Yang. I'll drive this car then. Okay, drive on, Su Yang. By the way, Su Yang, you are 22 years old this year, right? Yes, Mr. Yang. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Yang Xia beside him. The older sister was looking at him with a smile. Then don't call me Mr. Yang all the time. Just call me Sister Yang, okay? Of course, you can just call me sister. Okay, Sister Yang. Since the president asked me to call you sister, then just do it. You won't suffer any loss anyway. Anyway. Su Yang just felt that this president was really generous. You can use the car and house as you like, and you can also call me sister. And after meeting him twice, she didn't show how she felt about this little boy. Well, okay, Su Yang, is there anything else? Sister Yang is gone. Okay, that's it for now. Goodbye. The president was as straightforward as ever and quickly hung up the phone. After finishing the call, Su Yang turned around and looked at Yang Xia and smiled awkwardly. Wife, the president means that this car can also be used as my temporary car, and I can just drive it as I like. Why is your president so nice to you? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. This little boy. I even felt embarrassed in front of my wife. Ahem. Well, wife. Mr. Yang should be a very generous person. Harmful. It was a bit embarrassing to talk on the phone with the president in front of my wife. Puff. Since your president is so generous, let's drive the car away. Anyway, if we don't drive it, the car will easily break down. Yang Xia held back her smile and gently patted Su Yang's shoulder. You know what, this big boy is really pure. Yes, okay, honey, let's drive back. Ding ling ling. The two had just chatted for a few words when Yang Xia's phone rang. But she picked it up, took a look, and then hung up. He then opened WeChat, replied simply with a few words, and put his phone away. Honey, shall we drive the car back? Okay, drive back. Can you drive now? Anyway, Su Yang can't drive two cars at the same time, so naturally Yang Xia needs to drive one as well. I'm almost fully recovered now, of course I can open it, give me a key. That's fine. Su Yang smiled and nodded, handing the BMW keys to Yang Xia. Yang Xia reached out and took the key, stroking it gently. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Come on, honey, I'll go outside and move the car, you drive this tank 300 out. Then we'll drive home together. Okay, wife. Seeing Yang Xia walking with ease, Su Yang couldn't help but feel even happier. Especially since she was wearing a professional suit, and was swaying in front of him, it made him feel really itchy. Su Yang took out the key and quickly drove the tank 300 out of the villa's yard. Then, the door of the villa was also locked. Wife, let's go. Yang Xia smiled and waved at Su Yang through the car window. With a step on the accelerator, the BMW rushed out quickly. Oh my god. Su Yang was shocked when he saw the car rushing out quickly. Is my wife such a fierce driver? This is the president's car. It would be bad if it got bumped or scratched. Seeing Yang Xia driving the car quickly forward, Su Yang quickly got in the car and caught up. I'll go. Looking at the BMW in front, Su Yang couldn't help but admire it. This wife. Your driving skills are excellent. And he seemed to be very familiar with the traffic conditions in this community. Soon, the two drove out of the villa area and then got on the main road. There were two cars, one in front and one behind, one driving very fast in front and the other chasing closely behind. In fact, Su Yang's driving skills are very average. After all, as a poor boy, his family cannot afford to buy him a car. He was able to get a driver's license during college with the money he earned through his own efforts. Chapter 51. This feeling of an old wife and a young husband seems to be pretty good. Su Yang was a little nervous all the way. He drove the car with full concentration and followed Yang Xia in front of him closely. If you don't pay attention, you might lose it. Yang Xia's driving skills are amazing. Finally, Yang Xia drove the BMW into the Weilai Jiayuan community. Su Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief behind him. This wife. It seems to be really fierce? Why did she become so shy and like a different person when I just hugged her? And once you get too excited, you will feel dizzy and uncomfortable. The happiness that was just about to be within my grasp finally slipped away. Honey, you drive so fast, I almost couldn't keep up. The cars were parked side by side, and Su Yang got out and held Yang Xia's little hand. No? I think this is a normal speed. Well. Su Yang couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he heard this. Okay. It seems that my driving skills are too poor. Let's go, husband. Sister Wang may have come over to make dinner for us. Well, let's go back. After a busy day, it's better to go home and have a rest. I'm not tired at all, I just want to hug my wife and rest for a while. Soon, the two of them entered the house. Sister Wang is busy making dinner. After saying hello, the two walked into the bedroom hand in hand. As soon as she entered the room, Yang Xia was hugged tightly by Su Yang. A moment later, she collapsed in Su Yang's arms. The vigor of driving just now has completely disappeared. I saw her eyes slightly narrowed, her lips slightly parted, and her breathing became rapid. Honey, I want to take a bath. Well, go ahead. I'll take a shower later. I already smell of sweat. After working in the president's villa for a long time, Su Yang was sweating a little. I don't know if my wife will dislike the smell of his sweat when he hugs her. Well, honey, you smell so good, especially your sweat, sniff. Men's sweat is called stinky sweat, while women's sweat is called fragrant sweat. My wife's body smells good, come here, let me smell it. Su Yang said this, smiling, and hugged Yang Xia in his arms again. Sniff. What a charming fragrance. I really don't want to let go of her when I hold her in my arms. Hubby, you have a youthful aura. When I'm with you, I feel like I'm 20 years younger. Real husband. When you hug me, this kind of aura is especially obvious, I like it so much. Then from now on, my wife, let me hold you every day? Hold you while you eat, hold you while you take a bath, hold you while you sleep. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia smiled shyly and reached out to twist his waist. Sleeping in someone's arms, of course it's normal. But how can I eat while holding it? How can I take a bath while holding you? However, the image of Su Yang holding her while eating instantly appeared in her mind. Boo! Honey, let me go. I'm going to take a shower. I'll let you hold me when we go to bed, okay? As Yang Xia spoke, she leaned forward and kissed Su Yang on the lips. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll go wash first, husband, please wait for a moment. How about I give you a back rub? Hee, my husband is annoying. Yang Xia smiled shyly, quickly picked up her pajamas and slipped away. By the time they finished their shower, Sister Wang had already prepared dinner. Ms. Yang and Mr. Su, I have already prepared dinner, so I will go back first. Looking at the sweet and happy appearance of the two, Sister Wang's face was full of smiles. This feeling of an old wife and a young husband. It seems pretty good. At this age, women seem to be best matched with young men. Okay, Sister Wang. After finishing the work, Sister Wang naturally left. Not long after, the two of them sat together at the dining table in their pajamas. Honey, you look so tempting in your work uniform. Although Yang Xia looks charming in pajamas, she does look unique in work clothes. After watching it for a long time in the afternoon, Su Yang really wanted to watch it more and more. Especially those long legs with black stockings. It almost blinded his titanium eyes. Why, do you want your wife to wear it for you to see? She has a lot of work clothes. Goodbye, wife. Let's talk after we have dinner. Su Yang looked at his wife's pajamas. Although the clothes were quite beautiful, they were a bit too conservative. It seems. I'll have to buy her some prettier pajamas when I get a chance. With such a great figure, she would be even more charming if she wore more beautiful pajamas. Well, okay, husband, if you want to see it after dinner, I'll wear it for you. Facing such a little boy, Yang Xia found that he was becoming braver and braver. It becomes more and more fun when I am with him. Okay. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Su Yang couldn't help but feel dazed. Oh my god. How can a wife give so many benefits? Besides work clothes, are there any other attractive clothes? My wife's figure. It would be a shame to have such a good figure if I don't wear some charming clothes. Poochie, good husband, eat quickly. Seeing her husband's slightly dazed expression, Yang Xia couldn't help feeling dazed. This little boy. It seems that I am really obsessed with myself. It's getting more and more interesting. Yeah, eat, eat. Su Yang suddenly realized that when his wife was unconscious before, he had teased her from time to time. Often she became more and more eager to wake up because of excitement. But now, why does it feel like the opposite? Why does it feel like this older sister is starting to tease him? Look at that look, look at that movement. It seems that everything can touch his heart. The two chatted and quickly finished their dinner. After some cleaning, the two of them sat on the edge of the bed in the bedroom, hugging each other. The word on the head of the bed is particularly eye-catching. Oh, by the way, honey, I put the key to our president's villa in the drawer of the bedside table. Anyway, I won't be there for a while, so please keep the key to the villa for me. Yes, good husband. Upon hearing this, Yang Xia couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She was just thinking about how to get the key from her husband, but she didn't expect that he would ask her to help keep it for him. Chapter 52. This big house came so unexpectedly. Early the next morning, Su Yang was awakened on time by the sound of Sister Wang opening the door. Before he opened his eyes, Su Yang felt the sweet and soft Yang Xia in his arms. Her breathing was very soft and she curled up in Su Yang's arms. It was obvious that she had not yet woken up. Yesterday, she finally didn't let him down. But she has been sleeping till now and has not woken up yet. It seems that her body is still too weak. Su Yang still maintained his previous posture, without moving at all. I was afraid that I would accidentally wake Yang Xia up. Look at her delicate face, smell her sweet scent, and feel her soft body. For a moment, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little disturbed again. Wife, I hope your body recovers quickly. With my waist strength that can hula hoop while pulling the horizontal bar, it's simply not possible. Su Yang just stayed there, as quiet as a sculpture. Time passed by. It wasn't until Sister Wang finished cooking, knocked on the door and told them that the meal was ready. Yang Xia then woke up with a blushing face. Husband. Well, are you awake, baby? I didn't even know when Sister Wang came here. It's okay, baby. Your husband is here. Just sleep peacefully. Su Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked her face. He clearly felt. The relationship between the two people seemed to have suddenly reached a new level. Hubby, I love you. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang tenderly and affectionately, and said these rather corny words for the first time. This is a feeling that comes from her heart. Since last night, the friendship between the two of them suddenly became much stronger. Yeah, me too. Boo. Wife, your body is still too weak. You must rest well, okay? I know, husband. When Yang Xia heard this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. After getting up and having breakfast, Su Yang picked up the keys to his BMW and prepared to leave. This car has been parked for too long, so I'd better drive it more often. I left the key to the Tank 300 to my wife. If she wants to go out, it will naturally be much more convenient. Driving a BMW X7, Su Yang quickly left the community. Not long after, he rushed to the company. I ground myself a cup of coffee, added milk and sugar. Then he sat down happily in a comfortable chair. Oh, this secretary job is really easy. I wonder what it will be like after the president recovers. Although this president is not as pretty as his wife, she is definitely a great beauty. Moreover, this president has a good temper and is very generous. If she really doesn't have any special ideas about herself, it would be nice to just follow her and work hard. Ding dong. Just sat down and drank half a cup of coffee. Su Yang's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from Director Wang. Brother Su Yang, are you free this afternoon? I'd like you to try on our new winter clothes and take a few photos. Wow. Business finally came. Director Wang had mentioned before that he could be a model, and there would be a fee for that. Okay, Sister Wang, the president hasn't arranged anything for me yet, just call me when the time comes. Okay, little brother. Little brother is still the best squeaky. Well. Looking at the message sent by Director Wang, with an astringent expression behind it, I couldn't help but smile to myself. It seems that this elder sister must be a bit promiscuous. Sister Wang, you are too polite. This is all for our company's sake, so it's only natural. That's great, brother. Okay, brother, I'll let you know when the time comes. Soon, the two of them finalized the matter. It would be a waste not to do something like this to make money. Anyway, you don't have to sell your body, and you can do it with a clear conscience. Tap tap tap. Su Yang had just been looking at the lecture notes he had compiled for a while when he heard unhurried footsteps outside. Knock, knock, knock. After a gentle knock on the door, Director Zhao from the Human Resources Department pushed the door open and came in. He also held a few books in his hands. Hello, Director Zhao. Su Yang, the CEO, asked me to give you these books. Take a good look at them when you have time. Director Zhao smiled and nodded, then handed the book in his hand to Su Yang. This is? When I took them and took a look, I found that they were all books about the clothing industry. Director Zhao, you said that the CEO asked me to learn this? Yeah, that's right. Su Yang, the president still thinks highly of you, so work hard. If you don't understand something, you can ask the relevant directors. Okay, Director Zhao, thank you very much. I didn't expect that the president would attach so much importance to him and even arranged for someone to send him study books. Okay then, Su Yang, you can always come to me if you need help. I'll be over first. Director Zhao smiled and waved at Su Yang, then left his office. Since the president values me so much, I should study hard. The more industry knowledge you know, the better you can do this secretarial job. Since the president asked him to read a book, she must have her own plans. Su Yang is a smart man, he will definitely seize this opportunity. And Yang Xiao's wife also said, as long as he works hard and does a good job as a secretary, he will have great opportunities in the future. Since even his wife said so, he would naturally work harder. Soon, Su Yang immersed himself in studying. For those who don't understand, just search online, read interpretations or watch video explanations. It's relatively easy. If you really don't understand something, just mark it down and ask someone later. Before I knew it, the time came to 11 o'clock in the morning. Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang. Su Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was the president calling. Hello? Sister Yang. Su Yang, I went to the villa today and found that if no one lived there for a long time, the house seemed to be getting more and more desolate. Where do you and your girlfriend live now? Sister Yang, we live in the Future Garden community. Oh, you rented a house, right? Yes, Sister Yang. Su Yang had heard from old lady Li before that this house was rented by Yang Xiao's wife. Well, Su Yang, you and your girlfriend can move into my house. This way you can save some money, and my house won't look so desolate, so it's a win-win situation. How about that? This. Oh my god. Is this even possible? Isn't this so interesting? Chapter 53. You are my wife, I must treat you well. Boss Yang, I want to ask my girlfriend what she thinks. If she has no objection, can we just move in? Just yesterday, Su Yang wanted to go into the villa with Yang Xia to take a look, but she didn't want to go in. So Su Yang didn't dare to agree rashly now. What if his wife didn't want to go? If that happens, wouldn't the president think that I am not trustworthy? Okay, Su Yang, no problem, just discuss this with your girlfriend. Okay, thank you so much, Sister Yang. It's okay, Su Yang, don't be polite to your sister. By the way, learn some knowledge about the clothing industry when you have time. It will be very beneficial to your future development. Okay. Got it, Sister Yang. I will definitely work hard. Soon, the two hung up the phone. It seems I need to discuss the move with my wife. If she has no objection, that would be great. Su Yang sat on the chair, picked up his mobile phone and checked the time. It's already past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Go home early, so that your wife won't have to eat late every time because she is waiting for you. This is not good for her physical recovery. And he found that since he became the president's secretary, no one cared about him in the company. It's so freeing. In this case, he naturally adapted quickly. Just do what the president assigns you to do, there's no need to stick to fixed time points. Soon, Su Yang picked up the car keys and left his office. Drive a BMW and speed alone. Not long after, he returned home. Husband. Seeing Su Yang coming back, Yang Xia sat up from the sofa and greeted him with a smile. Why did you come back so early today? Wife, if I don't come back early, won't you have to eat late again? This is not good for your recovery. Su Yang said as he put his bag on the sofa and then hugged his wife in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Honey, Sister Wang is still cooking in the kitchen, let's go to the bedroom. Yang Xia put her arm around Su Yang's waist and whispered shyly. It would be so embarrassing if Sister Wang saw the two of them doing such ambiguous things. Walk. Su Yang smiled and nodded, bent down and picked up Yang Xia, then quickly walked towards the bedroom. After a while, the two went into the bedroom. Call. After a long kiss, Yang Xia collapsed in Su Yang's arms again. Wife, I want to discuss something with you, okay? Su Yang gently stroked his wife's long hair, his voice was very gentle. Just like when I was with her in the hospital. Okay, husband, go ahead. Yang Xia curled up in Su Yang's arms and buried her head in his chest. When she heard him say that he wanted to discuss something, she raised her little face. Wife, the president called me just before I came back from the company. She said. Her house had been uninhabited for a long time and it felt desolate. She wanted the two of us to live there to add some popularity. Don't worry, my wife, she doesn't charge any fees. Su Yang thought about it and quickly relayed the president's intention to Yang Xia. Really? Such a beautiful big villa for us two to live in for free? Yes, honey, it's true. Looking at Yang Xia's surprised expression, Su Yang felt that this should be a success. So, when can we move in? Of course you can move in any time, even today. Su Yang really wanted to live in such a nice big house. He has never lived in a villa in his life. Even if he knew what the villa looked like inside, he had never actually seen it. Now that the president has allowed the couple to live there for free, he naturally wants to stay there. Anyway, it was the president who allowed her to live there, and it was also to help increase popularity of her house. Okay, husband, let's move in as soon as possible. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang happily, with a hint of cunning flashing across her eyes. This little husband. Do you have to wait until the president lets you live there before you go there to live? You know what? My little husband. This big villa was originally your wife's house. Okay, when do you want to move, honey? Today? Forget about it today. How about tomorrow morning? Early this morning, just after Su Yang went to the company, Yang Xia called her best friend Li Lan and went to the villa together. This Li Lan is the president that Su Yang had met before. After the two of them were busy, they temporarily moved some of Yang Xia's frequently used clothes to Li Lan's house. Anyway, this can save some trouble in the future. After moving in, Yang Xia will find time to bring him back. Because Yang Xia was busy for a long time in the morning, he was really tired, so he planned to move tomorrow. Okay honey, no problem. Su Yang thought about Director Wang's matter. He also had to try on winter clothes as a model and take a few photos in the afternoon. This is perfect, moving tomorrow won't delay this. Honey, do you like living in a big house? Well. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard that. Who doesn't like living in a big house? Of course, I definitely like living in a big house. But living in someone else's big house doesn't give me much of a homey feel. Yes, that's what my husband said. Yang Xia nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Yang's statement. When she first started working, she had always rented a house. How could a person who was drifting around have a sense of home? Don't worry, honey. I will work hard and make sure that my wife can live in our own big house in the future. Yeah. My wife will work hard too. Let's both work hard, okay? Okay, honey, but before you go to work, you must recover your body first, okay? Otherwise, your husband won't let you go out to work. As he spoke, Su Yang hugged Yang Xia tightly again, greedily sniffing the faint fragrance emanating from her body. Well, I'll listen to my husband. I must recover well and go out to work and earn money as soon as possible. Baby, please don't think about making money now, okay? My current salary is definitely enough to support the family. I always listen to my husband. You are so good to me. Yang Xia smiled shyly and hugged Su Yang's waist tightly again. Seriously. She was really touched by the little boy. The little husband who fell from the sky was actually really in love with her. I really want to take care of her and love her. You are my wife, I must treat you well. Su Yang said this and kissed Yang Xia deeply on the lips again. Chapter 54, Handsome Boy, Let Me See How I Can Take You Down. After lunch, Su Yang stayed at home for a while and then hurried back to the company. After arriving at the company, he directly picked up the book on the clothing industry that the president arranged for him to read. I plan to study hard and hope to have a deeper understanding of the professional knowledge related to clothing. Tap tap tap. Su Yang had just been reading a book for a while when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. After a knock on the door, Director Zhao pushed it open and came in. He was also holding several large paper bags. Director Zhao, what are you doing? Su Yang, these are some new clothes that the president asked me to bring you. Please keep them. Director Zhao said this and placed several large paper bags on Su Yang's desk. Well. New clothes for me? How much? I'll pay. Director Zhao couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. You don't have to pay, this is the president's arrangement. I got this from the mall downstairs from our company. Anyway, the mall belongs to our group, and these clothes are also produced by us, so it doesn't cost any money. This. Looking at the several large paper bags, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. It's okay, Su Yang, the president said that the clothes you wear are too plain, so he asked me to get a few for you from the company. Our president is very generous, you don't have to think too much about it. When I first came to the company a few years ago, she gave me several sets of clothes. When a boss treats his employees well, he actually just wants you to work hard. You don't have to think too much about it. Director Zhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth a few times when he saw this. He quickly explained to Su Yang the speech he had prepared in advance. Really, Su Yang, our president cares a lot about both male and female employees, so don't think too much about it. As he spoke, Director Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Oh. After listening to Director Zhao's explanation, Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head embarrassedly. Well, it seems I was overthinking it. Since the president cares so much about his employees, it seems that there is nothing special about it. Moreover, when I met her before, she behaved very decently, and her expression and actions did not cross the line. I think this CEO must be really generous and treat his employees really well, right? Okay, Su Yang, just keep it. If you refuse, I won't be able to explain to the president. Just a few sets of clothes. Okay, Su Yang, I'm leaving. After Director Zhao finished speaking, he chuckled, waved his hand and left. Su Yang looked at the clothes on the desk and flipped through them briefly. Oh my god. This. Isn't this too complete? Suits, casual wear, sportswear, pajamas, underwear. He took a quick look at the sizes and found that they all fit him perfectly. Who chose this size? Director Zhao? Does she know her own clothing size? Impossible? She didn't even measure it, but she could accurately determine the size just by looking at it? The HR director is in charge of HR, so shouldn't he be an expert in the clothing industry? Besides, even if she could see the clothes outside, how would she know the size of the underwear inside? If she couldn't read the size, could it be that the president did? For a while, Su Yang felt a little confused. Okay. Maybe it was the president who looked at it. Perhaps for professionals, checking the size is a piece of cake. Since it was a gift from the president, let us thank her. Thinking of this, Su Yang took out his cell phone and sent a message to the president. Sister Yang, thank you so much for giving me so many clothes. A moment later, the president's message came back. Su Yang, why are you being so polite to your sister? They are just a few pieces of clothes. They are not worth much at all. Just wear them. It's obvious from the words that he doesn't take it seriously. It seems that to the president, this pile of clothes is no different from buying a bottle of water. But think about it, the president is a wealthy woman, she really doesn't care about such things at all. Okay, I'll keep it for now. This president is really generous. If driving her car and living in her house is to prevent them from breaking down too quickly, what about sending clothes? According to what was said just now, it should be that the president cares about his subordinates. Tap tap tap, squeak. Su Yang was daydreaming when the office door was pushed open again. The person who came in turned out to be Director Wang. Sister Wang, are you calling me to take pictures? Yes, brother, sister is here to call you. Director Wang smiled and nodded, and gave Su Yang a look with a hint of charm. Sister Wang, you can just send me a message. Why would you bother to come here in person? It's okay, sister just wants to come and see brother and chat with you. As he spoke, Director Wang looked at the large paper bag of clothes on Su Yang's desk and pulled it over to take a look. Brother, what are the new clothes you bought? Su Yang nodded, but was too embarrassed to say that it was a gift from the president. Oh. Hey, brother, if you want clothes, just tell me. We have a lot of clothes in our department. They are all prepared for models. Why don't you return all these clothes? I'll help you get free ones. Director Wang was very enthusiastic and immediately wanted to help him get his clothes. No. Sister Wang, can we wait until later? I'll come to you when I need clothes next time. Well, then, just tell your sister about this matter directly from now on. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Director Wang said this and went straight to the coffee machine, ready to grind a cup of coffee for himself. Brother Su Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Of course. Really? That's right. You're so handsome, you must have more than one girlfriend, right? Director Wang turned his head to look at Su Yang, then quietly looked him up and down. Such a handsome and strong guy is really tempting. It makes people feel dazed. No. I am a poor man. It is a great honor for me to have a girlfriend. Puff. Brother Su Yang, you are wrong to say that. It's not easy for someone as handsome as you to find a partner. Look at our company, there are so many beautiful girls. Director Wang couldn't help laughing, then threw a wink at Su Yang. Little handsome guy. See how sister takes you down. Chapter 55, Husband, can you come back early? I miss you. Brother Su Yang, your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? Yeah, it's okay. I think it's pretty. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and Yang Xiao's mature and beautiful face instantly appeared in his mind again. So, how's your girlfriend compared to your sister? As she spoke, Director Wang threw a coquettish glance at Su Yang again, and gently turned her body to fully display her curvy figure. Don't mention it. This elder sister is really attractive and also very charming. Compared with Yang Xia, she is still far behind in prettiness. But if you compare her with Zhang Ming's girlfriend, she is much better than Li Feifei. They are all beautiful, all beautiful. It would certainly not be nice to say in front of others that someone is not as pretty as his girlfriend, so Su Yang could only give such a vague answer. I don't want to be too insincere, but I also don't want to make her unhappy. Ha ha. I never thought my brother was good at talking. Director Wang said this, picked up the ground coffee, and sat down opposite Su Yang. It didn't take long for Director Wang to finish his coffee. Brother, come with me. Be a model for me and take some photos. Okay, Sister Wang. Since it had been discussed before and there was nothing else important at the moment, Su Yang naturally would not refuse. Soon, Su Yang followed Director Wang out of the office. Once we got to the studio, it was time to change clothes and take photos. Anyway, there were quite a few people at the scene, so Director Wang naturally couldn't say anything irresponsible, and couldn't take advantage of Su Yang. After working for more than 2 hours, I finally finished the job. Brother Su Yang, thank you so much. You can go back first. I will take care of the expenses. I will definitely make you satisfied. When we have time, sister will treat you to a drink. Okay, Sister Wang, I'll wait for good news then. Now that the work had been done, Su Yang said goodbye to Director Wang and returned to his office. After taking a sip of tea, Su Yang picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Xia. Honey, I miss you squeaky. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. What is your husband busy with? I miss you too shy. I read a book for a while in the afternoon, and then Director Wang called me to try on clothes and took a lot of photos. Oh, what book is my husband reading? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's message and nodded secretly. My husband is quite studious. He has even started reading books. These books had been placed on the bookshelf in her office, and she was the one who arranged for Director Zhao to give them to Su Yang. Director Zhao sent me a few books on clothing this morning, saying that the president asked me to learn more about them, which would be helpful for my work. Su Yang did not hide it from his wife. After all, it was all work-related, so she probably wouldn't think too much about it. Oh, it seems that your president attaches great importance to you. Not bad, not bad. Your husband must study hard. Don't worry, honey. I will definitely work hard. Su Yang looked at the several large paper bags of clothes on the table and couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. Forget it, I still need to explain it to my wife. After all, these clothes are quite expensive in his opinion. Soon. He picked up his cell phone and called Yang Xia. Hello? Honey, why are you calling? On the phone, Yang Xia's voice was very gentle, and there was a hint of surprise in her gentleness. Well, because I want to hear your voice. Hearing this, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. This little husband. I really like myself more and more. Tell me, husband, do you have something to ask your wife? Wife, the CEO gave me a lot of clothes today. She asked the director of the Human Resources Department to get them from the company mall and send them to me. I have no choice but to accept them. Oh. Then why didn't you ask why I gave you clothes? After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's voice remained gentle, and even her smile did not diminish. I asked, and the HR director said that the president was very generous and that many people had received clothes from the president. When I asked the president, she said that they were just a few pieces of clothing and were not worth much, and asked me not to think too much about it. Wife, look. If you think this dress should not be kept, I will return it. Yes, why not? After hearing what Su Yang said, Yang Xia couldn't help but nodded secretly. This little boy. He is really sincere to his wife. If I say he can't accept it, it seems like he will definitely return it. But, husband, do you know? These are the clothes your wife asked someone to get for you. How can I ask you to return them? Besides, the entire clothing group belongs to my wife, who can you give it back to? Oh, my wife wants me to keep it? Yes, husband, since many of your colleagues have received clothes from the president, it means that your president is generous and cares about his subordinates. Besides, for clothing companies, these clothes will naturally be much cheaper, right? Furthermore, since it is a gift from the president, if you refuse it, wouldn't it embarrass the president? Yang Xia persuaded gently, without a trace of jealousy in her words. This quickly put Su Yang at ease. For Su Yang, it doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to make his wife unhappy. Since his wife asked him to accept it and showed no sign of jealousy at all, he would definitely accept it happily. Okay then, wife, as long as you have no objection, I'll accept it. No problem, just accept it, my dear. Yang Xia held back her laughter, her voice still very gentle and natural. My little husband. You can wear it with confidence, your CEO will definitely not have any bad intentions towards you. Yes, wife. After listening to Yang Xia's words, Su Yang finally felt relieved. Anyway, as long as his wife doesn't think too much about it, he won't think too much about it either. Anyway, it's given by the president, so why not refuse it? Honey, can you come back soon? I miss you. Okay. Su Yang looked at the time and it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There is nothing to do now anyway, so let's go back early. Seriously. As soon as he heard his wife's gentle voice, he couldn't help but feel excited. Anyway, he wanted to sneak back home quickly and hug his wife tightly. Chapter 56 Wife, you smell so good. Zhang Ming, what are you doing? As soon as he walked out of the building, Su Yang saw Zhang Ming walking towards him listlessly. Why? I went out for a while, and Li Feifei asked me to meet her. Zhang Ming sighed deeply and reached into his pocket for a cigarette. I took out the cigarette box, and it was empty. Did you go on a date with your girlfriend? Why, did you quarrel over the house and the betrothal gift again? You can tell from their expressions that the two of them are definitely not having a happy conversation. Hey, we broke up. I'll go. We've only been apart for a few days? I'm breaking up with you already? Su Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. When he was in school, his girlfriend didn't seem like the kind of person who would despise the poor and love the rich. How come there is such a big change after leaving school? Because of her parents' influence? Or is it because I met a rich person? Yeah, we broke up. Why? Just because of the house and the gift? Hey, isn't it because I don't have money? If I were a rich man. As he spoke, Zhang Ming could not help but sigh again, and did not say anything else, as if he knew it would be useless to say anything. If the assumption is not true, I would be a pauper now. Going out to meet the president? Oh, no. Something happened to my relative, I have to go over there quickly. Okay then. I'll go upstairs first. Zhang Ming waved listlessly at Su Yang, then walked into the building. Zhang Ming's matter is indeed very depressing, but he is powerless to do anything about it now. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, then walked towards the president's BMW. Soon, he drove and rushed home quickly. Husband. As soon as I entered the house, Yang Xia came to greet me happily. Wow, so many clothes? Seeing the several large paper bags in Su Yang's hand, Yang Xia couldn't help but look surprised. Yes, honey, all the clothes are ready. These will last for a while. Su Yang put the big paper bag on the sofa, and the two of them sat down together. Yeah, it's good. Yang Xia opened the paper bag and prepared to help Su Yang sort it out. Wife, what major did you study before? Su Yang sat next to Yang Xia and gently put his arms around her slender waist. The fragrance of hair and body scent hit him, and he couldn't help but feel dazed again. I used to study fashion design. By the way, honey, if you come across something you don't understand while reading, you can ask me. Real? Yeah, yes, husband. Wow. That's great. Su Yang couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. This is simply too good to be true. If you sleep with someone who specializes in fashion, then you can definitely learn from her at any time. But recently, when I was with her, I only thought about happy things. As for other things, I really didn't care about them. Then husband, spend more time reading books in the future. It will definitely be good for you in the future. Yes, wife. I will study hard alone. With the support and encouragement of his wife, Su Yang naturally became more determined to study. As for now, let me hug my wife first and put my studies on hold. Wife, you smell so good and so beautiful, sniff. There must be a lot of pretty little girls in your company, right? Don't you want to find a young and pretty one? As he spoke, Yang Xia turned his head and glanced into Su Yang's eyes. It seemed as if she was trying to find some answers from his eyes. There are quite a few pretty little girls in our company, but I don't like little ones. I like pretty older sisters. Especially someone like my wife. In my eyes, she is simply stunningly talented, stunningly beautiful, and stunningly beautiful. In a short moment, Su Yang used several appropriate and inappropriate adjectives. You know what, my dear, a big sister like you is so attractive. I have already fallen for your work uniform. The handsome boys who are looking for older sisters are all rich women, but their wives are very poor and can't give you, a handsome boy, any benefits at all. As Yang Xia spoke, she put down the clothes she was sorting, turned around and stroked Su Yang's face. What a young boy this is. This face, with a hint of childishness amidst its firmness, is so pretty. This strong and sturdy body exudes an attractive youthful aura. Do you know, husband? It was because of the time you spent chatting with me in the hospital that I was slowly attracted to you and I truly realized the difference between boys. It was your tenderness and caress that awakened my desire to survive, otherwise, perhaps I would really be dead. Although, sometimes what you say is a little too sexy, and I'm so embarrassed that I want to get up and cover your mouth. But thinking back on it, it was because of your words that I recovered faster. Everyone wants to be with a rich woman, but how many rich women are there? I think you still have to rely on your own efforts, so that you can feel more at ease when spending the money you earn. Don't worry, my wife, I will love and care for you well. I must also work hard, earn more money, and try to make my wife live a more comfortable life. I just hope my wife won't look down on me for being a poor boy. As he spoke, Su Yang thought of Zhang Ming. Where can a poor student who just graduated get millions? I can't afford to marry a girlfriend like this. How could that be? My husband is so handsome and strong, and he loves his wife so much. I just have to eat coarse food with you, but I think it's worth it. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang affectionately, and her little mouth couldn't help but move closer to him. A breath of youth came over her, and she couldn't help but feel her heart fluttering. This little husband. It's really charming. No matter whether I have money or not, as long as you don't despise me, I will never leave you. Thank you, wife. Good. Seeing his wife coming closer with her eyes slightly narrowed, Su Yang lowered his head and kissed her. Crack. Just as the two were hugging each other passionately, the door opened and Sister Wang came over to prepare dinner. Cough cough cough. The scene on the sofa is in full view. Ms. Yang and Mr. Su, I'll prepare dinner for you, you continue. As she spoke, Sister Wang twitched her lips a little embarrassedly and walked quickly towards the kitchen. Chapter 57 Husband, can you please listen to your wife more in the future? This. Yang Xia was snuggling in Su Yang's arms when she was caught by someone. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Especially Yang Xia, her face turned red instantly. Come on, honey, let's go to the bedroom. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help laughing, then he stood up holding Yang Xia. Yang Xia nodded shyly and put her arms around Su Yang's neck. Harmful. I actually forgot to go to the bedroom with my husband just now. But, it doesn't matter. After all, I have known Sister Wang for so many years. She has a husband and children. She is an experienced person. What has she not seen? Soon, the two entered the bedroom and locked the door. Honey, please stop wearing the clothes you wore to school. They are indeed quite old. Since the leader gave you new clothes, you should wear them from now on, okay? Yang Xia curled up in Su Yang's arms like a little female cat, her voice extremely gentle. As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand and gently touched his chest. My little husband. Tonight, my wife won't let me down. Well, then I'll listen to my wife and wear these new clothes from now on. Who wants to wear old clothes that have been worn for several years when you have new clothes? As the secretary of the president of a group, it would be unacceptable if she dressed too poorly. If you go out with the president, you will not only lose your own people, but also the president's people. So, you still have to pay attention to your image. My husband is so good. Tomorrow morning, when we move, I'll ask Sister Wang to wash all your clothes so you can wear them tomorrow. Yeah, I'll start wearing new clothes tomorrow. It feels so good to have a wife. Su Yang hugged the sweet and soft Yang Xia, his mind couldn't help but be in a trance. If Sister Wang wasn't here. If you have already eaten. Honey, after we move, can I help you make a study plan? Just when Su Yang was distracted, Yang Xia raised his head and said something softly. Study plan? Yes, husband, you used to study computer science, so you don't know much about the clothing industry, right? But now that you are in this industry, you have to study hard, right? Yes, honey, you're right. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded seriously. There is nothing wrong with what my wife said. Even the president found a lot of books for him to read. Since he has such good conditions, he should really study hard. Well, that's good. My wife wants to use your free time to systematically teach you about this industry. I can explain every aspect of the clothing company to you in detail. Seeing Su Yang's serious attitude, Yang Xia couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile in his eyes. It seems this young husband is also very obedient. Really? This is simply too good to be true. Of course, my wife used to work in the clothing industry and is familiar with every aspect of this industry. Don't worry, husband, I am more than qualified to be your teacher. Wife, you are so good to me, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Su Yang actually knew very well. He was just a student fresh out of school, while Yang Xia had been working for many years. Whether it is professional knowledge or how to behave and do things, Su Yang needs to learn a lot. Now that his wife is willing to help him train him, how can he not be grateful? Want to thank your wife? Yes. Okay, then you should listen to your wife more in the future, okay? Okay, from now on whatever my wife says is what I will listen to her. Su Yang smiled and hugged Yang Xia tightly, kissing her cheek lightly. My husband is so good. From now on, you should listen to me and study hard. I will definitely train you well. Yeah. I will definitely work hard. Early the next morning, Su Yang woke up early again. Yang Xia was still curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. There seemed to be a smile on her pink face. My wife's health is getting better and better, and she was still in great shape yesterday. It wasn't until Sister Wang came to make breakfast and opened the door that Yang Xia suddenly woke up. Husband. As soon as Yang Xia opened her eyes, she saw Su Yang looking at her tenderly, and her face turned pink instantly. She feels. After last night, the relationship between the two has been sublimated once again. Her love for Su Yang strengthened a lot. Xia baby, are you still sleepy? Do you want your husband to hold you and sleep for a while? Su Yang is now used to Yang Xia's address. The two are now husband and wife, and their feelings have grown deeper and deeper. The age difference no longer affects the way they address each other. When the love was deep, Su Yang would also let Yang Xia call him brother. She was shy at first, but it became natural later. Don't be sleepy, husband. Let's get up early and pack our things together, okay? After dinner, we still have to move. Okay, wife, you can command me to clean up. Su-young was very happy when he thought about moving to a big villa. Although the house was not his, the president arranged for him to live in it. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. It would be a waste if you don't stay. Well, actually my wife doesn't have much stuff, so it's easy to pack. Yang Xia said this and sat up. Although there isn't much stuff, it still takes some time to clean up. Soon, the two got up, washed and packed. Then I started packing up. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su, the meal is ready, why don't you eat first? What are you doing? The two of them had just packed some clothes when Sister Wang came over. Okay, Sister Wang, let's eat together, and then we'll move. Moving? Good. Good. After hearing what Yang Xia said, Sister Wang instantly showed a smile of understanding on her face. She knew very well that it was time to return to the villa. Afterwards, the three of them had breakfast together. After breakfast, Su Yang sent a short message to the president. Sister Yang, I have to move in the morning, so I won't go to the company yet. The president responded to my message quickly and in a very humane way. Okay, Su Yang, as long as you do the work I assign to you, you can arrange the rest of your time freely and do whatever you want wherever you want. Okay, Sister Yang. This president's sister is a very nice person. Then, with the help of Sister Wang, things were packed up quickly. Su Yang was responsible for moving the things to the car downstairs. Yang Xia didn't have much stuff, so it could be easily loaded into one car. After everything was packed up, the three of them left home together. Yang Xia drove a BMW with Sister Wang, while Su Yang drove a Tank 300. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning when we left the community. Chapter 58. This little husband is really good at making people happy. After leaving the Weilai Jiayuan community, the two cars drove onto the road one after the other. Soon, they arrived at villa number 1314 in the villa area. After more than 3 months, I, Yang Xia, am finally back. After getting out of the car and looking at his house, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel emotional again. He took out the key to the villa from his bag and quickly opened the door of the villa. Then she walked in, crossed the courtyard, and opened the door. Everything is so familiar, everything is so natural. Husband, come in and take a look. Okay, wife. Su Yang looked at the beautiful villa excitedly and responded happily. I followed my wife into the room. Honey, this should be the master bedroom. We'll live in this room from now on, right? The door of the master bedroom was open, and Yang Xia took Su Yang's hand and walked in. She had already packed up the things inside, so there was no need to worry about her husband finding out anything. Wow, this room is so big, and the bed is so comfortable. Having said that, Su Yang sat down on the bed and shook it vigorously twice. There was no sound at all. In this way, when I sleep on it with my wife Yang Xia, I no longer have to worry about the bed making creaking noises. Anyway, the big bed in the rental house in the Weilai Jiayuan community will make noise if you move it a little, which is really a bit of a spoiler. Okay, honey, we'll sleep here from now on. Look, this big bed doesn't make any noise no matter how hard you shake it. As he said that, Su Yang shook it vigorously again. You know what, this bed is of great quality. There is not even a single discordant sound. When Yang Xia heard this, her face instantly turned pink. Living in my own villa is indeed much better than the rented place. The two came out of the master bedroom and looked at the second bedroom, study, gym, reception room. Such a 3-story villa is really fully functional. Honey, do you like it here? Ahem. Su Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. How could he not like such a great place? Of course I like it, but this isn't our house. What if I get used to it? Your president didn't tell you how long you'll stay, did he? No, from what she said, she won't be coming back to live here for a while. Well, then don't think too much about it, husband, let us just live peacefully. Husband. In life, it is hard to say whether one will always suffer or always enjoy happiness. Whether you enjoy happiness or suffer hardship, just let nature take its course. Even if we leave here in the near future, it doesn't matter. Yang Xia gently held Su Yang's hand, her voice very gentle. Oh. After hearing what his wife said, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded secretly. Although I didn't quite understand what he said, I felt that it made sense. Good boy, come on, husband, let's go move the things. Good wife. Su Yang nodded, then walked out of the room with Yang Xia. In the small yard, Sister Wang was holding a shovel and carefully dealing with some weeds. Sister Wang, come, let's move some things together. Okay, Miss Yang, I'll be right over. As she said that, Sister Wang put down the shovel in her hand and walked over with a smile. After a busy time, the three of them moved all the things in the car into the villa. Under the supervision and leadership of Yang Xia, everything was quickly packed up. Sister Wang, please choose a room. You can live here or go back home. It's up to you. As he spoke, Yang Xia winked at Sister Wang. Yes, all right, Miss Yang. There is no need for further explanation, Sister Wang naturally understands everything. The room she used to live in was on the second floor, and now she was going to move back in. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su, I'm going out to buy some food and will be back soon. It was time to make lunch, so Sister Wang quickly left home. In the huge villa, only Su Yang and Yang Xia were left. Husband, come. Yang Xia took Su Yang's hand and went to the gym together. Honey, you used to like sports, right? Well, of course. You can tell from my 8-pack abs that I used to exercise a lot. Su Yang said, patting his belly gently. This abdominal muscle, this waist strength. Compared with him, ordinary people are definitely much worse. Well, let's both get up early and exercise for a while from now on. Okay, honey, this is great. As they talked, they walked into the gym. Treadmills, spinning bikes, sit-up machines, it's pretty comprehensive. I never thought that our president is actually a fitness expert. That should be it. When Yang Xia heard this, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. She did exercise regularly in the past and kept herself in very good shape. Even at the age of 42, her figure can still make Su Yang dizzy. She also practices yoga regularly, and her body flexibility is extraordinary. Only more than 3 months ago, Li Pingping left without saying goodbye, which dealt her a huge blow. She didn't think straight for a moment and actually did something stupid. What she didn't expect was, when she woke up in Nilko, she found that she suddenly had an unrealistically young husband. It was his caresses and humorous words that made her experience a feeling she had never experienced before. Before she knew it, she found that she had deeply fallen in love with this feeling. I also developed an indescribable attachment to this young and unremarkable boy. Wife. Well, you say, husband. Seeing that Yang Xia seemed a little dazed, Su Yang couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes. Wife, you have such a good figure. Did you exercise regularly in the past? Yeah, hubby. Wife, you are just a little thin now. If you eat more and exercise more, I think you will be the most beautiful woman in the world. Puff. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help laughing and reached out to twist his waist. This little husband. He's really good at making people happy. Wife. As soon as she stretched out her hand, Yang Xia was pulled into Su Yang's arms and kissed deeply. In this place. Sister Wang will never see it again, right? Chapter 59, it's okay if your mind is confused, as long as your body understands. A moment later. Yang Xia collapsed in Su Yang's arms. Husband. Yang Xia snuggled shyly in his arms, feeling a little dizzy. Honey, let's go to the study room. I wanted to talk to you about my study plan, but you kissed me so hard that I lost all my energy. It's okay, honey, come on. As Su Yang spoke, he bent down and gently picked up Yang Xia. With his strong arms, it was so easy for him to hold his wife. Yang Xia also cooperated and hugged Su Yang's neck. Honey, you smell so good. Lying in his arms, she sniffed his scent quietly and greedily. For a while, Yang Xia felt a little intoxicated. Wife, this study is so big. While Yang Xia was still intoxicated in Su Yang's arms, she was already carried into the study. Oh. It's quite big, several dozen square meters, enough for the two of us to read and study. Yang Xia lay in his arms, eyes slightly narrowed, without even raising her head. There are many books on the clothing industry on the bookshelf. My husband can read as much as he wants. Well. Hearing this, Su Yang turned and walked closer to the bookshelf. Really? There are actually quite a few books and magazines about the clothing industry on the bookshelf. Before moving the things, the two of them just came over and took a look inside from the door without taking a closer look. Wife, we only took a quick look here before we moved, and you knew there were a lot of books on clothing on the bookshelf? Well. Yang Xia was stunned when he heard this. Broken. I was so familiar with everything in this villa that I said it out of habit. Hubby, I used to work in the clothing industry, so I'm very familiar with all kinds of books and magazines, so I can tell at a glance. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought my wife had been here before. After listening to Yang Xia's explanation, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded slightly. The doubts that had just arisen in my mind have basically been dispelled. No, how could I have been here? Yang Xia patted Su Yang's arm gently, and then let him put her down. This little husband feels. It's really sensitive. She almost got exposed by accident. Honey, what books did your CEO recommend to you? Oh, I left them all at the company and didn't bring them here. They seem to be books on basic knowledge. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He just glanced through it casually and hadn't had time to read it carefully yet, and he didn't even remember the title of the book. Well, it's okay, husband. I'll make a study plan for you. Let's learn what to learn first and what to learn later. Let's go deeper step by step, okay? Okay, wife. He likes things the most, as they go deeper step by step. He was very willing to cooperate with Yang Xia's training plan. He could feel that his wife must be really proficient in the clothing industry. And in the past, he may have been a senior executive in a clothing company, such as general manager, deputy general manager, or director. Just by looking at her temperament, you can tell that this wife must have been an extraordinary white-collar worker in the workplace. Anyway, it's definitely not easy. With his wife's guidance, Su Yang believes that he will make rapid progress. He will definitely be able to do his job well in the future. I believe the president will definitely appreciate him more. Honey, we can make tea here. Do you like tea tasting? Well. Su Yang smiled and scratched his head. He really knew nothing about tea tasting. In my hometown, my parents would only put a handful of tea leaves in the teapot when guests came. Anyway, when he was thirsty, he just drank water, gulping it down, and his thirst was quenched. The teacups are so small. How many cups do you need to drink to be full? Oh, it's too troublesome. It's okay, husband. I can teach you the tea ceremony in the future. After all, you are the president's secretary. This is also very important. What do you think? After listening to his wife's explanation, Su Yang couldn't help but nodded slightly, secretly admiring her in his heart. Although he came from a poor mountain village, the place where he works now is no longer a poor mountain village. So it is still necessary to learn these things. As the CEO's secretary, if the CEO asks me to make tea, I can't just say I don't know how, right? This is something I really need to learn from my wife. Okay, my dear, this is really important. Well, my husband is so good. Seeing Su Yang's good attitude towards learning, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She increasingly felt. Su Yang is indeed a very sensible and obedient little boy. As long as he is sensible and obedient, Yang Xia's training plan can be implemented smoothly. Crack. The two were chatting in the study when the door outside rang. Sister Wang should be back from shopping. Oh, by the way, husband, we are all sweating from moving this morning. Do you want to take a shower now? Seeing Su Yang was about to go out to sea, Yang Xia gently held his hand. Oh, okay, honey, shall we take a shower together? With such a big villa, the bathing area must be very luxurious, right? Su Yang had just moved into the new house and had not yet had the chance to see what the bathroom looked like. Anyway, I remember there was one outside, one in the master bedroom, and one upstairs. Want to be with your wife? Of course. Is that even necessary? Looking at Yang Xia's shy face, Su Yang's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Oh my god. Can we wash them together? Isn't this too happy? We never took a shower together before when we were in the future Jiayuan community. But you wish. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, who was a little distracted due to excitement, and couldn't help but smile shyly. Then she let go of his hand and quickly walked towards the master bedroom. Hubby, please don't follow me. After taking a few steps, Yang Xia turned around shyly and emphasized it again. This. What I said. Did he really not want me to follow him, or did he encourage me to follow him? For a moment, Su Yang was a little confused. However, it doesn't matter if your mind is confused, as long as your body is clear. Anyway, he didn't stop and follow the past. As soon as Yang Xia entered the bedroom, he followed her. Honey, you should wear your old pajamas today. Wait until Sister Wan washes the new ones for you. After entering the bedroom, Yang Xia opened the closet door and took out Su Yang in her own pajamas. Well, good wife. Let's go, husband, let's go together. Yang Xia said this, gently but firmly holding Su Yang's hand. Chapter 60. You are just taking advantage of someone's misfortune when picking up girls. After lunch, Su Yang planned to return to the company. As the president's secretary, someone might look for him at any time, so he should go back to the company early. Wife, I'm going back to work first. You haven't had a good rest since you got up this morning. Go take a nap. After Su Yang changed his clothes, he reached out and hugged his wife in his arms. It's so fragrant and soft, I really don't want to let go. Well, okay, husband, I'll go take a nap after you leave. I'm really tired. As she spoke, Yang Xia covered her mouth and yawned. After all, I'm still weak and need to rest more. Okay, then you should go to bed early. Your husband will be back soon, Bo. Su Yang looked around quickly and saw that Sister Wang was not there, so he lowered his head and kissed Yang Xia's cheek. Go to work, dear husband. Yang Xia smiled shyly and gently punched Su Yang's chest, then waved at him. Su Yang drove the BMW and quickly left the villa area. We sped all the way and soon arrived at the office. So far, the president has not assigned him any new tasks, so he has to arrange them on his own. Anyway, my wife told him to prepare the basic books carefully first. If you don't understand something, you can ask your colleagues more questions. This is also a way to improve your relationship with colleagues. In addition, you can send questions to Yang Xia at any time, and she will reply as soon as she sees it. When at home, Yang Xia would find time to give him systematic lectures. Time flies. Before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding dong. Su Yang was reading a book intently when his cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Ming. Su Yang, you're not going to stay in the house we share, are you? The two had previously rented a master bedroom in Yangsha community, paying 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent in full, and paying the rent every 3 months. Su Yang stayed there for only a few days before going to see a patient at his relative's house, and he never came back. So Zhang Ming thought that if Su Yang really didn't rent it, he would have to consider renting a cheaper room. Otherwise, it would be too expensive for him to rent the master bedroom alone. I definitely won't be going back to live there in the short term. Let me think about it and discuss it with my relatives. As soon as Su Yang saw Zhang Ming's message, he roughly knew what he meant. After all, in a big city like Jiangcheng, and the location of this community is also very good, the rent is relatively high. Zhang Ming's salary is only 5,000 yuan a month, and it is indeed a bit expensive for him to live in the master bedroom alone. Oh my god. Su Yang, your relative must be a beauty, right? And she's a distant relative who has nothing to do with you. Ha ha ha. This relative is indeed very pretty. At this point, Su Yang no longer plans to hide everything from Zhang Ming. After all, he is my roommate and friend, so I can still tell him some information. I knew that during the time you were in school, you were out all day. I knew something was wrong with you. As expected. Are you living with that relative now? Ha 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 ha. No, we are just good friends, just holding hands. Come on. I don't believe you. From the hospital to home, taking care of her all night long. I don't believe this girl just wants you to hold her hand. I think she's about to get pregnant, right? I'll go. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. This boy's analysis of things is very thorough. That's not true. He's still a patient. That kind of thing is not allowed, cough cough cough, we just held hands and hugged each other, that's all. Tisk, isn't it just a matter of time? Oh, it seems unlikely that you will come back to live here. It's okay, just live here first. I've already paid 3 months' rent. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. I noticed that you didn't come home all night, so I asked you. It's okay, brother, just stay here first. Well, okay. In this case, Zhang Ming is not in a hurry and will wait for a while before making any decisions. By the way, Su Yang, when can you let me meet your relatives? Or do your relatives have sisters or something? Oh my gosh. You have a pretty good plan. Do you want to see my relative or my relative's sister? Su Yang heard from Yang Xia that she didn't have any brothers or sisters, but she had many good friends. Ha ha ha. I have already broken up with Li Feifei. If your relatives have sisters, you can introduce them to me. As the old saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Oh my god, you looked listless yesterday. Have you adjusted yourself today? So what if I can't adjust? I can't just hang myself on her tree, right? Well, that makes sense. Su Yang still admires Zhang Ming's ability to adjust himself. My girlfriend of 4 years got over it so quickly after we broke up. Really, brother, can you let me meet your relatives? Don't worry, I will never compete with you. I'm just curious about how beautiful this girl you spend time with is. Oh my god, of course she is beautiful. How about this, let me talk to her, after all, she is not in good health now. If she is willing to see you, then meet her. Okay, no problem. I admire you, brother. You are just taking advantage of others when they are in trouble. Ha ha ha. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Su Yang was secretly stunned when he saw Zhang Ming's message. Oh my god. Isn't this taking advantage of Yang Xiaoxi's critical illness? When she was dying. Caress her little hands, arms, face, and mouth. Then add some funny words. He pulled her back from the brink of death. Yang Xiao also said that the time she most wanted to wake up was when Su Yang said dirty words. She really wanted to get up and cover Su Yang's mouth tightly. Good brother. Please stop talking, okay? This sounds embarrassing. TSK, what do you mean by taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I'm clearly helping someone out in need, saving him from danger, okay? Su Yang would never tell Zhang Ming the truth of the matter because it was too interesting. Oh my god. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity? Oh. Ding ling ling. Su Yan was chatting with Zhang Ming on WeChat when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I looked closely, I saw that it was the president calling.